Let's just make sure it goes to the right place. And YouTube doesn't screw me over. Alright, should be up. Like on the server, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I need to reorganize a bunch of the rooms on my Discord again, but oddly enough, and this is really petty. I used to be very formal about how I treated my Discord server. Or actually, rather, no. So I used to, okay, when I first got the Discord server, it was just a fun place for us to chat because nobody knew what Discord was. Used the Discord server for a little bit, and that was cool. Then, like, it got very formal. It became like this... Oh, this is cool. Sorry, they play all the music in all the modes now. So this is adventure mode music. Anyway, then for a while there, I took it very seriously. And then I got Discord Partner, and like, there was a bit there where I took my Discord server, like, extremely seriously and tried to, like, make sure that I had all of the fancy bells and whistles for the time and was taking advantage of new features. And, like, it was a big deal when they added, like, nested rooms so you could have rooms in categories and stuff like that. And, like, I tried to keep up on all that. And then they started neglecting the partner, like, group. Like, they started neglecting, like, the Discord partners, I guess. And it seemed like they didn't care much about us anymore. And, after a couple of weeks of, like, Discord partner basically becoming less of a going concern for Discord, when it became obvious that they were just going to start getting rid of and phasing out the service as a whole, I just kind of stopped using Discord's features just in general. And at this point, to be completely honest with you, I couldn't remember. I could not tell you the last time I actually updated on something on my Discord's backend. Any noteworthy changes? The release date's announced. So January 23rd is when it releases out of beta. If you go through the changes, these are some stuff that would affect Fort mode too. Apparently pebble floors are considered different than stone floors. I don't know what that means. So I have to look into that. But we now have child and baby portraits, which is exciting. I can't wait to see what those look like. Some minor things. Apparently you can now, tame vermin can be made available as pets in Fort mode, which I think they used to be able to, but I guess they added the button back. You can now listen to the adventure mode soundtrack, I think, in Fortress mode, which is cool. And then just a bunch of, like, tweaks and stuff for adventure mode, and the release date's announced. So it'll be leaving the beta branch on the 23rd of January. But nothing in here really strikes me as stuff that's, like, new. It's just, like, added mythical animal populations to mythical sites. Made mythical populations wear less armor and have decreased leader skills somewhat. Yeah, because those guys were fucking tough. Added more protection against unintended unintended infighting at mythical sites, though goblins can still argue. Compass for... They added a compass for retrieve artifact quests. So I guess that would mean if somebody asks you to go find the spear of so-and-so and such and such, it'll give you a compass similar to the mythical quests, I would presume. Improved adventure and shopkeeper placement. Stopped chosen from starting in towns with ruined temples. Oh, that's useful. Added handling of player that has been knocked out and unable to... Added handling of player that has been knocked out, so I guess it'll skip time if you get knocked out. That would be nice. But yeah, no, I mean, it's a lot of, like, small tweaks and stuff to adventure mode, which is all good. This is all good stuff. But it's all pretty minor stuff. Like, it's not stuff that you would notice immediately, I don't think. Added an announcement button for menu overview. Yeah, it seems like final polish is really what a lot of this stuff seems like. No, necromancers are weak, because most necromancers are neutral to you, Xylium. The thing is, like, it's the undead that are mean in necromancer areas, but the actual necromancers themselves are usually pretty weak. If you can just behead a necromancer, they just insta-die. Did you miss it? Miss what? I mean, the patch dropped this morning, like 5 hours ago, so. Happy to help. Glad the guides are able to help you understand the game, friend. Gameplay? I haven't even started. I've only been live for an hour. I haven't even finished my cup of coffee yet, man. Building is still not in patch notes. It's been stated and widely stated and announced and stated and then restated and then reiterated and then pointed out and then reminded and then remembered that building will not be in until after it's out of beta because they want to tie it into other gameplay features. Basically, they want it to have a purpose. Right now, building doesn't really have a purpose. All that building is currently is it's like, you can build a house, sort of, and then you can claim it. And that's it. They want it to actually be tied into other features. Like, as an example, I don't know what they're planning to do, but as an example, in like Minecraft, right? You build a house and then you can have villagers come and visit, right? You know, in Terraria, you build a house and then people come and live in it. I have a feeling they want to tie it in other ways. And also, in older versions, I don't know how many older versions you played, but at least in my opinion, and I think Tarn stated as much as well, the building UI was the least finished and the most, like, weird, like, side-fisted in feature in adventure mode. It was there, and you could do it, sort of. You could only build with wood, and there was no real reason behind it. So I just have this feeling that they're planning to have some sort of actual features tied to it. Like, if they added in building, but also at the same time, like, enabled digging and farming, that is suddenly a really big update, right? And also, if they maybe, because you know how you can ask people to join you? If they'd say, make it so that your followers or adventurers would automatically just journey back there or something like that, like, if they added in some other behaviors and features to the NPCs involving your built location, suddenly that's a feature instead of just a thing that you can do. And it wouldn't surprise me if they just want to take some time to develop it more, because that's essentially what they've said. Of course, that's me, like, guessing and doing things that I try not to do. Because I try not to predict features, but that's my assumption as to what they're trying to do, because that's really what it seems like. You didn't know that it was that glued on? Like, yeah, I don't know how much you played of older versions, but literally all you could do is you could build floor, you could build walls, you could build doors, and you could make a woodworker's shop, and you could make furniture. But, like, you could place the furniture, and you could put your items into, like, a cabinet. But that was basically it. Like, there was no reason to actually do it whatsoever. Aside from that, it took a lot of time, and it trained woodworking. Like, it was a neat thing to say, I built this, but you want something to attack you, you know? You want somebody to try and raid you. You want goblins to be sent to, like, try and steal your artifacts that you've made or whatever. You need to remember, right? And, like, this is the thing that, like, if you've forgotten, needs to be reminded. This update arc started in 2020. Tarn started working on Fortress mode for Steam in 2020. It's been almost 5 years. But there's been large swaths of time in that window where Tarn has, like, stopped working on Premium to work on other things, right? Like, he started in 2020, but he took 4 months off to give us an update for Fort mode before going back to working on it. It released on Steam in 2022. Most of 2023 was spent working on Fortress mode for Steam. So most of 2023 was like polishing, bug fixing, crash fixing, working on the Putnam working on the Linux port, SDL2 conversion, a lot of UI updates, a lot of tweaking and making things better and run better and look better. Then it was like October last year and into now. Not October last year, but October the year before. So like a year and like, what, 14 months for adventure mode? And now that's done on the 23rd. So as of to the 23rd, you're actually playing a complete game. Which is like kind of fucked in a way, but... Your library had a big mineral display out this morning, and it gave me a strong itch to create a new fortress. You know, when I started reading that sentence, I thought you meant in-game. But when I made it today, I'm like, what kind of things did they have? I bet you that was really cool. Am I playing the beta version? Yeah. The way to tell actually is actually look down here. It says V51.01 beta 28. And the reason the background isn't centered is I'm using Linux, and let's just say if I unplugged 2 of my 3 monitors, it would be centered. Linux does some weird things with background centering. Do you play the free version from the website? Storm Talon Mountains Wing? Or nah? I mean, I would say that you should play the beta version right now. You should. There's a lot of cool stuff in there that's not in the main branch, but... I mean, to be fair, you do know that if you're playing the mainline version, you are playing the most stable version. But speaking of Sigma Mindset, chat, guess how much... I started selling my Steam cards last week on Wednesday. Guess how much Steam Wallet I'm up to? I had over 1,000 Steam trading cards. I have about, it's like 150 listed right now that haven't sold. And I've still got another 700 to list. How much money do you think I've made? 6 CAD, 60 cents, 5 quid, $12.38. You know, I think Stone might be the closest. I'm at $8.16 Canadian. Tree fitting. Hey! I have a foil card which is allegedly worth like 10 bucks. I don't know, it's listed at $9, so we'll see if any idiots actually buy it. I'll let you know. But yeah, no, most of them are like 2 to 5 cents. And basically, like, when I'm done streaming, I spend 30 minutes just listing cards. I'm on this quest to see, like, how much value all of my Steam trading cards have, and then I have no idea what I'm going to do with it. Probably just use it as a discount on a game or something. Go grab, like, a Rogue Fable or some other game I'll never play that I want to support with some of Valve's money. But anyway, you guys want to play some Dwarf Fort? I hope YouTube chat's doing all right out there, too. I'm also just going to grab the patch notes and plunk them down in the YouTube stream's description. Just in case people look at it. There we go. Did I ever mention an extremely obvious scam message you once got in the comments of a screenshot of an unrelated game? Someone commented, "I will buy your TF2 backpack for $200 or something silly like that." Oh. I mean, the vast majority of the sales that I am getting for my Steam cards are literally just to bots. Like, if you list a card for sale, like, 1 penny below the average asking price, it sells instantly. That's not selling to people, that's selling to bots. Selling to bots that are just flipping them. Any thoughts on the Caves of Cud release? I played like 60 hours of it. It was great. I need to play more of it, but I'm waiting to get over the salt of my build hitting a wall, so... That's weird. It's dumb. I wonder why that screenshot in particular. There are browser add-ons to help with market tedium. You know, I was looking into those, YouTube chat, but the reason I stopped using them, or the reason I don't want to use them, is because every single one I've looked at is related to some scam, or like some instance of like your browser getting compromised and then you losing all of your login tokens. And you know, honestly, I have enough accounts that are worth money that's not worth the risk, even if it does speed it up. Just a Not, thanks for the 3rd month, welcome back. And scrolling up in YouTube chat a little bit. I do not see the utility of stream cards. Why do people buy them? To sell them for Counter-Strike skins. The actual utility of them is if you get a full set, you click combine and it gives you a badge for your profile and it unlocks emotes for the game in question. So like if you have a full set of I think it's 12 Dwarf Fortress Steam trading cards, and they're all worth like 2 to 5 cents each, and you combine them, which destroys them on the market, then it makes a badge. And then if you get another set and combine them, then you get 2 badges, and then you can combine those badges to make a better badge, which gives you special variants of like emotes and stuff for Steam chat, which realistically nobody gives an ever-living fuck about. And then there are foil versions of the badges, which are generally worth closer to $1 instead of about 5 cents, and those make shiny animated versions of the badges. It's utter nonsense and is pointless and means nothing and levels up your Steam profile. People buy them so that they can flip them so that they can buy crates for Counter-Strike with bots so that they can gamble the skins. Yeah, also, genuine question to everybody watching. Do you actively talk to people using Steam text chat? Also, hello, B-Lug. They're NFTs? Sort of. Yeah, no, they're literally NFTs, but like, you know, without a blockchain. It's just a database of JPEGs. Because I talked to one person on Steam chat. One person. 2 people, actually. My older sister will sometimes DM me on Steam for some reason, at which point I'm like, just fucking text me. It's literally the response is, please text me. And then my cousin. Because my cousin doesn't generally launch Discord. But sometimes he'll be playing a game and he'll want to like ask me something or just like comment on something, and he'll just be like, yo, check this out. I'll be like, huh, that's nifty. I didn't realize you're playing this now. And he goes, yeah. It's like, all right, well, have fun. It's like literally just my cousin who doesn't use Discord really these days. He streamed for a bit, and when he was streaming, he was using Discord, but he hasn't logged into Discord in forever. For me, it's like all of my communications through Steam chat are to tell people my Discord handle or to tell people to text me. It's like if someone is obviously not paying attention to their phone, but like my older sister, I'm looking at you. If she's not near her phone and not like responding to a text and it's something that I actually need her to respond to, and I see her playing Final Fantasy, I will just be like, oi, fucking wake up. What's going on over there? Check your phone. I've seen people playing it. Replay DK. It looks silly. Like really silly. Like really silly. It reminds me of like those old animations of Dwarf Fortress Adventure Mode, but not like a game that you imagine. You message your son updates to come down for his dinner. That seems like the most probably the most common use for like Steam chat is to like get a hold of your kids from upstairs. Like Kev H in YouTube chat says that they use Steam chat to message their son. Like that checks out. Guilty judge. If using Steam Deck it's convenient for messaging people. I know that don't have Discord. Yeah, otherwise you don't use it much. That's just fascinating. It's like, what is the use for Steam chat? Talking to people who don't have Discord yet. Speaking of Steam Decks, I realize that I might be a niche case here. But if they sold a Steam Deck that was like a third of the price that was just a box with a USB port for a controller, I would buy that. So I was thinking about this the other day. I have no interest in buying a Steam Deck because I don't want to be able to carry it around. But when I move, I'm buying a TV because where I'm moving to has a TV mount already set up. So I'm like currently researching budget TVs and like trying to find one that I'd be willing to buy. And like, I don't really want to buy an Apple TV. No, they made a Steam Link, which was a streaming box. I want something that runs it on the system. Yeah, no, they made Steam machines. Yeah, they did. Which was like... Did I look at the Lenovo deck? The Lenovo something S or whatever, the Steam version of the thing, which is like launching after the Windows version and has worse specs than the Windows version? But yeah, no, basically I want them to remake Steam machines. Just make a Steam box. Maybe call it a Steam engine. There you go, Valve. That's your branding. It's free. They shouldn't call it that. I mean, the Lenovo thing isn't cheap, though. It also has a screen on it. Like, I don't want a thing with a controller on it and a screen. I just want a box, play game. And also could maybe run Netflix. That'd be cool. If I ever get Netflix again. Or like Discovery Plus or whatever people use these days. You know, like your Prime Video. Or like, I don't know, Plex. You know? That's all I want. They're remaking the Steam machine. No, I think what they're actually doing is they're releasing Steam OS, which is all I need them to do. Because then I can just buy and make a mini PC. I don't want Steam Link though, that's the thing. Like, I want something that can run stuff locally. If I'm gonna use Steam Link, you know what I would rather do at that point? I'd rather just drill a fucking hole in the wall and just plug an HDMI cable into a TV through the wall. Because my computer is just gonna be on the other side of a wall. At that point, like, you might as well just, like, feed a cable through a wall and stick it into the side of the TV. It's just straight from the computer. So yeah, I don't really want to use in-home streaming. Like, I've tried some of their in-home streaming stuff, like, on my laptop, right? Because I got fast internet here. I got good Wi-Fi connection. And, like, I can sit a couple meters away from this computer and play Stalker 2 on my laptop that barely has a graphics card. And, like, it's fine, but I'd rather something that just runs stuff locally better. Yeah, no, there's that. I mean, like, that's the thing is, like, really, like, I don't, anything that's graphically intensive, I could just play on local streaming, and that's fine. That's probably what I'm going to end up doing, suited. I'm just saying that if Valve sold, or if somebody sold a Steam machine, a Steam box, a little standalone pre-built mini PC without a screen with a Valve logo, like a Steam logo on it, that just push button in Steam library, I just plugged into it. If they made an Apple TV play Steam game, I'd buy, okay? This isn't that complicated of a statement. If you can find one, yeah, right? Because those just released, didn't they? Or were just announced? Insult some scammer. You'll offend that bot so much, username lost. LTT just did a video on doing that. I'm sure that there's hundreds of small tech channels that have just made a video on doing that. Also, I informed my dad of some very important My Family lore and also Linus Tech Tips recently, which is Linus Tech Tips named his server Wannock. I grew up in Wannock. It's a tiny town of like 500 people. That was right across the river from where Linus grew up, allegedly. And apparently he had a family member who lived in Wannock. And I told my dad of this, and he damn near started laughing. The Asus ROG Nuck. Okay, ROG Nuck. Do not show me your ROG Nucks, but I will Google this. Yeah, that is kind of what I'm looking for. But how much is it? I'm just presuming that this price is wrong, but no, it's right. Guess how much the Asus ROG Nuck costs? Guilty judge. And also, no, this isn't what I'm going for. Anything with ROG is expensive. $1,200 USD, $875, $2,045 Canadian on newegg.ca. No, I'm thinking something in like the $400 range tops. Canada Computers has it for 2400? 2500 actually. I mean, I guess, like, you know, it is an Intel Core Ultra 9 GeForce RTX 4070, 32 gigabytes of DDR5, 1 terabyte of M.2 NVMe, and Windows 11. Okay, well, you can make it $300 cheaper then. Also, it's sold out, so there's one available in Waterloo, Ontario if I want to go pick it up. Yeah, that's what I need to do, suited. Because, like, I want something that'll run, like, Path of Acra. Like, basically, like, the most graphically intensive game that I would actually be playing on my own time right now that isn't super hot would probably be fucking this thing. Because my hour count is real on this. This is the only game that I'm playing off stream right now. And there's 2 tracks and 1 playable character with 2 models. Like, it's a very early access thing, and it's started scratching this particular itch, so I reinstalled this. Because this is the next game I'm going to get back into. If this is the side of my video game taste that you guys will never see. Plug your phone into your TV. That would require me playing games on my phone. My phone don't do that. My phone is a podcast player that also streams music. Maybe watches a YubTub vid. Every other app is disabled on my phone. Like, I'm not running custom Android or anything, but I am running a custom launcher for Android that has literally, like, in order to get to the Play Store, I have to open up Chrome and Google it. If you want a pretty good idea of the music I'm into, scroll down on my on my stream, and click on the Discogs link, or my Bandcamp profile. Both of those are linked on Twitch here. But I listen to what I describe as good music, so if it's good music, I listen to it. Also, by the way, if you like arcadey racing games, Grip is really fucking good. If you're one of those weirdos like me, it's Roll Cage. They made a new Roll Cage, and nobody knows they did. Well, I guess some people do, but not many people know they did. And it's really good. Also, the soundtrack for this game, a lot of good drum and bass. A lot of good drum and bass. You can go 400 kilometers an hour and do loop-de-loops constantly, and it makes you dizzy, and it's fun. I can run some Windows games on Android devices, but your experiences depends on the game. No, I'm not into that. I just want a computer with a different form factor. That's literally all I want. I just want a computer with a different form factor. I want a computer that isn't a massive goddamn desktop tower. It's like I could use the other computer I have sitting here, but I'm just gonna use that thing as a Plex server once I have some more space. I just need to cram it full of hard drives because it's got 9 hard drives bays in it, and it's got a decent CPU. It just doesn't have a graphics card in it. Its RAM still functions. It still boots. It's got Windows 10 on it, and like, I'm gonna wipe that thing and just run it as a headless server locally. I'm not gonna let it touch the outside, but I don't want to use it as like a gameplay device because I just want a dedicated box for that. Amazon.ca has a $370 mini box, 16 gigabytes, 512 gigabyte SSD, and a 5. Yeah, see, like that's perfectly functional. Like that's exactly the sort of thing I want to do. Yeah, no, that's the plan. My old streaming rig, basically, which has the, it's kind of an old CPU now that I think about it, but it's, let me look up what CPU it was. Yeah, i7-4770K processor is what it's got in it. 4770, which I decommissioned that PC in 2018, was when I stopped using it. It was like the last time I bought a full new computer. I'm the only person you know who saves things to their L drive. I rename all my drives, but I do not have an L drive in this computer. I have 1, 2, 3, 4 hard drives. Although I need to rename the last one because the last one's named New Volume. I've got hard drive A, B, C, and D. but... And then a plug-and-play expansion drive, which is 8 terabytes. I should really start playing video games, shouldn't I? Okay, I'm just going to run a ad here on Twitch right now, and then we'll dive in when the ads are done. So I don't like diving in and then immediately having to stop for an ad break. But I'll take this as an opportunity to say, hey, everybody here on Twitch, want to support the YouTube stream at absolutely no cost to you, open up a second tab, and leave a like. Hey, Twitch chat, for the sake of the VODs, if you like, you can say hi, YouTube. We're going to be playing Fort mode today. I realized there was an adventure mode update, but I'm pretty into this fort right now, and I would like to play it. So that's where we're at. There will be adventure mode, though, because if adventure mode is releasing out of the beta branch on the 23rd, mark your calendars, because there will be a lot of adventures as of the 23rd. Like, I mean, how far away is that now? Yeah, that's like 15 days away. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Hey, I was right. Yeah, it's 15 days away. It's a day after a doctor's appointment for me, so that's good. But yeah, I'll probably be streaming 23rd, 24th, 25th, 26th, 27th, 28th, 29th. I'll probably just be streaming straight through until I move then. Straight through until the 31st anyway, which is when I have to go sign a bunch of shit at the lawyer's office. So you guys will get a whole lot of streams all at once. But who's ready to dive back into the Vampire Fort? Because that's where we're at. It's the Fort of the Vampires. Raid card, which can be $1. You need to manage your raid, and which might need a raid card. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. I would love to have my own server, my own NAS running in raid. I don't need it, though. I don't need it. I would love it. I don't need it. So I named somebody after Nika right at the end of yesterday, Nika Harper. So I'm going to read this dwarf's description. Then I'm going to name 2 dwarves, and then we're going to dive into this fort. You may notice that everybody is vampires. Don't worry about it too much, okay? She felt satisfied at work and content after putting on a superior item. She is always in love with somebody and develops positive feelings. She is not a private person, and she shares details of her life. She can sometimes act without deliberation, and she isn't particularly envious or curious about the world. She tends to be passive in discussions, and she tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and she tends to hang on to grievances. She has an active imagination and is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. She is quite ambitious and enjoys the company of others. She is interested in what others think of her, and she doesn't focus on material goods. She generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and finds helping others emotionally rewarding. She commonly winks as a form of greeting and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally holds nature to be of greater value than most aspects of civilization, and does not really value skills related to fighting, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. She likes serpentine, I think? Not serpentine. Silver, wax, and crundlehorn, and amber and spears and gauntlets, and the bush tits for their twittering groups. Okay. And the words of the Umber Mountain. I'm just going to call everybody who posts on Twitter a bush tit now. Can we just make that a normal thing? Can we just do that? If like you're an active Twitter poster, you're a bush tit. Anyway, for their twittering groups and the words of the Umber Mountain, the sight of the copper horn, and when possible prefers to consume cherry wine and absolutely hates large roaches. She personally holds nature to be of greater value than most aspects of... She has one friend who's a pump operator, also happens to be a vampire, and she's a member of the Knowing Theater. So that's the first dwarf. I want to see what kid portraits look like. Baby portrait! Okay, so we have baby portraits now? That's a baby vampire. Mr. Boar Vessel. Also, his mom's dead. I think his mom got eaten. He also saw his mom die. Well, that's grim. It's needed to start raiding others. You just need some ambushing skill. That's it. And a little bit of combat skill. So you may notice there's some dwarves stuck in here. We'll talk about them in a second. We also have children's sprites now. So I guess that's a lady child. Or no, that's a boy child. He's got a little beard. Look at that. He's got a little chin beard. Oh, do you think Baby did it? There's also this guy, but hold on, where's that other baby sprite? No, he didn't. I don't think he killed his mom. I really, really, really want to see a baby vampire crawl into a room and just eat somebody. I really want to see that. Like, genuinely, I want to see that. I think that would be really funny. Is this the beta branch? This is the beta branch. The beta branch goes into the live branch on the 23rd of January. That's what the update means. It releasing means all of the stuff from the beta branch will go into the live branch on the 23rd of this month. So anyway, so those are the baby faces. Yeah, I really like these. So now, apparently, stone floors and pebble floors are differentiated. I don't know what a pebble floor would be. Like, genuinely, I have no idea what a pebble floor would be. So I've got two dwarves I need to name here. If I scroll back down, the first one that needs to be named is... Here I thought I would spot these immediately, but no. There's one, but there's two. There was two. I'm not imagining this, am I? Was there only one? Heh. Yeah, I mean, it's a good thing that it's all in the beta branch right now. Chat, Suited Giraffe is trying to dwarf himself. Do we permit this, yes or no? So let me see who else redeemed a dwarf. Mako Darkfire redeemed a dwarf. Mako, what kind of dwarf do you want? I think you're still here. It's not showing up on my list for some reason, but you just said dwarf me, please. So if you're here, dealer's choice. Okay, happiest dwarf. You're now a child. Also, a child named Mako Darkfire with, like, a Y is really funny. That's a very fitting vampire name. Mako Darkfire. Wouldn't it be grand to just take my life off and do nothing for the rest of my days, he says. He looks like he's got a lisp. He can be very happy and optimistic, and he remains put off by deliberate merrymaking. He doesn't often feel envious of others, doesn't handle stress well. After seeing Mincott jumped work die. Did you eat him? No, but you did eat Fallout Rain. Sorry, Fallout. He is slow to trust others, and he does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. He is curious and eager to learn, and he is pleased by his own appearance and talents. He tends to avoid crowds, and he tends to and he is slow to anger. He has a calm demeanor, and he tends to hang on to grievances. He exhales sharply when he's angry. He dreams of mastering a skill, and personally strongly values the law, tranquility, and quiet, and believes that peace is always preferable to war. Sees merrymaking as a waste and finds romance distasteful. Doesn't really see the point of working hard, and dreams of mastering a skill. He likes pink jade, brass, and giant cave spider silk. The color crimson goats for their eating habits, and the words of the saffron droplets, and when possible prefers to consume ocean sunfish and bayberry wine, and absolutely hates worms. It is true. It is hard to get a dwarf on blind stream. Your mom and dad are both dead, but you do have an older brother who's alive named Quendelf. You are an acquaintance with a snailman and have no friends. You don't feel anything when seeing a goblin's dead body. And you slept in a very good bedroom. The other one here is a guilty judge who needs a name. Guilty judge, what kind of dwarf would you like? Do you have any preferences? So, YouTube chat, I'm going to make a deal with you guys. Count to 10 in order. And the person to get 10 gets dwarfed. With no repeats. And if you repeat, you have to start over. Good luck. Well, that was for YouTube chat. I'm waiting for Guilty Judge to tell me what kind of dwarf they want. I'll just go with Happiest Bearded Dwarf, because that's generally what people want. So Guilty Judge can be a scholar vampire. He's a perfectionist, and he finds a chaotic mess preferable to the boredom of harmonious living. You'll love it here. He generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, is pleased by his own appearance and talents, and he tends to be swayed by by the emotions of others. He isn't particularly curious about the world, and he can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. He has a calm demeanor, and he generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future. He finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, and he has an active imagination. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he is rarely moved to mercy. He is trusting, and he scratches his nose when he's thinking. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he is starting to work slowly due to its scarcity. And he doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of creating a great work of art, and this dream was realized. He has two daughters. One is a baby, and then the other one is his eldest. His friend Deadly's Alwyn, who doesn't live here, which is interesting. And you've got several other friends in the fort, some of which are alive and some of which are not. He likes selenite and sterling silver, as well as red diamond, cherry wood, and giant aardvark leather, nautilus shell in the color cinnamon, and when possible prefers to consume rainbow trout and lychee wine and rambutans. No, they can't. Not now that they're vampires. Before they were vampires, they could. Vampires are sterile, though, because they're, quote, considered undead. So, chat, Suited Giraffe wants to be named, wants to be a dwarf. Do we permit Suited Giraffe to have a dwarf? Yes or no? This is for the Twitch chat. Okay. What kind of dwarf do we give Suited? Do we give him an adult dwarf, a baby dwarf, vampire dwarf, non-vampire dwarf, military dwarf? I was low-key thinking about giving him a Guilty Scholar's baby. But just like, Ma! That's what she said. Just a 0-year-old baby for Giraffe. I mean, just say, baby vampire. Vampire! I thought babies vampires cry. Do I have a boy child vampire? Yeah, like this. I love the baby sprites. These are so funny. Does that work? What do you think, chat? Is that a Suited Giraffe? Works? Okay. YouTube chat is still counting. I'm not gonna lie, I just forgot how to spell giraffe. Granite Dash is your last name, which is definitely a mobile game somewhere. Is obsessed with order and structure in his own life, with everything kept in its proper place and probably rendered in Blender. And he can get caught up in internal deliberations when action is necessary. He doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and he generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and he is not the type to fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. He often feels lustful because he's like almost a teenage boy, and he does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. And he is conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. And he has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, and he tends to consider what others think of him. A turnaround after wearing old clothing. He doesn't cling tightly to ideas, is open to changing his mind, and He lowers his eyes when he's trying to remember something, and he gnaws his cheek when he's excited. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and has gone without a drink for far, far too long. And he doesn't really care about anything anymore. I need to, like, lock all the dwarves in the tavern and make them drink. He personally considers craftsmanship to be relatively worthless. He values a harmonious existence and views loyalty unfavorably and respects power and dreams of mastering a skill. He likes pyrolusite, electrum, emerald, and rambutan wood, armadillo leather, and llama wool, papyrus, and the color periwinkle, cabinets, amulets, and gray squirrels for their tails. And the sight of the mirth of lathering, and when possible, he prefers to consume hard wheat beer and pig's milk. I'll do the read-through of all the named dwarves when we get these 2 squads back, because there's 2 squads that are leaving the map currently. Although it looks like they may have just returned. Just a silver whip, rando book, marble scepter, instruments, silver bars. Yeah, no, okay, so they are still on a mission. They haven't come back yet. But does he? I mean, he's suited for sure. Okay, so YouTube, I'm going to scroll through and see. I see. You guys have still counting. All right, we'll go with this. We'll do participation prizes. YouTube chat? I don't know how to do this fairly. So, who's actively counting? Centec had a dwarf, but you died, I think. Maybe not in this fort, but you did have a dwarf recently. Let's go with Icarus, Kev H, Anon4, and Replay. I see you in Twitch chat all the time. And, Centec, sure. Just wanted to help with counting. I think you died. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you died. Let me double check. Yeah, I'm like 99% certain you're dead. True Freak, what up, dude? Thanks for 22nd month. So, Icarus, what kind of dwarf? Any dwarf? Any dwarf fine? Okay, we'll just go with happiest unnamed. Who's Eshdan. Quite happy. Also, don't worry about this goal, YouTube chat. It's just so that YouTube promotes stream, because streams with goals get bumped. Hey, Twitch chat, can I get a round of beers for True Freak being 22? That's a lot of months. Thanks for sticking around, dude. It's good to see you. Big update today to the beta branch. Is easily moved to mercy after experiencing trauma in 310, and can be very happy and optimistic, and he generally acts with an arrow focused on the current activity. He has a sense of duty, and he tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. He is quick to form negative views about things, and he has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and he tends to take it easy, and he has a calm demeanor. He doesn't experience strong cravings or urges, and doesn't often feel envious of others. He doesn't handle stress well, and he is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments. He tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals, and he has a greedy streak, and he tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others. He finds such open expression offensive, and he tends to be passive in discussions. He prefers to present himself modestly, and he takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. When he's surprised, he has a very unique laugh. He dreams of raising a family and personally holds fairness to be the highest of ideals, and he despises cheating of any kind. He values tradition, values a harmonious existence, and believes it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining. He likes lay pewter, crystal opal, and maces, and mail shirts, crutches, and mules for their stubbornness, and the words of the saffron of droplets, and the sight of the mirth of lyrics, and when possible prefers to consume cavefish, and shad, and garden cress, and blackberry wine, and honeybee royal jelly, and can't stand mosquitoes. He's a member of the Bejeweled Fellowship, the Engineers Guild, and is a militia dwarf of this fortress. I think, yes. And his wife is Tun, who's also a militia dwarf. Bioactive was your eldest son, who died to vampires. And Servesh was your other son, who I think also died to vampires. And you have no kills that we know of. So that's that one. Let's do Anon 4. Again, happiest unnamed. I'm just naming people from YouTube chat right now. I'm going to skip you, because you're in a pit getting stabbed with a spike. Udil. Anon 4 tends to avoid any physical confrontations, works to square his natural tendency with his respect for martial prowess, and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he is unusual, and he is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. He tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others and doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and he has a greedy streak. He generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future, and he occasionally overindulges. He can handle stress, and he has a noticeable lack of perseverance. And he enjoys the company of others, and he tries to keep his things orderly. He tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, and he idly chews his lips when he's bored. He often lowers his eyes when he's thinking, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally finds romance to be distasteful, is somewhat put off by trade and commerce, and values tranquility and a peaceful day. He doesn't really value merrymaking. He likes talc, billin, pinfire opal, giant spider bunny, spider bunny? What? Spider monkey bone, and turtle shell. The color chartreuse, as well as low boots and barrels and puzzle boxes and yaks for their shaggy hair, and anchovies for their distinct snout. And the words of the Umber Mountain, and the sound of the play of sisters, and the sight of the deserts of singing, and when possible prefers to consume goose, hake, and rhubarbs, and custard apple cider, and absolutely hates praying maggots. Also, I've been thinking about making a rare Dwarf Fortress ideas video about how to make vampires, just so people stop asking. I might try and do that this weekend, because there's some things I've got to edit anyway. And that won't take too long, because like I have it all set up and I can do it pretty easily. Only channel you support. Cheers, mate. Glad that you're still around. Speaking of primes, Dragon, Min, RZ, FT, W. Thanks for the 12th month. Welcome back. Am I going crazy, or are like text-to-speech not work on resubs? I guess they not, because otherwise I'd be hearing them, right? Unless you guys are hearing them, which would be weird. It's probably one of the many things that's broken on Twitch right now. His hair's quite sparse, blah, blah, blah. And let's get another one up in here. And then let's do Kev H. Let's give you this dwarf who's actively reporting a crime right now. Uh-oh. You're one of the new migrants. He dislikes obligations and will try to avoid being bound by them. Though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. I need to check something. How much water's down in here? Okay, so there's still enough water. Overwhelmed by horror. Well, okay, so by the way, I should inform you, I think you just ate somebody. Yes, you did. You literally just murdered somebody. Just an FYI. And you're currently trying to report your own crime. Anyway, he is incredibly muscular and his teeth are quite long. His free-lobed broad ears are splayed out. His medium-length beard is braided. His sideburns are clean-shaven. His very long mustache is neatly combed. His very long hair is arranged in double braids, and his nose is hooked. His hair is flax, and his skin is dark peach. His eyes are aquamarine. And he becomes completely helpless in stressful situations, is truly fulfilled by assisting those in need. He seeks out exciting and adventurous situations. He is slow to anger and contradicts himself with stress. And he looks on others with lust. He dislikes receiving advice, preferring to act as the preferring to keep his own counsel. He doesn't focus on material goods, has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and he is often nervous. He takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. He has an tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Suited Giraffe, thanks for the $1. I think this is everybody I'm naming too, so. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and is starting to move slowly due to its scarcity. You had many friends, and some of them are dead. Some of them are still alive, though, like Obok and Xanning and Arthur. You're a member of the Order of Shadow. Spooky. So this is where I've locked my new migrants. Right here. So new migrants go into here. I've got this one who's currently overwhelmed by horror. You should go drink some water. That would be wise, actually. You should go do that and not fall asleep. Falling asleep is how you die. Like that. Falling asleep bad. Anyways, it also seems that that's my new round of migrants. So when we get new migrants, I lock them in here, and I try to let them drink from the pool of blood from this dude. This dude right here is sitting on a spear. The spear repeatedly stabs him, and this well, whenever it fills up the bucket, which is this bucket, it fills up the bucket with some included vampire blood. And when dwarves consume vampire blood, they become vampire. Simple as that. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for all those resubs, by the way? It did not work. Yeah, well, I guess it's a no text-to-speech day. It is what it is. The bot was having an aneurysm this morning, and text-to-speech is busted. The world is going to end. So I've just got to say, I've got to put upside-down crosses everywhere in this fort. I did this one accidentally. Not even joking. Like, I didn't really register to me that I was making an upside-down cross until somebody pointed out that there's an upside-down cross, and they're unsubscribing, which is fine. So I'm going to put an upside-down cross in my tavern. I was like, I made this decision yesterday. I was like, well, I guess I got to increase the number of upside-down crosses in the fort now. So, yeah, on YouTube chat was just like, I only just saw the upside-down cross. You just lost a subscriber. I'm like, well, okay. Fine. No sweat off my back, mate. Hail Satan. That's what they claimed. I'm choosing to believe them. I clicked a duck, and I think the game just crashed. Yes, it did. I get to rename all those people. All right, who remembers who I named what? That's actually pretty easy, because everybody's sorted by happiest, right? Are you saying that they're not working, Celestine? Because I've told you this before, I think. Closed captions have been busted on my end for a long time. So, you know. Okay, so this one was Mako Dark Fire. Saying it is working? Then why are you telling me to check settings? What? I'm pretty sure I literally just went by happiest. Suited got a child, which I'm pretty sure was... No, not that one. I remember the location. Nope, it's not you. Not you. It's the right age, but it's the wrong dwarf. Okay, why are you telling me it's working? If it's working, then that's good. Don't worry me by bringing it up. You had me all concerned for a second there. All right, well, I'm just going to give Suited somebody random. You'll come into your own personality eventually anyway. You have me all worried here by bringing up closed captions, because people don't talk about closed captions unless they're busted. And if they're busted, it literally requires me restarting the whole stream to fix it. So... You had me all worried for a second there. Or no, that... So did we give you the baby or a child? I don't think we did. Oh well, whatever. They hate slugs. Oh, maybe that's it, actually. And then the others were just in order by happiness, starting with Icarus. So it was Udil, I think? I skipped the kid and jumped to Nish, the scholar, for And on 4, I think. So you're the second person in 2 days, Daniel Bob, in YouTube chat to ask if it's possible to make a fortress without an entrance. Yeah, I mean, you can absolutely wall yourself in and be sufficient. It's boring, but you can do it. That seems right. I think that's everybody. All right. If I forgot somebody, tell me, please. And secluded yourself in a self-sustaining fortress. The thing is, like, dwarves do like seeing the sun, though. And some dwarves want to see the great natural places of the world. Not all dwarves want to be underground all the time. Some dwarves, certainly, but not all of them. It's actually not that common of a trait that dwarves want to just be underground all the time. Uh-oh. Okay, that had me worried for a second. I realize this is a vampire fort, so we're kind of tempting fate with weird anomalies, but... let's just get this stuff that I don't need up here out of here. Okay, so this is a vampire fort. We're actually starting proper now. It only took 30 minutes, but this is a vampire fort. Vampire forts are a problem because they don't operate as normal dwarves do and don't get a lot of the same positive moods that a lot of dwarven forts do. As an example, they do not naturally drink alcohol. They will not go out of their way to drink alcohol. You have to force them to drink alcohol. Which means they get rather upset rather easily, and that's a bit of a pain in the dick. So we get to basically deal with vampires. That's going to be today, and kind of, I guess, the rest of this fort is trying to manage these vampires in spite of themselves. Because they're going to be doing the best to self-destruct, and we're going to have to do our best to manage that. Yeah, also, they can't get nauseous. They can't, what's the word? They can't get nauseous. They can't get tired, which is really good for combat, mind you. They can't get afraid, in fear. Like, they won't run away from a fight, basically. So they do have some buffs regarding combat, but managing their general moods is going to be a lot more difficult. Also, they need to eat living things occasionally, so some of every single one of my migrant waves are just going to get eaten, and there isn't much I'm going to be able to do about that. It's just going to happen. But you know, we're gonna do our best to run the fort as efficiently as I can, snail man vampires and all, and we're gonna be doing mandatory fun days where I lock everybody in the tavern, and hopefully it's entertaining to you folks as it is to me. So, yeah. I know you want to get gaming, so this can be a later thing, but may I ask for a quick vid which explains the different save options? Save and return to title menu returns you to the title menu. Save and continue playing makes a hard save so that if you want to go back to that hard save in the future, you can. That's the only difference. I don't need to make a video out of it. Basically, like, one is like save as, and the other is just save and quit. And then this quick save is just save and continue playing without saving as, but it's not a vanilla feature. But under the title menu, there are 3 save options. No, there's 2. Like, I don't understand why you need a video for this. There's not. There's 2. There's continue or create a new world. Like, these aren't 3 save options. To a new timeline is literally save as. They should have just called it save as instead of keeping it in-world nonsense. But here's the thing, right? You can't just ask me for a short video because, one, I'm not going to make a short video, so it's either you get it now or you never get it. Were you taking part in the count, Daniel Bob? I didn't see you, but... So, continue game, start a new game, in existing world, create a new world. That's not 3 options for saving. One is create a new world, one is continue, and then the other is, like, you know, start a new game in a world that already exists, that doesn't have a game already running. Whereas, to a new timeline is just save as. The other one is copy timeline, which says there might be loading issues, which is true, because it can cause name conflicts. And then the other one is just, you know, like you can abandon, you can retire, but the population remains. Like there's tooltips on all that stuff. I don't know what you want me to explain. Anyway, we're in an ad break, so we'll wait for that to end. Some dwarves wishes to rule the world, so what? It just means they're ambitious, right? They have ambitious goals with their lives. So there are some living dwarves in the fort that are hungry, but they're going to become food really quick. I could try and, like, micromanage them, but I don't think I'm going to. 2 dwarves have been found dead, completely drained of blood. Those were the 2 that we saw die right at the beginning there. There's also this one, who's also dead, completely drained of blood. Which means we're going to need to get all these dwarves buried. Which is going to take a little bit, but I'm just going to go down here and designate a few of these new tombs, because I'm presuming they need it. Yeah, okay, so I need, what, 2 more, I think? That should be good so far. There goes another one. Siege operator was found dead, completely drained of blood. Because it takes a little bit for those crimes to actually get reported. Now you have that. Let's get another one right there. So you're talking about like when retiring a fortress, right? Because save and return to title menu is just save and return to title menu. Save and continue playing is save as, so it lets you create a split, it lets you copy your save file. When you retire, it lets you do that again. You can just keep the same save, or you can make a second save, right? So when it says recommended, it's just saving on the current save and it just keeps going with one folder. If you want to copy that folder, you can make a new timeline, which is save as. That's all it is. I'm not going to make a video for it. And this is the last time I'm explaining it. It's not that complicated. It's very much a classic, don't overthink it. It's just save and save as. That's all it is. Are we talking? What about the beta branch? Another new question. How do you get to play the adventure mode on Steam? I have a world in the regular version, but there's no way to play adventure mode. Yes, because you're not in the beta. That's why you can't play adventure mode, because you're not playing in the beta branch. If you would like to play in the beta branch, you can use your existing world, but there are some features that are only available right now on the beta branch that will not be in your world. There are mythical items, which are basically items owned or made by gods, which have magical powers. There are some that I have in this fort. If I type this in, Primordial Cloud Stuff Amulet, that is one of them. If I go to the overworld and click center on my fort, there are these little things called mysterious layers. There's also mysterious dungeons. There's one which I destroyed. And then there's also mysterious palaces. Those will not be in your world if you want to play. So there will be some features that will be missing from adventure mode if you play in your current world. However, if you go to the beta branch and you make a new world, all of the features will be there. And also my soldiers are back. Hopefully that answers your question. But save files are forwards compatible. They're not backwards compatible. So if you go to the beta branch right now and you generate a new world and then you go back to the main branch, you won't see that world. It doesn't exist. if you are playing in the beta branch right now and you were playing in a save from the main branch, that will work in the beta branch. I think that's about as comprehensive as I can be. But as of the 23rd, it won't matter because everything will be in the main branch. So I just did a very big thing. I went and attacked my old fortress, Winterhearth. Winterhearth is part of my, or was part of my civilization, and was the first fortress that I ran in this world. It's right here, this fort, run by the Oaken Fiend of the Demon of Sculptures. My goal for this fortress is to retake it, because it has 5,000 population. So me and my vampire army are going to repeatedly pillage this place until we get my location back. The Knowing Theater attacked the Oaken Fiend of the Demon of Sculptures at Winterhearth, and the dwarf vampire Thultig led the attack, and the defenders were led by the human Age Mirror Letters. Mini-Monster outmatched the human with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. So far, it seems like we killed a human named I don't know how to pronounce that. Imagine just getting attacked by an army of vampires. We are definitely the evil here. So because we are not susceptible to exhaustion, we have an advantage in all these dice rolls because we don't get tired. So this might go on for a very long time. But my goal is to take this place over. I want to claim it back on behalf of my faction. Seems like Dishmab got a kill. It seems like Sustos got a kill. Hold on, how many is that? Clashed with 494 goblins, slaying 9. Led by the vampire Kubok, clashed with 485 goblins, slaying 9. The Ordered Petals clashed with 471 goblins, slaying 9. Mini-Monster clashed with 462 goblins, slaying 9. The dog Toulon clashed with 453 goblins in Winterhearth, slaying 5. That dog killed 5 goblins? That dog killed 5 goblins. Q and Green Tea clashed with 448 goblins, slaying 9. Or led by. The creative permanences led by them. Brah. Are you for real? Where's Toulon? This dog? Okay, it didn't slay 9 on its own, but I guess the dogs slayed 9? Well, get back there. Let's keep at this. Just keep pillaging it. It did say it slayed 5, but it may have also been the squad that slayed 5. It did slay 3. Like, this one slayed 4. Like, this one's killed 4. Also, apparently 2 mountain goats, which is kind of funny. That is nutty, man. Sorry, I've got to finish my upside down cross. This is very important. I should make a upside down cross with the shadow of an upside down cross. I think because the kill is credited to the squad, so that was probably credited to all of the dogs, which is still a lot. I mean, it's still a lot. So this is going to be a lava reservoir. I'm going to fill this thing up with lava completely. It's going to be filling from over here. It's almost done being set up. I just have a few more wall pieces to put in. I just got to fill this in, basically. This is then going to be connected using this lever, or using this mechanism right here. In fact, I could probably plop down a lever. Yes, I can. And connect this. Just get her hooked up fully. But essentially, this is just going to pump through here, which is going to pump all the way down through here, and then fill this whole sucker down here up. This is going to be what I'm going to use as defense while I set up minecarts, just so that I have a consistent and stable and effective defense. Stuff is going to be drained out the minecart area down here. I may also put a big drawbridge on here just so that it can drain that way. you know, we'll set her up. It'll be good. Building a biblically accurate tower. You know, I'm not gonna lie, having to stare at a giant crucifix as a child was terrifying. So, if it's terrifying for the dwarves, it's terrifying for me. Or if it was terrifying for me, then it's terrifying for the dwarves. That's what I should be saying. I'm also going to smooth these walls. One of my vampires was found dead. Did somebody... Okay. So Maffle tantrumed. Again. And was beaten by the hammerer. No, Captain of the Guard. Enough to kill him. So I guess even the tantruming vampires aren't safe from the Captain of the Guard. So, you know, rest in peace. That's all I gotta say. Is rest in peace. The other thing I want to do is I want to unassign everybody from this burrow, because I've got some vampires that are just hanging out in here. Everybody can be assigned to the main burrow. And we've got a coffin that needs to be moved, because apparently the dwarf that got killed was hauling a coffin, which is oddly fitting. And one of my vampires is going into a strange mood. So chat, what do you think of the vampire fort so far? It's going to be a pain to manage, but, like, we'll do our damnedest to take back that location. To the lava death chambers? Oh, yeah. No, this is going to be a very evil fort. Very evil fort. So this is Eustace, the performer, who has claimed a stoneworker's shop. Oh, no. Another dwarf was found dead, completely drained of blood. Anyways. Jasper's fallen into depression. I mean, if it needs that, then you gotta redeem that, you know? Although Replay DK got a redemption, which I super missed because I was very distracted. Replay DK, what kind of dwarf do you want? Unless you want me to scroll up in chat. Then I'll go check. An excellent use for visitors? Lunchables? They're just skip the dishes. Got stray dog bone. Just to drain them sounds fun. The thing is, like, I wouldn't want my vampires to get in there, though, because I don't really want to accidentally end up with, like, a were-creature infestation. Because, like, moods could go south pretty quick. But yeah, we're going to have to build some sort of public tavern today after we get the defenses finished. That's definitely something that's going to need to happen today. Okay, squads are returning. Let's see how the second pillage went. Vamps are vulnerable to the same things dwarves are vulnerable to. Goblin was struck down. Another goblin was struck down. Another goblin was struck down. Clashed with so we're still clashing with the 500-something goblins. Look at this. The Ordered Petals, led by the Dwarf Vampire Mini Monster, clashed with 435 goblins, slaying 9. Clashed with 501 goblins, slaying 9. Yeah. 426 goblins, slaying 9. Well, that's just going to increase these numbers super quick. We also aren't stealing any treasure, so... Start up a new mission to go do her again. Okay, so you are beginning your artifact, which includes Tanzanites, dog leather, granite, diorite, gabbro, jute cloth, which is dyed, I think. Yeah, it's emerald with emerald dye. So good luck there, dwarf. But yeah, no, vampires are vulnerable to the normal things that any dwarves are vulnerable to. They're basically just dwarves. They're just dwarves that can't drink. They're sober dwarves, essentially, which is terrifying. After we're done smoothing all of this, we can make some progress. Some true progress. I don't like... I mean, you're allowed to talk about exploits. I don't think that water reactors are very good in the current game. Because they tend to evaporate a lot faster than they used to. This might just be a placebo effect, but I tried using them a couple times because I do use them sometimes. So I don't know. I haven't been using them much in the past year. I wouldn't say they're too full, unless you're bothered by the splashing. But because they tend to dry up really quickly, I would say they're probably not, because you want water in them. As long as they're functioning, they're working. Should be able to brew drink from blood. The thing that you need to remember, Noble Fiction, is vampirism is supposed to be a curse. Because it's supposed to be a curse, you're not supposed to play with them as the primary thing. You can, but it's supposed to be a curse. So this is sort of like, I don't know why I'm using Caves of Cud as an example. There's a quest in Caves of Cud where there's an item that kills you if you equip it. But it's a curse. Because it kills you. It makes you really strong temporarily, but it kills you. That's kind of what this is. It's like a monkey's paw situation. I was going to search for something, but now I can't remember what it was. Oh, right. I was going to link building to trigger. Yeah, I personally wouldn't use infinite water generators. I would find a different method of generating power, personally. It won't stop you from sending your whole population out, Ghost Tiger, but if your expedition leader leaves the map, you cannot appoint new nobles or issue certain tasks. I can't remember what it is specifically. You can't make a new squad. Like, there's some things you can't do that you'll be locked out of if your fortress leader isn't on the map. So, like, if the mayor isn't on the map, or if the expedition leader isn't on the map, whoever the highest noble is. Just the dwarf performer, but it will let you send all 7 off the map. The dwarf performer vampire has created Bisolodsith, a granite amulet, and offers it to the Firefrost. This is a granite amulet. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with jute and gabbro. On the item is an image of square-cut gem in granite. On the item is an image of a brilliant-cut gem in tanzanite. On the item is an image of a 4-sided long, 4-sided prism in dog bone. On the item is an image of dwarves in dog bone. In dog leather. The dwarves are laboring. The artwork relates to the foundation of Winterthrone by the Firefrost of the Knowing Theater in the early spring of 303. So it's been 10 years. Yeah, that's how I do. Here's the thing. Once you've piped them and it's gained flow, you can actually block them off and it will maintain that flow forever. So if you have a flowing river of I don't know, with 20 water wheels in it and you block either side of it, it'll flow forever. Just a pro tip if that interests you. But this, I think I'm going to give this to my mayor. Also, my bookkeeper needs a workshop. So this up here was going to be the mayor's workshop. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to construct green glass floors in here. I'm going to smooth those 2 front tiles. I'm going to set this as the manager's office. it's not going to function right now, but... Okay, who's set as the manager right now? Oh, currently the captain of the guard is the manager. That makes sense. Let's make you somebody who isn't in the military. Like Mincott, the tavern keeper. Set you as the manager. And then set you as the bookkeeper. Because Jasper's too depressed to do her job. And then I'll put a table and a chair in there, in this in a second. And close the valve too late, you think? Ah, did you flood yourself? And then I'll give you a little door here. And not bad. Yeah, at some point soon, we're just going to have to probably burrow everybody in the tavern. It's probably going to be the way to do this. Let's send 3 squads out this time. Set them to pillage. What is depressing you this time? You are the least happy dwarf in the fort, as far as I know. Or you're one of them. There's a few of them now. You're one of the least happy dwarves in the fort. You feel isolated after being unable to find somebody to yell at. You had some pretty terrible trauma. And things that made you uneasy and anxious and bitter. You saw somebody die, or you saw their dead body really early on. So, you know, just... You're not tantruming, though. You're just exhausted with life. Will this be a video? I'm currently like 4 forts behind. So, maybe? I'm just going to say maybe, because every fort is possible. It's just a matter of doing it. It depends on what I think is going to make for the most interesting video. I think this one will probably make for a more interesting video than the last few. But, like, we did have a gremlin Baron for a bit there, which would make for a really funny video. So I don't know. Like, it depends on what I end up making into a video. Really. Vampires don't drink booze. They have to be force-fed booze. But they still want alcohol. But only a tavern keeper can do that. Basically, they get booze with extra steps. I'm actually going to go down to the cavern lair, which is right here. And I'm just going to set all this to leave follow. Because, like... Yeah, pigtails are useful. But I don't need anywhere near as much farming stuff, so we can just do the farming closer to the tavern. Or closer to the fortress now. For clothing. Okay, so I think I'm going to remove everybody from here. And I'm going to make a burrow and just call it fun or something. Or party time, exclamation point. And I'm going to go here. And it's going to be for everybody. I'm going to go here and I'm going to go to drinks, which should probably still mostly be forbidden. Yes. Now, unforbid those. I'm going to check my tavern keeper count. We got a good number of tavern keepers. So, everybody should just go hang out in the tavern. After a little bit. It might take them a little bit. But, I'm also going to enable this. Which will allow them to leave to go do other things. Alright, everybody. Everybody into the tavern. Everybody get into the tavern. It's time for happy, fun, socializing... brewski serving time. Dominox on this. Serving all of that wine. Because this is the only way to give vampires alcohol, right? See? Euphoric due to inebriation. And, satisfied here. You're just hanging out. Delighted due to a performance. Speaking with a friend on personal insight. Euphoric due to inebriation. That's what you gotta see. See, this dwarf wants to drink alcohol right here. That should go away momentarily. Just gotta wait. But yeah, so this is something that we're gonna have to do in this fort pretty consistently, is just lock everybody in the tavern and be like, all right, dwarves, stand around until you all get fed booze. Aroused after watching a performance. This seems to happen a lot in this fort. You wanna practice some martial art, hey kid? Do you know? Do you know, kid? Do you know? I'm also gonna slowly just like make the entire faction basically into squads slowly. Like, you also want martial training. Have you had alcohol now? Practice martial arts. Oh, we'll get you boozed up in a second here. Oh, wait, are you... Yeah, you have a pickaxe. We'll just let you stay as a pickaxe dwarf then. Arthur wants martial training. Grouchy after drinking the same old booze. Fortunately, we also have fruit, so I can tell them to just brew drink from fruit once we... Yeah, we need lye-containing item. I mean, there's just nothing available in the zone, but... So, I explained this about a umptillion times yesterday, and I guess this is just going to be my life for the remainder of this fortress. Vampires can eat any, like, man-animal variant or other dwarf. Basically, any intelligent creature. So any human, goblin, elf, animal person, as long as they are sleeping. If they are capable of sleeping, then they can be eaten by a vampire. The reason they have to be capable of sleeping is it doesn't trigger their like food response unless they're sleeping. So the second you go to bed, you are at risk of being eaten by a vampire. Yeah, no, it's fair. But this is just going to be like a question I'm going to have to answer constantly. I do have a command which I think is just how to ghost. Hold on, let me double check. Or maybe it's just ghost. Let me double check what I named it. I made one yesterday, and now I can't remember what it was. I should put it in the title. Or no, vampire, not ghost. Yeah, exclamation point, how vampire. So when you see people ask that question, it should give you the description. There you go. How to make a vampire is that. So when people may ask how I did this, that's the description. So if you see people post that, just type in that command, please. Forgotten beasts are animals. They're not intelligent. And also another wrinkle in that is they can only feed on things that are neutral. If something is hostile, they'll just punch it to death. So if something is hostile, like a goblin or a monster, they will just beat them to death. They cannot eat hostile entities. I don't know if they stay as babies forever. I know that they're immortal, so we'll find out. I actually do not know the answer to that. I presume they stay as children forever, like necromancers do, but... Okay, so we're just waiting for Mini Monster to leave the map here. That's it. Speaking of things I'm waiting on, how is this doing? Okay, so you're all hooked up and you're disengaged. I'm going to queue this up. And I'm going to need another lever, which I could just put next to this. But I think it's probably smarter for me to put it in an office somewhere. So let's go manager's office over here. And let's disable this. Tavern time! We'll call it that. Let's just remove everybody from this. Assign everybody that one again. All right, guys, you're now released. You may go do whatever it is you want to. How goes the vampires? Well, they're pissed, but it's fine. How goes you, friend? I don't know what I'm going to do with all of the meat. Uh-oh. The migrants have arrived despite the danger. Yeah? You know, it's realer than it normally is, guys. Oh, yeah, right. We have a Peridot training sword. I have no fucking idea what to do with this. I'm going to make that the symbol of the hammerer. The Peridot training sword, because that's just too funny. It's something that I acquired from a different location. There it is. So, what I need to do is I need to lock all of these newbies in this room over here. That's what I need to do. I also need to erase this. And I need to set this to be a pit pond for a bit, so that they topper off quite a bit. And I'm just going to add everybody and then type in the word vamp. And then remove them. And then they will just fill up this zone. Because we have a new migrant wave. Shouldn't it be heavy? It's a sword, though. It wouldn't have any... because it's a sword, it wouldn't have much sharpness. It would be like getting hit with a baseball bat, probably. I mean, it would probably still hurt. I don't know. Like, I have no idea what the strength level of a Peridot training sword would be. Also, chat, can I get a round of beers? Curious if you're listening to the stream right now. How many people do we have watching? Who's excited about this new update? Is anybody going to book the day off to play Dwarf Fortress? Or are we smarter than that? Because Adventure Mode leaves the beta branch on the 23rd. I'm actually mildly curious about, like, what the... I'm really curious about what kind of interest is going to be pulled by Adventure Mode leaving the beta branch. Like, will that cause a noticeable increase in Dwarf Fortress player base for a week? Will that? Because it's been kind of a known quantity for long enough that, like, I'm really curious to see how many people jump in on it and how many people get excited about something like that. It'd be really funny if we find somebody who's already a vampire. Like, if somebody just arrives and it's just like, yeah, they're already a vampire. Okay, so let's do this. It seems my squads are coming back. Let's see how this fight went. It's a really positive outlook on the game long term, that's for sure. Can you start as a vampire in Adventure Mode? You would have to make a dwarf into a vampire in Adventure Mode, or make an adventurer, make them into a vampire in Fort Mode, and then move them into... and then reclaim them. You can't just start as a cursed character, no. You'd have to go get cursed, which you could do by just rolling dice. Yeah, this is just us clashing with massive armies again. You could do it by just simply rolling dice, but that would require a lot of save scumming, because there's like a dozen different curses you can get that are just kind of like, Lamau, you're a sheep now. So you just have to go to a temple and start rolling dice and just save before you start. I'm really curious if he wields it. It's sort of like you can't start as a necromancer in Adventure Mode. You're not really supposed to want to play as a vampire because of the issues. You'll run into more issues playing as a vampire in Adventure Mode too. I mean, it's kind of like playing as a zombie. People will just attack you. Unless you're very good at lying about who you are. You'd have to like try and do what they do in fort mode, which is lie about your identity. So you'd have to assume an identity and not tell people who you are, because if you just go around telling people you are who you are, then as soon as word gets out that you're a vampire, people will kill you on sight. As to why dice backfire, the gods literally tell you. They tell you to roll the dice once and don't do it again. All right, so my hammer now has a Peridot sword. I guess we'll have to see how effective that is at some point. I mean, actually, we've got some disorderly conduct that we can send out right now, so might as well. I don't know if you'll go do it, though. You may. So may your spouse, but... Yep, you're going to go do it. Okay, well... Anyway, that killed the Snailman Prime Minister, so the Prime Minister is dead. Rest in peace, Snailman. Ah, well, I mean, it's an in-game explanation, then. I'm also going to go into here, and I'm going to make 2 cages. Let's make a lead cage, and the other lead cage. And I'm just going to fill these up with pigs. One's going to be with boars, and one's going to be with sows. Just make butchering them easier. I may also do the same with the dogs. All right, so let's check in on this. This right here is a well, which is currently full. It's only 2 of 7 full. And I need to just go into this and forbid this for right now. Because I don't need you using this well to fill the well. I need you to use the other well to fill the well. You don't have to lie about being a vampire? Sure, but word will get out. Trust me, word will get out. Like, rumors and, like, awareness of who you are in adventure mode spreads shockingly quickly, if you allow it to. Let me just make sure that my other well is active, well is operational. It's not really that easy. Suited. You'd need a pretty good lying skill. Basically, being a vampire isn't as easy or as exciting as it sounds. It's one of those, like, yeah, you can do it. You can absolutely do it. But if you've never played adventure mode before, I wouldn't recommend playing as a vampire. It's something that, like, you should try and do once you're a little bit experienced with the mode. Although I would say it's more interesting to play as a vampire than it is to play as a necromancer. Because playing as a necromancer just kind of makes the game boring in a lot of ways. Because it removes you from... And a vampire kind of does a similar thing too, where it removes you from being able to get as powered up as quickly. Because you can't do a lot of types of training that you would normally. So this well is now operational. I'm just going to wait until it hits 6 full. When this says 6 of 7, I will then simply lock these 2 trapdoors, lock these 2 dwarves inside, hope none of them fall asleep, and then let them just drink the water from here. And this will turn these dwarves into vampires until I run out of dwarves, at which point, well, it's 5. At which point then, I can release them into the actual population. So this is kind of like my newbie Fortress Members Containment Chamber, if that makes any sense. But yeah, what I'm doing in this fort right now is some pretty endgame shenanigans. Is maybe the best way to explain this. This is some pretty endgame nonsense. Okay, that's full. Perfect. I need this war dog to leave this room. Can you begone? There you go, War Pupper. speaking of, let's go attack our neighbors again. And then unforbid this. So, whenever these dwarves get thirsty, because now I can actually unforbid this, they will sip from this bucket and become a vampire. So now this dwarf right here, Zuthan, is now a vampire. That's one. Got the timing done pretty good, too. Oh, also, this should go away. I don't need them just, like, perpetually refilling the same bucket. You're a vampire. You're a vampire. You're a vampire. You're a vampire. You're done. You're done. You're done. You're done. You're done. You're done. Done! Excellent. Okay, so now we can just open these up. So what I'm going to do here now is I'm going to go to this, and I'm going to type in add everybody, and then vampire, and then remove all the vampires. Nobody's in there? Sweet. We have no more vampires, chat. Or everybody is now a vampire. Except for the ones whose sprites haven't updated yet. I don't know if I'm going to keep playing in this world after this fort's retired, to be honest with you. There's a good chance I won't. I'm a little bit torn as to what I actually want to do with that. Not because it's going to be, like, unpleasant to play or anything. It's just because because adventure mode is going to be out soon, TM. I might briefly reclaim some stuff and play in adventure mode in this world for a bit, but doing another full fortress in this world, probably is not going to happen. I'm probably just going to, like I said, or like I'm kind of hinting at, I'm probably just going to move to the main branch, generate a new world, and then that'll be the first thing that I really do play in. This is new? What, this world? I mean, this is I did 4 adventures in this world, and this is my second fort, so it's not that new. I mean, it's new-ish, certainly. It is my most recent fort, but I think that, like, big new mainline version is a reason to generate a new fortress, personally. It is extraordinarily easy to make a danger-free well. It's called an aquifer. Dig 2 layers deep into any aquifer and make your well on top of it. That's it. It's completely secluded. Nothing can get into it. Did I ever name Replay? I don't think I named Replay. I'd never named Replay. Replay DK, are you still in the chat? YouTube or Twitch? Because you did redeem a dwarf. And I do recall asking you what kind of dwarf you wanted. Said dealer's choice, you're a YouTube VOD watcher with starting work back up when I can make, okay. So dealer's choice. Chat, what kind of dwarf are we giving to Replay DK? Because I got very distracted for a while there. I could just go by happiest. This is the current happiest. Like, Zon is pretty happy, child vampire. Let's go with the 4-year-old vampire. What do you think, chat? I played with a puzzle box and I really enjoyed that, he says. He feels enjoyment after playing with a puzzle box. He feels enjoyment after playing make-believe and horrified after seeing Fallout Rain's dead body. Because he ate Fallout Rain. He can be very happy and optimistic, though he remains put off by deliberate merrymaking and doesn't often feel envious of others. Doesn't handle stress well, and he is slow to trust others. He is slow to trust others, and he does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. He's curious and eager to learn, and he is pleased by his own appearance and talents. And he tends to avoid crowds. He is pleased by his own appearance, and he is slow to anger. He has a calm demeanor, and he tends to hang on to grievances. He exhales sharply when he's angry, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of mastering a skill, and personally values tranquility and quiet, and believes that peace is always preferable to war. Sees merrymaking as a waste, and finds romance distasteful, and doesn't really see the point in working hard, and dreams of mastering a skill. You know, people have asked me this a couple times, Kaiser Soze. I don't know. I think so. I probably... I have a couple of vampire babies. So if the babies stay babies, that'll answer the question quicker. Likes brass, pink, jade, and giant cave spider silk, the color crimson, and goats for their eating habits, the words of the saffron of droplets, and when possible prefers to consume sunfish and bayberry wine, and absolutely hates worms. 2 parents who are dead. I think this was the dwarf I named initially somebody else, but the game did crash. I'm also going to quick save again because I don't trust the game to not crash again. Also, it's trading season and we didn't get traders. Shit. This might seem like a really dumb question. Why is it that Dwarf monitors so many details about thoughts, feelings, needs, and the body parts, but does not have a mechanic for Dwarf defecation? Because Tarn doesn't want to program it. Was the actual answer the last time I heard. And also because, like, not to be weird, but do you really want to build a sewer system for your fort? I don't... Like... This is a game that abstracts a lot. So this is a question from YouTube chat. It's like, why don't dwarfs poop, basically? The first thing we would do as a player base is weaponize it. And also, like, the only game that I can think of off the top of my head that's like a city builder that has a poop mechanism is Songs of Six. And I fucking hate it. Like, it sucks. I really hate having to build toilets in video games. Like, if there's a mechanic that's... I'm totally fine with things skipping, it's poop. Although, that being said, Tarn has stated relatively recently that while he's not on Team Poop, because there is a contingency of Dwarf Fortress fans who've wanted poop added to the game for a very long time, sewage management and such, he's not on Team Poop. He is on Team Manure, though. So, I personally think that's way more interesting of a concept than dwarf poop, because manure would give you a reason to keep livestock around. It's fertilizer. It's used as part of making leathers in real life. And, well, urine is. But, like, if I could load it into a catapult. I'm just saying. I just want poop boulders. I want manure boulders. Just, who doesn't want to do that? If you want to poop, play Astronauts. I mean, there's many video games where you can poop. But, like, yeah, it's literally, like, the most rock-solid answer I've gotten from the developers of this game, because this question gets asked a lot, is literally just, like, they don't want to program it. It literally comes down to that. They don't want to. They don't want to. And like I said earlier, I kind of don't blame them. That seems like an unfun bit of research you'd have to do for a game like this. That's called shit-talking? Are we shit-talking the game's fan base now? How about instead of shit-talking, we just add shiitake mushrooms? How about we just do that instead? Speaking of shit-talking... Jasper is attempting to link a building to trigger. There you go, Jasper. The Forgotten Beast Namor has come, a quadruped composed of ice. It has a knobby trunk and it appears to be emaciated. Beware its poison gas. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, dwarves are Well, here's the thing. There is this thing called waste, which you don't really see with the graphics turned on. But grime and waste are things that can cover walls. And it covers walls when a forgotten beast made of grime and filth was in the region. So you can have forgotten beasts that are made of, quote, grime and filth, which is this game's description of poop. So you can get shit stains on the walls if that's what you're into. I'm just saying. What a cold creature. Maybe it's telling us we need to chill out. I have a feeling it's just going to get sniped by another Forgotten Beast in a moment. Why add more terrible fluids? We already have, like, liquid pus. So, can we catapult the Grime Filth Beast? You can only load boulders into it. So you would have to mod Grime and Filth boulders into the game. Because only boulders can be fired out of catapults. Catapults suck in general, though. You could fire whatever you want out of a minecart, though. So you could mine the corpse of the Grime and Filth Beast into a minecart and fire that, but it wouldn't be very effective. That's going to be a very anticlimactic fight, so I'm not even going to bother. Also, okay, so it says that you can play adventure music in Fortress mode now. Is that a setting? Because I might be going crazy, but I haven't heard any of it yet. I'm presuming it's not a setting. Gotta pay attention to the music. You hear adventure mode music in your fortress? Oh, there you go. I wonder what triggers it. I wonder if you need visitors. That would be nifty. I don't know, chat. What's the one feature that you're like, why can't do this in Dwarfort? Because I have a few of those, to be honest. I do. Or it's like, wait, what? You can't do what now? Like, I'm kind of, something I am on the team of, I'm on the team of just let me put whatever I want into a catapult. Just let me load whatever into a catapult. Let me load a statue into a catapult. Let me load, like, you know, let me put, like, a dead chimpanzee into a catapult. Just let me put whatever into catapults, please. That's my stance. Let me use creative ammunition. You probably don't have a big enough dance floor in your tavern, or an active enough dance floor in your tavern. The Forgotten Beast Amas Kogan Gonith has come. A towering one-eyed lizard. It has large mandibles, and it appears to be emaciated. Its clear scales are close set. Beware its poison bite. Well, most of my squads is still not tears, but this one can actually fight with me. Fortunately, this squad is already suited up, so let's send them down. Run, dwarfs, run! You made a dance floor so big they actually started dancing in a circle. I should maybe embiggen my tavern a bit. It's a bit small right now. But yeah, you want like a really... If there's any building you're going to make just huge, it's going to be the tavern. So the first dwarf into the fighting was Udib, as well as Robotic Cow. They're terrified while in conflict, but the creature is bleeding. Forgotten Beast did scratch a dwarf in the neck, which shattered the upper spine's bone through the pigtail cloak. Ow. 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 Ilmirin has no spine. Hang in there, Ilmirin. Can I get a Vile Force of Darkness? For that is us. Rest in peace, Ilmirin. With the sweet release of death. We've got this Spearmaster here who jumped into the air directly at a dwarf, and there's a Robotic Cow's neck is going flying. Or does that mean you're dead too? Yes, Robotic Cow is also now dead. But fortunately, aside from the two deaths, the creature is now dead. So I guess that's good. And we're butchering it. So, rest in peace, brave soldiers. Walk it off wet for the lost neck. Yeah, that's going to be a bit of a question mark, that. Actually, it looks like I need some more tombs anyway. I did send the newbie squad to fight that, basically. Oh, wow. I didn't realize I had so many dead. There's Ilmirin. There's Nish. Okay, so we're caught up now. Rest in peace to the 2 dwarves who passed away, but the good news is it's dead now. Oh, please tell me Kiddo's gonna do it. Oh no, they're burying the... They're carrying away the dead bodies. Who's butchering an animal, though? Butchering the Forgotten Beast. That was for the spine, but neck is just as funny. Well, oh, right, true, yeah. No, two dwarves died there, one losing their spine spontaneously and the other one their neck, but that's gonna be a lot of hauling jobs in a second. Nice. 289, man, that was a big one. A big honker. Meat's back on the menu, which I don't think we can eat. Satisfied after slaughtering an animal. It's one hell of an animal, man. And Scholarly Potato, thanks for the $5. You get Play Store fun bucks from surveys and you have nothing to spend it on. You can get... today I learned. All right. Well, thanks for the $5 in the YouTube super chat. Hey, Twitch chat, can I get a round of beers for the super chat that popped in? Halfway through that. Yeah, we got a lot of fortress upgrades to do. I mean, I want to make this area look not ugly, which right now it kind of does. So I think probably what I'm going to do is I'm going to set all of this to be smoothed. And then just dig out this area. Something like this, maybe? Let's actually leave that side. So it's from the original vampire from this fortress. Yeah, and we'll do something with this little space. Let's also smooth these two. How's the fort going? Oh, it's trucking along. Actually, you know what? Screw it. Why don't I just... You know, we lost some dwarves in the last fight, which, you know, it's always unfortunate when that happens, but I think overall it's going pretty well. It's going pretty well. It's going pretty damn well. How's Gazoom's day going? I'm about to begin filling this because this is now linked up. Sits! Thank you very much for the 20th month. Welcome back. Whew. That was close. You almost got smashed on that one. Orca's busy, but it makes time go by fast. Yeah. A lot of people busy after the holiday season ends. All right, let's see how quick this sucker works. Vampires improve their skills, they don't improve their traits. Traits are not skills. Essentially, they can become more skilled in something, but they can't, like, gain toughness, if that makes any sense. But they do, fortunately, have a whole bunch of natural advantages. Such as, like, you know, not getting exhausted and things like that. I'm just gonna have to dig out these. This might actually give me another water source. Potentially. make through this. What's the priority on this? So it's 4. Oh, there we go. On it. So hopefully nobody is a big dummy and catches fire while doing this, but, you know. Necromancers and vampires are the same. Necromancers are more limited, though. I don't think... I think they... Well, actually, no. I think they're both just limited on, like they can't improve their traits, but I'm pretty sure they can improve their skills. Okay, so this is just going to flow, which means I can now pull this lever again. We're in an ad break, but not much is happening. Actually, some squads have just returned. I'm just going to pause. Ahio, hello. How are you? Tuning in for the first time, Corvo? Hello. No, they can wear clothing. The issue that I have with modded factions is they don't really change the game. Really. And the game is called Dwarf Fortress. Every other faction in the game is either, like, tiny or way too easy to manage. Right? Like, you could play, you know, elephant people, but then you'd have to make sure that there's grass growing everywhere so they don't starve to death. If you're playing as, like, kobolds, they're tiny. They're itty-bitty. Like, they're extraordinarily weak. And because of, like, the... Basically, to put it simply, I find managing alcohol more interesting than managing the minutia of modded races. I don't understand anybody's interest in playing modded races. Plenty of people do, because they want variety. I don't find that kind of variety interesting. If I were to play with any modded factions, I would maybe throw orcs in. I played with a brownies mod once. Brownies are like fairy elves that are more like weapon danger-wise. Like they have like they had like mind weapons in that mod, but like, you know, also had similar ethics to elves where they attack you when you get attacked by stuff. What about modded alcohol? I'll just play dwarves, mate. Like, I'd rather just play dwarves then. You know, like, I'd like playing humans if, like, humans had some restrictions on what they could mine, like they supposedly do in the game's lore. Like, they don't like digging super deeply. Like, if you look at Dwarf Fortress's lore, like, and look at how the factions function, it's like, humans aren't supposed to be able to dig as deep, but there are no mods that limit how deep you can dig, so it's all just, like, self-imposed. So then at that point, I might as well just play dwarves, because the only difference between humans and dwarves, really, is humans are taller, can't go into martial trances, so they're weaker in combat, and don't need alcohol. So suddenly, like, a whole mechanic that you have to manage to keep your factions functional no longer exists. Who cares? There's many mods that have modded in orcs over the years. I don't know what the popular one, or if there is a popular one right now, but there's probably a popular one. But there's definitely been dozens of those over the years. Various different types and stylings and themings for orcs. But yeah, I don't know. I guess I don't think I'll ever fully get people's interest in playing modded factions, but if you want to do it, go with Armok, have fun, enjoy the video game. That's the point. But for me, it doesn't make any sense why you would want to do that. So this sucker is gonna take a little bit to fill, because it's filling out of here as quickly as it can, which is filling out of here as quickly as it can. So, you know, it is working with what it's got, and it's filling pretty quickly. Once it's full, filling it the second time will be quicker. I mean, longswords, certainly. Hio. The thing about humans in adventure mode is humans in one-on-one combat, pretty decent. Against a group, pretty weak. Dwarves in one-on-one combat, pretty decent. Against groups, extremely strong because they have martial trances, right? Humans, I don't mind playing in adventure mode. I quite like playing humans. It's the goblins and elves that I don't really like playing in adventure mode. The reason I don't like playing goblins and elves, or like cursed beings even, is because I want to be hungry in adventure mode. I want to have to do like the minimum amount of like open world survival crafting stuff that the game asks of you, because I find that interesting. I think that those make for some variance in the gameplay. Otherwise, you're just kind of sitting there doing the same thing all the time. But let's check this pillage report. It's probably going to be the same as the previous one. Yeah, we continue to outmatch their leader, who is named Iniri. And we immediately start striking down goblins. 2 goblins are struck down. One by the dog Tekid, and one by Asius. Oh no, the dog Tekid was struck down by a goblin. Rest in peace, Pupper. Dishmab Golrak the Diamond Swords is the name of one of my dwarves. Another dog was struck down by a goblin. 382 goblins is what we're currently fighting with. We're getting there. We are, in fact, getting there. And we're now up to late autumn. Although I kind of screwed this up. I kind of screwed this up. It's fine. I can make this work. Time to go Goblin Slayer on those goblins. Apparently. Although actually every other one needs to go away. This needs to go away. Maybe it's just this one and then this one we'll get rid of. Because this is going to need to go down and under and then back up. So this is going to need to go here, over to here, and then back up. Easy enough. Also, most of this can just get eradicated eventually, but we'll figure that out when we get there. Let them start building that one piece at a time. Oh, this doesn't spill over. That'd be awkward. It's all just tetrahedrite, right? It's all Gabbro. Wow, that's a lot of Forgotten Beast tallow. Should just make a shit ton of soap. Ah, right. I've got all these tasks that are queued up, and they're all just forbidden. And I did that so that these dwarves could gain some semblance of sanity back. And I guess I should go through and, like, re-allow them at some point, but... Okay, this squad, I'm going to get you guys training. Question is, do you even have the gear? Yeah, you do. Need to make some more shields, though. You would just like a song sung in Kobold to be added to the background tavern music? That sounds like... Actually, wasn't there one? Wasn't Kobold March one? The original Dwarf Fortress fan music pack by Simon Is it Simon? I'm now like blanking on his name. But the original Dwarf Fortress like fan music, I forgot to pause the second time. Pause. Included a song called Kobold March. I want to say that one was in Kobold. I basically, I guess like the reason for my like ambivalence towards modded races is probably just because kobolds do nothing for me. Like, they are a non-interesting thing to me. Like, I don't find them to be intriguing or as enticing as, I guess, a rather large portion of the following of this game. Like, they're fine. They're kind of amusing. They're kind of silly, but they don't really interest me in any way. Like, I have no interest in playing as them. Like, yeah, you can steal my stuff, that's fine. But, like, shut up. That's basically how I feel about kobolds. I like the dwarves. I think the elves are interesting. I like the humans to a degree, within reason. I think the goblins have interesting inner workings. Like, the fact that murder is legal and stuff is interesting. So I think goblins are neat. But as far as, like, things I'm actually interested in playing, I mean, it's basically just dwarves, really. Everything else is just kind of there out of necessity. I would be interested in playing the other factions if they had unique mechanics that made them interesting to play that aren't just dwarves, but less. Yeah, it's hard to exist on the internet as a human being that reads words on the internet and not know that, Dark Catalyst. PaxMac, 24 months, 2 years. Chat, can I get 2 years worth of beers for our friend PaxMac here? Blind is a dwarf main in WoW. How about this? Since you're adding to my World of Warcraft lore, Blind has literally never played World of Warcraft. Just stick that into my lore Bible. Not once in my entire life have I played World of Warcraft. That was more than the 500 character limit. I mean, hey, you didn't have to do it all at once. Actually, technically the last MMO I played was Black Desert Online, and that was because I bought it on sale for $1.70 and then fucked around in the character creator for an hour because a friend of mine said this is the best character creator ever made, and then I refunded it. So, it is a solid waifu generator, though. I mean, how else do you think I'm making all of this, like, bank? Obviously, I started a religion. Suited. Seriously. I mean, it's the easiest way to rip people off. It's like society's oldest grift. Man, I'm going hard on this stuff today, and I blame the person yesterday who unsubscribed from my YouTube channel because there was an incidental upside-down cross in the fort. Should I also put an upside-down cross in the hospital? I'm just going to put them everywhere now. For clarity's sake here, for anybody who's confused. I'm doing this ironically. Hail Santa! Damn right. We're going to slay this fortress. Speaking of, a winter storm is upon us. I need to make a pentagram. Maybe like the front entrance here needs a pentagram. Or like in here, maybe. Speaking of, a vile darkness force has arrived. Okay. Dwarves, I'm gonna lock you in burrow 1. They may just get sandwiched. It is entirely possible they might just get sandwiched. Because my squads may come back before they... Wait, are you leaving? Never mind, they haven't left yet. It's just the one. Vukar and Domas. Domas, you dumbass. Okay, so you right there. Where's you? Okay. Yeah, they'll make it off the map before these guys get in, but... More like squish? I mean... Yeah. Although, I kind of screwed something up here. Because this is just gonna... give them a way out. So I am gonna actually have to kill them. But thankfully, we won't have to clean up the bodies. We can let the lava do that. It's just the one dwarf that still has to leave the map. Here they come. So... We've encountered, what, 4 thieves? 4 thieves. 1 leather bag. 1 leather bag. 2 leather bags. This one's been here before. So, fun fact. When a goblin arrives on the map, all of their items in their inventory become their personal property. So unless it's a uniform, i.e. a suit of armor, if they have a bag, they've been here once. If they have 12 bags, they've been here 12 times. You worship the god Gel. You're a member of the greatest faith. Don't make a Trump joke. You're a competent wrestler. Oh, all right. Anyway, you're probably going to die to this dwarf, who is Kib, the militia captain vampire, who was recently added to the squads. Very green as far as skills go. Followed by Tun, who's also just dabbling. Whereas the rest of my military is almost here. Okay, so they are almost here. I am going to, however, move these 2 squads up, just to give them a slightly higher chance of not dying. Currently they are, or it is just the captain here, directly chasing these 2 around the corner, and then probably gonna go in way too hard on this fight. But that's okay, because I can tell the rest of them to just come up and join her. She is currently cutting up this thief and learning what a sword is, which is good, because she's now a dabbling fighter as well. She has gained a bunch of fighting skill after killing her first goblin, and the militia captain vampire goblin stabs the goblin thief in the head with her iron short sword, tearing the skull and tearing apart the brain, which is definitely how it died. And is now fighting with this goblin, who is pale and in pain. The dwarf here is now still just a dabbling, like, swords dwarf, which is kind of funny because she was a rusty observer up until a moment ago, until this goblin's hand flew off. The goblin is now bleeding very heavily, and we are also waiting on backup. There's 1 backup back here, who's pretty far away still, and the rest of my squads are behind him. So we got Bodhi, we got Udib, we got Stodir, Yoshat, and Dalkin, who's here for some reason, as well as Guilty Judge, and Katen, and Arthur, who are all coming around the corner slowly. We've got this very, 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 very amateur vampire dwarf combat person here who is now injured in some way, but fortunately in a martial trance. Her guts are bruised, so she got bruised. She's not bleeding, which is good. Chat, do you guys think this dwarf is going to live? Yes or no? The face cam is intentionally gone. I turn it off during combat because it blocks things, dude. It'll be back in a moment. So is chat. The dwarf is fighting through. Okay, you know, honestly, maybe you've got a chance here. It's just bruising. He needs to breathe. Meanwhile, here we have Tun, who's also injured. Got some cuts. But, you know, honestly, got several kills already. Like, that's something. They've now got backup. The vampires are now clearing out the last of them. Although Tun over here is bleeding heavily, but got over it pretty quickly and is now crawling. In fact, he is crawling directly towards the goblins on the ground. He's lost his ability to stand, and he can't grasp anything, and he can't breathe. His lungs are no longer functioning. Thankfully, he doesn't need to breathe because he's a vampire. And probably killed at least a goblin by strangling it. He did say, "I've improved my spear," and that was not satisfying. and was literally, yeah, punching goblins. So there's that. I also had to pull several bolts out of his body. Well, that's unfortunate. We'll get you in the hospital in a moment. And I'm going to forbid everything that's down here. Not a bad little fight, I say. Okay, so I've got 2 wounded. These dwarves are all still stationed. Let's send them back to training. Narc is coming over to go rescue a dwarf. And Metaphysico? Metaphysico? Thank you very much for the prime. Appreciate you. Check. Can I get a beer or 2 for that? You wanted her to die? Or not survive? Yeah, no, vampires have like some very unfair advantages in combat, mostly due to lack of self-preservation. I'm just going to fill this up. I'm also going to get rid of this, because I don't really want them going this way. This doesn't lead to anywhere useful. And once all this is constructed, we're just going to see how much we can murder. Most of this stuff we don't need to be going out here. There's no real reason to. I'll just open the top front door and we'll burn the stuff that's down in here, which isn't much. Okay, so let's get this right here sealed off. Okay, then let's jump up to the surface up here and open this door so that my soldiers have a way back in. And then I will pull this lever right here. And this will open this up, and then we'll just fill this whole sucker up with lava and just dump it into this. It'll just make my life a little bit easier here. This fort is still going? What made you think it would stop? I mean, we're oops all vampires. I have a simple goal to complete, which is I need to kill the entirety of the goblins that are my neighbors that took over my old fort, which is this one. We'll get there. How many years? 10 years. This fort's pretty young, actually. Because I played 2 years worth of a different fort, which I intended to play for a very short period of time. And I played a couple weeks worth, not even, of adventures. I'm also going to go to here. I'm going to go to pets and livestock. I'm just going to train a bunch of war dogs. I'm going to gild all the war dogs to avoid war puppies. They're going to get sluggish. We're trying to mediate that. I've got a whole bunch of tavern keepers, so they can be forced to drink alcohol in taverns by tavern keepers. So I'm trying to mitigate it as much as I can. But obviously, there's only so much I can do. But if you force them to drink alcohol with tavern keepers, that does go a long way. Light, thank you very much for gifting a subscription to Acid Wizard. How many gameplay hours for Get 10 years? I don't know. I'd have to go count. Let me go look. I'll give you an estimation. I check. Can I get a gift? Can I get a beer or two for a gift? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 45, 48 hours or so. Plus today, 50 hours, 50 gameplay hours, give or take. Something like that. But yeah, also to YouTube chat, I intentionally turn off the face cam during fights. I do that whenever there's elements of UI that are going to get covered by my camera that are crucial to being able to understand what's going on, which is mostly in combat. So if the camera turns off, do not feel the need to tell me that it's off. I know. And I did it intentionally. Unless it's been off for a very long time, in which case, maybe I did something oopsie. But generally, that's not the case. Okay, so I need more sword, or more shields. Let's do just copper shields. Let's do 25 shields. Is that a baby vampire dwarf? Yep. Baby vampire. You have to pause a lot for watching tutorials and stuff. Yeah, it's fair. I mean, it highly depends on how much like how fast the fort runs, really, and how fast your CPU is in that regard, and how much time you spend paused. If you're spending a lot of time paused, yeah, it's going to be a lot of gameplay hours. If you're not spending as much time paused, then not so much. I don't spend that much time paused, but I don't spend no time paused either. So, also one of my squids a book. They snuck in undetected and stole treasure. Oh, I was curious what they would if they were able to sneak in undetected, which clearly they are. They stole 2 iron anvils, cave spider silk ropes, bags, cages, water skin, iron bars, gauntlets, copper cages, an olu drum, pipes, instrument pieces, polar bear tooth earring, cave fish leather backpack, and 2 cave blob leather sandals. Gross. Let's pillage again. Send them back out. Get back out there, dwarves. I'm actually curious, what direction are you taking? Well, cave blobs are made with what's the word? 26 kills. Damn. Cave blobs are just like a spherical cave critter. So, finally caught a blind stream. I need to talk to Tarn again. I realized recently it's been 9 months since or probably 10 months now since the last interview with Tarn and Zach. I need to set one of those up again. I've been trying for a little bit now, but Kit Fox has been cagey. Like, Kit Fox is actually acting like a publisher with me now, where they're just like, well, we need these to happen at like opportune times. Although I did get called more important than traditional press outlets, which I'm flattered by. Which is also kind of interesting if you think about it. Yeah, that's the best way to contact new civs, is just demand an ongoing tribute. Show up and offer protection. The Mafia proved it works. Why not for dwarves? Yeah, I think it's not the matter of them not wanting to talk. I think it's just, you know, they're kind of in a spot right now where there needs to be some reason for them to talk, I guess. You just need cleaning in your hand. Your hand got an owie. Well, that sucks. New fortress. What are your favorite configurations to have a fortress that you can take care of your economy with different types of enemies and creatures? My only real note that I have about world gen stuff is just generate a world that doesn't have resources everywhere. Flurry, thank you very much for the subscription for the 3rd month. Welcome back. Can I get a couple beers? Space Deco, are you stuck in an ad? What was changed this patch? I think the patch notes are in the description of the YouTube stream. But a bunch of minor graphical things for Fortress mode. Baby portraits and child portraits are in, which are hysterical because for mine they're green because they're vampires. But a bunch of graphical updates, a bunch of like quality of life stuff for adventure mode, like menu tweaks and such. Some character creation menu tweaks. Seemingly just like it feels like the final pass or close to the final pass, and the release date is announced for adventure mode to be leaving the beta branch on I forgot what month it is. January 23rd. So it's just a matter of getting into January 23rd now. That's all. Like a certain deep wizard does, which is to make stone gathering tunnels look organic and build your buildings in them. Yeah, I mean, hey, that's kind of like a hidden fortress, you know? Make so-called secret entrances and such. Don't have a big dramatic front door. Ghost Tiger is correct there, too. Although I will say my favorite patch note, it's not the most consequential, but I just want to note it because I think it's funny. Fixed broken medium taupe coloration for Nightmare Sphere Screaming Mouths fabric. Ladmore, hello. Welcome to the channel. Enjoy your lurks. It's like I know what those words mean, but I'm mildly terrified by that. You know, I kind of feel like ready to push the button isn't a patch note. I have a slight suspicion it's not a patch note, and that was a Tarn note that was included by KitFox by mistake. I'm almost willing to bet money on that. Because whenever Tarn talks about updating things, he refers to it as pushing the button. So I'd be willing to bet Tarn probably sent KitFox this morning that list of patch notes. And then at the end said, ready to push the button. And then they probably copy-pasted it into a doc. I'd be willing to bet that's what that means. Basically, yo, I'm ready to push this patch. No, I mean, Tarn doesn't really do patch notes. And, like, traditionally, like, it would be, like, adventure mode updates would be the patch notes traditionally for Dwarf Fort. Like, Dwarf Fort used to have patch notes very similar to, like, the way Smash Brothers is patched, where it's like, well, these are patch notes and none of them have any useful information in them. Was a lot of Dwarf Fortress's patch notes in the past. And so it was just kind of up to us to find shit, or it'd be like added guild halls and no information about what they actually do. Like they were never very clear. So they're getting clearer now, and I think that's probably KitFox is doing. But like, they still need to receive the patch notes from somebody, and I'd be willing to bet that ready to press the button means I'm ready to ship this patch. Just let me know when the notes are good to go. That's what I'd be willing to bet that means. Can no longer steal subway stations? Yeah, you can no longer live up to Carmen Sandiego in The Sims, apparently. Some of column A, some of column B, Moose. If Fort look ugly, I don't want play. Doesn't matter. But if you're talking about mechanics-based challenge forts, bitch, this is an entire fort of volcanoes. Or not volcanoes, vampires on a volcano that's erupting on a glacier and has made some really crazy, like, lava structures out of obsidian and ice. So I dive deep into mechanics, but if your fort isn't pretty to look at, what are you even doing? I mean, come on. It's Fashion Fortress for a reason. So mostly column B, but I make forts I like looking at. Happy to help. I've probably got to make some new tutorials soon since adventure mode's actually done. Or leaving, I guess, whenever the next patch is with whatever they add. Because, you know, adventure mode getting there, so I'm going to have to add something. Or probably have something I need to tutorialize. I need to go through it and figure that out. This Carmen Sandiego was invented before cell phones, okay? Or maybe like the large amounts of access to cell phones. I also need to keep checking my civ to make sure that they're not at war with me, because they're kind of pissed at me. And a bunch of traitors die in a short period of time. Let's go to you, hit update. You should have a shield now. There you go. Want to practice a Kaz. That's interesting. Felt pleasure after combat drills. I don't think I've ever seen that one before. Huh. Interesting. Speechless Irons. Now you can go train. Mr. Legendary Hammerdurf. So Dwarf recite the winters and sheens at the Gilded Mushrooms, and I feel some delight. Well, good luck with that. Oh shit, main squad's back. Main squad is back. I play lots of games other than Dwarf Fortress, but everybody tunes out and nobody watches, Corvo. Would I be willing to stream them? Yes, I do, and I have. But everybody tunes out. And I play a lot of arcade racing games off stream, apparently. Or rather, that's what I've been doing recently. Yeah, we're still in the 392, 300, and where's the next one? 379, 370. We're killing them like 6 or 10 at a time, basically. F-Zero? No. I don't have a Nintendo console, and I'm not much of an emulation person. I've been playing Tricky Madness off-stream, and I've been playing Grip off-stream recently. I really like Grip. Although I might reinstall Roll Cage if I play too much Grip, and that's dangerous. So building and the visuals around the thematics for them, you had a god. Basically, like, this is kind of my idea with Dwarf Fortress, Cute Moose. I find that Dwarf Fortress is like kind of a, I love Dwarf Fortress, kind of a bad management game in a lot of ways. Like, it's a game that a lot of people try to play as a management game, but I don't think it's a very good management game. While I love it, I don't think it's a very good management game. So the issue, the thing for me with Dwarf Fortress is I try and find a balance, because I don't find any of the so-called challenges people throw at me to be challenging. They're kind of a fine line between, like, interesting and, like, just make the game less fun to play. Like, I made this thread recently, or not this thread, but like a post on my YouTube channel, which I probably need to check on, or I need to check on the document behind the scenes, but it's basically just a, hey, submit ideas for fort challenges. And there was one person who basically just, like, explained like I'm 5 what a speedrun is, and then explained like I'm 5 what any percent is, and then said any percent like mountain home and any percent adventure mode. And not to be mean to that person directly, but abso-fucking-lutely not. There is never going to be a point where I'm going to try to just get mountain home as fast as possible, because there's nothing interesting there. There's nothing interesting about that to me. If you want to go do that and try and get to GDQ or something, go nuts. I'm good. Hard pass. Absolutely no interest. You thought of suggesting a fort that has only women? I did a fort once where only women could join the military, but couldn't do any hauling or crafting tasks. That was pretty fun. It's like, that's a player like designated challenge called, I think it's Amazon Fortress or something. You have to settle in the jungle, and only women can be your soldiers. That one's actually like pretty fun, actually. I would do that again. I don't know if I would just play a fortress that's only women, because that would just require expelling a lot of people. And anything that just kind of requires expelling people is a little bleh. How much do I worry about matching dwarves to their jobs to their personalities? Depends on the fort. Some forts I do that very maniacally, and some forts I don't do it at all. It highly depends on what I'm trying to achieve with the fort. As an example, with the Ghost Fort, where well-being didn't fucking matter, I didn't care in the slightest. I realized that I'm using the wrong type of floor in a lot of these places, but I didn't give a shit, like, in the Ghost Fort, because, like, everybody's gonna be pissed off anyway, so, like, what's the point in trying to keep them happy? A fort like this, I'm being a little bit more cautious, but to me, it's like, is this dwarf good for combat? If yes, okay, you can join the military. If no, okay, don't join the military. And that's about as deep as I usually go. If I find a dwarf that's getting upset and not getting happy again, I try and figure out what's wrong and why they're so upset. Like, this dwarf's really upset. You're in the military. That's fine. Get the fuck out. Go capture stuff. Take that anger out on the goblins, and I'm just not going to worry about it. So for that dwarf, I'm not going to worry about it, even though they're one of the most upset dwarves in the fort. And that's kind of how I operate, really. It's just what do I need from this dwarf? Would they serve me better if they're happy? Okay, well then let's make them happy. Not every dwarf needs to be happy. You don't need a 100% happiness rating. If anything, that makes the game uninteresting, because then dwarves that value the law never get happy thoughts because nobody's getting arrested. You want people to get arrested for committing crimes, because when somebody commits a crime, like tantruming, right? That upsets dwarves that value the law. However, if you don't arrest them, all of the dwarves that value the law are going to get upset. But if you do arrest them, then they get a happy thought that outweighs the negative thought that they would have gotten, if that makes any sense. So it's like, you don't want 100% happy dwarves anyways to begin with. And like, as long as everybody is mostly satisfied with most things most of the time, you're pretty much okay. Yeah, no, it can be super dumb lucky. Well, actually, not really. Getting capital can be super quick. Getting Mountain Home still requires you digging too deeply and greedily. Basically, like, Mountain Home speedrun these days would just be dig deeply, play in a low population world, and then just try and get 7 artifacts without killing your starting 7. And that's not interesting. I don't want to fucking play. I don't want to play deep mining Minesweeper. Like, there's nothing interesting about that to me. Is there a way to see room value? Not on rooms that don't need it. Most rooms, you don't need to know the room value. You only need to know the room value on guild halls and taverns that are, or on guild halls and temples that are demanded. Which is this. Royals quarters, hit N. When the square green, it good. When square green, it good. Hit N. And their requirements will go up if they move up a rank. It's time to cram some pigs into a cage. Actually, you know what? Let's just do boars. I'll keep one baby piglet. Turns out I've got... Okay, so we'll keep one there. Let's go to this side. Just type in piglet. Yeah. 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 And it begins. We got one in there. Another thing that you can do, this is kind of cheating, but I'm doing it in this fort. See this? These are artifacts, and they're on pedestals. If you hit Z, these are all different guild halls. If you take like a singular, if you take like a bedroom, right? Like this bedroom, and then you click this button and you go all the way down here, and you go boop, that is now a throne room. That, pro tip, if you just want to get around having to build things. Can be useful sometimes. But yeah, I guess that's my pro tip. I don't know, chat. What do you guys like to do? Do you like to do very mechanics heavy, numbers focused, like counting food input and outputs in Dwarf Fortress, or do you play more design focused forts? Oh yeah, no, the icon at the corner of any zone changes up based on its value if it has a value requirement on it. Because I feel like the majority of people who play Dwarf Fortress play it more as, like... It feels bad to say as intended, but, like, as more of a roleplay sandbox than a, like, dense mechanics min-maxing game. I know some people play it that way. Definitely. But, like, I feel like experimenters are more common than people who play it as, like, a Factorio-style thing, right? By experimenters, I mean people who are just, like, try to push the limits of it to see, like, how far can I make this nonsense go? Like, can I pull off, you know, I don't know, this very specific, mechanical success? Like, is this something I can make? Can I build this thing? Can I pool enough of this liquid to have this effect happen? That kind of thing. See how this next fight went. Vampire Tholtic Mini Monster led the attack. I wonder how many kills Mini Monster's up to now. Another goblin was struck down. How many were we fighting with? Clashing with 464 goblins. But that's just one army, 400. There could be more. So we're down to 360 in one squad, and okay, we're down to the 300s. 432, 410, 392. Okay, you know, we're pushing them down. We're into the high 300s. After I tried to get to 500 I have a question. Do you change your siege settings then? Because you need 80 population to get a siege and 100 population to get, Mountain Home, basically, on the default settings. Unless you change that. So this dwarf can't breathe and has no functioning spine. Should I just leave them in the military to just train for a while and become, like, a legend of a spineless dwarf? Or should I take this dwarf out of the military? Because this is Guilty Judge's spouse. It's his wife. And they're in the same squad, I think. Yeah, the Speechless Irons. I'm just gonna nickname you Spineless. Go get him, Spiny. Vampires don't sleep. Those are for dead. Those are finished lunch boxes, is what those are. Oh, you're set to ready, not training. Just keep you guys on training. Exhilarated while performing? Bumrick really likes performing. Also wonder, do I have any dwarves hanging out in the library? I do. And we sang Skulls! It's a book I would write. Written portion consists of a 261-page novel entitled And We Sang Skulls, authored by Uskav Ainostpa, and is a fan of Warhammer, probably. It has no particular subject. The writing is very compassionate, yet is quite florid. Overall, the prose is not awful, but not very good either. That's funny. Also, I've got more tables and chairs I can put in here, so I should do that. My library deserves an upgrade, which it just hasn't gotten. Don't have any instruments I could put in here. I have a gold chest I can toss in here? I should. Maple chest? Sure, why not? Granite coffer covered in gems? Why not? Let's put a few statues in. My mayor demands statues, so I've just got scheduled statue constructions. So the result is I just have tons of statues. And let's do some more bookcases. Bet you some of these have engravings on them too. There we go. It's now going to be a better library. Okay. Well, I mean, they'll attack you regardless, but they won't target you as quickly, I guess. Because, like, if your faction's already at war with them and you're in close proximity, they'll attack you, but they won't discover you if you're not discovered by them organically. But I don't know. I would probably change those settings, but you don't have to. For sure, you don't have to. For sure, you don't have to. You did poke the bear a bit. Yeah, attacking them will make them attack you, as an example, if that's what you mean. I'm just going to see how much damage I can do to Goblin Society in this corner of the map, I think, is probably the plan for this fort, largely. Copper bookcase. See as these get distributed out. Should happen decently quickly. As the value of my library grows. It's encircled with bands of superior quality cut oval peridot cabochons. This object menaces with spikes of superior quality citrines and well-crafted green zircons. That's just a gold chest, which is just fancy. We're up to late winter now. My favorite pretty fort I've made so many. It's always a recency bias thing. I think my favorite dumb thing I've built recently was probably Fire Orb, purely because Fire Orb had a giant fishbowl full of lava. So a giant sphere full of lava, and I managed to fill it up with demons. So we had a demonic fishbowl, which genuinely one of the greatest things I've ever built. Like, genuinely, that was one of the greatest things I've ever built. I'm probably not going to top that anytime soon unless I rebuild it. It's not truly possible to remove an entire faction from one of your worlds because there will always be refugees that will join it if you go play as it. I've never tried. I don't find the combat to be that interesting in the grand scheme of things. I mean, Dwarf Fortress combat is fun, but off-site combat gets dull really quickly because a lot of it is just spent, like, you know, how do I word this? Doing this. And while this is engaging and fun, destroying an entire faction, especially because I tend to play in large worlds, just takes a very, very, very long time. Yeah, I hate that, Guilty Judge. I hate everything about that. Please never say that in my chat again. No, I don't really watch TV, Carnix. Or not frequently, anyway. I tend to watch a lot of old TV. I don't watch new TV, I guess. It's like I've watched They Live 3 times in the last 2 years, but no, I haven't seen Silo. Currently in the 349th. It's like new metal, but for TV. Yeah. So yeah, I don't know. Let's wait for those 2 squads to come back. As long as I want to. I mean, I played a singular world from April to October and did like 11 forts or something in it and like 25 adventurers. Then I got a little bored of it. And then I did a world that I played 2 forts in, and I'm probably just going to do these 2 forts in this world and then make a new one for when the next big update comes out. I don't know. People love to ask questions like, what do you do in this situation? It's always different. I'm not much of a creature of habit when it comes to games like Dwarf Fortress. I do exactly what I want to do when I see it at that time. Sometimes I'll do one style of fort. Sometimes I'll do a completely different style of fort. There's no real rules or logic to it. It's just what I felt like doing that round. Because I think that if you just play Dwarf Fortress the same way every time, it gets boring. That's why you said the word faction. No, I know that's why you said the word faction. I know that's why you said the word faction, and I appreciate you for that. Okay, let's see how... If everybody's back. Yes, everybody's back. Get back to it. Continue pillaging. I could actually set it to raise, but I don't really want to raise it. I could also tell them to conquer and occupy it, and then request most of my squads back. Forgotten Beast and a Giant? That sounds like a giant pain in the dwarf. So you know Focus is going to focus on fortification? Yeah. Maybe learn how to use Mark Swerves. Mark Swerves are fun. Yeah, which is also why I don't feel the need to, like, completely cram the game full with mods, because I think it's kind of amazing how much this game's capable of doing with, I would almost say, by the modern sense of the word, not a lot. Like, the game does a lot with a little, and I think that that's very valuable and really cool, because not a lot of games are able to do that much with so little. Dingoes are very common in Dwarf Fort, yeah. So are giant dingoes. Dwarf Fortress is the only moddable game you ever modded, as in the only game you've made mods for yourself, or that you've gone out of your way to mod? I think Skyrim is maybe... Skyrim, Stalker, and maybe RimWorld are the games I've modded the most in my life. I'm gonna pause the game, because a bunch of things just happened, and I need to take a piss break. I will be right back. I'm also gonna top up my water, because it's only a third full. Oh, you never modded. It's the only moddable game you never mod. I missed the never. That's an important detail in that sentence, hey? It's a very heavily destroyed bucket, that. I wonder if this got used in combat. Like, I wonder why that bucket's so heavily worn. Okay, so Kev H from YouTube chat is making a artifact. Oh, what's up, Kodiak? I recognize you. And also in regards to the volcano, because I'm seeing people discuss that, there is a very long-running bug in this game, if you want to call it a bug. When you reclaim a map, if there is a liquid source, so river, ocean, lake, volcano, there's a chance that it doesn't end up on the right level the second time you reclaim it. And with rivers and oceans and lakes and stuff, this causes like a flood, basically, which is pretty cool. But with volcanoes, it causes them to erupt. And I did it intentionally where I reclaimed this fort twice so that I could have a erupting volcano on a glacier, because I thought that would be cool. You had playable races, but got rid of it. When you started, you had playable races, but got rid of it pretty fast. Also dropped DF hack after having it for a month or so running purely in vanilla and loving it. It's pretty close to perfection with all the little things that you do not expect. Yeah. There's a review of Dwarf Fortress, which isn't terrible. Like, the video itself is fine. But it's a review of Dwarf Fortress where they play every faction except for the dwarves. And they make a lot of comments in that video that just make me want to smack my head on the wall. Because it's like, I get it. You're trying to just attract people and get clicks and whatnot. But like, the amount of incredibly incorrect information about the video game in that video is painful to watch. Like, as in the sound command? I mean, you don't need to mod the game to change when the alerts happen and what causes alerts. You just have to go to the announcements settings right here. Yeah, I mean, if you want the game to look visually different, that doesn't change it mechanically at all. Like, the like half angle walls that some people use, I don't really like them because I don't know, they just look weird to me. I've never liked them. There's been tile sets with those as long as this game's been around, but what mods would you even use to manage your stockpiles? I mean, the stockpiles provide like kind of a shit ton of variety and options for the player to be able to manage in the game, which I think is neat. It's pretty nifty if you'd ask me. You know, I have a feeling this is why I'm very cautious with talking about like things I would like to see changed in Dwarf Fortress, Nighty Moon. because Dwarf Fortress isn't, it's not like most indie games where the engine is already made for you and maintained by a third party, which is a lot of games, right? Because a lot of stuff runs in Game Maker or Godot or Unity or the fucking, I don't know, Unreal. Whereas Dwarf Fortress, they have to make the engine capable of doing the thing before they can do the thing. As an example of this, like, one of the upcoming arcs, so back in the old development style, was the Myths and Magic arc. But in order for the Myths and Magic stuff to come into the game properly, we needed to wait for the map rewrite. Which, because their workflows have changed and they have an additional programmer working on the game now, and they're using like team-based version control and stuff where they've got a lot more control over the code base now, and it's not just Tarn on his own. We're not going to have to wait for that. But what the map rewrite actually is an engine upgrade. Right? The game needs a very large rebuild of its world generation, its map generation, the way the maps are saved in memory, the way the game loads stuff, and changing that will allow for a lot of improvements to the game itself on a structural level. Like, there are mods that have added in things like earthquakes. The one that stands out in my brain is the Rise of the Mushroom Kingdom Total Overhaul mod for Dwarf Fortress, which added earthquakes. And that mod was about as crashy as a drunk driver after his 95th drink. Like, it is absurdly, it breaks all the goddamn time. But it's cool when it works. There are things that, like, seem like it would be very easy to just say, oh, just program interruptions. I have a feeling it's not that easy in almost all cases. Especially when it comes to, like, pretty traumatic, like, land deformation mechanics and such. Because there's a lot of things I would like to see this game just do. I would really like to see this game have some sort of flooding or natural disasters or eruptions. I would love to see that. I don't think it's easy in the, oh, just do it kind of sense, if that makes sense. I realize I'm just diving into semantics here, but, like, part of the reasons why traditionally Dwarf Fortress development has been slow is because as much time is spent developing the engine for the game as it is actually developing the game. If not more. So. Make a Craftsdwarf's workshop and make it public. Miyachi. Literally, that's all you need to do. Is have a Craftsdwarf's guild, similar to this one. Standard of busts. Because the dwarves in here, well, it doesn't satisfy their need to craft an object. It satisfies enough other needs that this can almost be ignored. It satisfies the learn need, but dwarves don't need to be cycled through. Dwarves don't need to be constantly crafting. You don't need to maintain all of these all the time. All you need is to have most of them satisfied most of the time. Because if you try and satisfy every need all of the time, one thing's going to happen. You're going to go nuts. Don't even try. The game isn't designed to do that. The game wants you to build a fortress within your means, within the allowances of the game's programming. That's what the game wants you to do. Let's just close this. How long is it going to take you to pull the goddamn lever? Oh, there you are. There we go. So this can now just fill up all the way. And this can drain out and into here. And I can claim these. This will all drain through here slowly. I need to put a drawbridge in here so I can just and drain it quickly. denominator from the certain angry subset. Try and satisfy that small group, right? Like, at the end of the day, as long as dwarves have a place to study and learn something, a location to socialize and get to know other dwarves, and a place to eat food and party and drink, and a bedroom, they'll be okay. It's just up to you now to maintain the fringes around that. You don't need to automate every single dwarf, and you will not be able to keep every single dwarf happy. Unless you're, like, abusing a lot of exploits. How long have I played DF? On and off since 2009. Kev H, Athel Bungek, the dwarf woodcrafter vampire, has created Kezar Razis, a rubber wood crown, and offers it to the Firefrost. That's the second rubber wood crown we have in the fort. All craft starship is of the highest quality, is encircled with bands with marquee cut green zircons, round andesite cabochons, and encircled with bands of green zircon and iron. On the item is an image of cave crocodiles in silver. On the item is an image of the rust of hair, the rubber wood crown in pig bone. It's got an image of my other rubber wood crown. Something I'm going to do, I'm going to go to the overworld. I have an alliance with you. It's a human forest retreat, goblin forest retreat, elven forest retreat. I'm going to go up to this human town. I'm going to demand a one-time tribute from you. I'm going to go to this elven forest retreat. I'm going to demand a one-time tribute from you. And just for funsies, I'm going to go to this mysterious layer of Scarmeals, and I'm going to demand ongoing tribute from them. Curious about what happens. Just like that, all my squads can leave. Did I fuck up and not give you one? Oh, I did. This is not the greatest trap card in the world. This is just a tribute. Yeah, there you go. You are correct. I'm kind of expecting my my faction to kind of abandon me at this point. Mostly due to the fact that none of them are here trading. So I'm just going to be throwing kind of anybody who isn't named into the military and doesn't already have another job. Because we're just building up a squad now, really. That's kind of just where we're at. I'm going to say replace. 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 And replace. Except for you. Replace. Got the game recently in part due to my YouTube videos. Well, cheers. 201 dwarves. The fact that all 13 of your upset dwarves, whoever is light orange, is not upset. If they're actively tantruming, then they're upset. Otherwise, they're just a little bit miffed and want their life to change slightly. You had one angry and wanted to craft something in common, and had wanted to craft something in common. I mean, like, these net needs, if you don't meet these, they will get upset. That is a fact. If you do not meet the needs of your dwarves, they will in fact get upset. However, it's not the end of the world if you don't meet all of them. But also, like, you have to think about this game as trying to simulate reality, right? I am a unsatisfied, depressed person in real life. It doesn't matter how successful I am in almost any aspect of my life. My brain will find some reason for me to be upset. Is it a good thing that this game is trying to simulate stuff like that? I think so, because I think that that's interesting. I think that that's a fun mechanic, and I think that that suits the game. Is it necessarily a good mechanic for player frustration levels? Probably not. Like, that's going to irritate people if you can't get 100% satisfaction in your fortress. But I think that's kind of the part of the beauty of Dwarf Fort, that it allows for that, right? You can't make normal Mister engines, but with lava? Oh, did you try? It should work. I don't know why you couldn't. You would just have, just loading it would be hard, because you'd have to use a, what's it called? A mine cart to load it. So loading it would be a bit convoluted, but you could absolutely do it. There really isn't anything stopping you from doing that. It would just be annoying. Do I have a P.O. box? No. If you want to send me fan art, like, DM me. I mean, I do have an email, but it's mostly for business. And if somebody sends me a JPEG, I ain't opening it. Mostly due to exploit reasons. But if you want to, like, do fan art, I have a Discord server with an art room. And at me. I try and keep, like, people's access to me minimal, if that makes any sense. We received treasure from the Shell of Lanterns. So let's see how that went. 2 apricot high wood boots, some arrows, some more arrows, and an apple. Well, they gave me lunch and some weapons to get home with. Well, that's nice of them. This is the most recent siege. We lost another dog, but we're currently in the 300s. Of baddies left. There comes another one. You should make some lava fall then. I mean, if it only makes mists if it bounces then, because if stuff falls into lava, it also makes mist. Also, by the way, bouncing lava can make mist. The way you make water mist is water bouncing. So there's an easy way to make lava mist, which is you have something skip across the top of the lava. That makes lava mist. But lava makes mist when it falls, too, so it should work. It's just refilling it would be a pain. A tribute agreement proposed by the Firefrost was ejected by the Lustrous Society of Dynacts. But they now probably know that I exist, right? Okay, so the elves now know I'm here. The Knowing Empire now knows I'm here. Wait, the Knowing Empire and the Knowing Theater? Huh. Okay. Sure. Also kind of curious. How many kills do you have now, Dwarf? 41 kills. 41 kills. $35 kills. Considering you're surprised the dwarves are doing this well. You know, don't be surprised if your dwarves are doing well considering whatever's going on. Hey, look, we've got them down to 4,000 population. And the reason I say that is, think about it this way. A friend of mine, Tekid, made some tutorials, never really made anything for premium though, unfortunately. He wanted to, but just didn't have time. Life took over. Did a stream of the premium version where he started 7 dwarves, embarked on an area with a stream, and then basically just went AFK. Just out of curiosity to see how long the dwarves would last. It was over a year and a half before a dwarf died. With him doing nothing. Like, literally just got up and walked away. Can I ask why? Who's Lestat? And can it be a very angry baby? For surviving when embarking near a necromancer tower. Dig straight down with a stairwell, dig out a space underground, move everything underground as quickly as possible out of the starting wagon, build a trap door, and place it on top, and just be ready to lock the door when something scary shows up. If you watch my video called "I Survived I played the worst map in Dwarf Fortress history," or whatever it's called, my most viewed video on YouTube. Just watch that video and do what I do. Lestat is from Anne Rice's interview with a vampire. Oh, all right. The Forgotten Beast Ospakostrar has come. A feathered click beetle. It has large mandibles and a bloated body. Its gray feathers are downy. Beware its poison vapors. Can I name this dwarf and then go figure out where that thing is? All right, baby, where'd you go? Let's do that. Trapdoors are untoppable. Nothing can topple a trapdoor. Doesn't matter. Unless it's a level 3 building destroyer. In which case, then they're toppleable from above, but not below. And it's pretty unlikely they'll send level 3 building destroyers. So, like, trolls could. But they're asking for tips on surviving. That's how you get started. Because if they send a bunch of, like, zombie dwarves, they're not going to be building destroyers. They'll just walk onto the map and wander around for a little bit and then leave. Tear it up from the same level? Totally. But, like, they asked for, like, survival tips. That's my survival tip, is just get a door on hinges or a trap door on hinges and then build out your base from there. You know, like, get everything underground as a baseline preventative measure. Is it a perfect solution? No. But, like, get your doors underground. That's my advice. They asked for a tip. I gave a tip. You can completely negate my tip if you want, but I'm sorry for offering advice, I suppose. Where did this creature go? What was it called? This one, right? Ah, well, it's about to die, I think. Yep. In fact, it's dead. Like the OG one? I watched the OG one at my cousin's house a million years ago. I have not seen the new Nosferatu movie, because I don't think that's out yet, is it? But yeah, I've seen the original Nosferatu, a long time ago, though. But there's another one being made by the director who directed The Witch, if I'm not mistaken. Came out Christmas? Ah. Okay. I'll watch it in 2 years. Like, I don't watch new movies. I kind of said this earlier today, but I don't. I don't know. It's just not something that directly appeals to me. I'll watch it in 5 years when it's available for borrow at the library. Or when it shows up on a streaming service that I'm already paying for. Which, oddly enough, takes a while these days. But if it's from the guy who made The Witch, then yeah, I'm sure it's good. Because The Witch was good. Which I watched I guess last year? Yeah, last year around Halloween. Finally. It had been on my list of things to watch for a very long time. I just don't prioritize movies that much. I don't know. Is andesite really the same color? I'm kind of just checking. Yeah, it is. Huh. Andesite and gabbro, same color. Got it. Good to know. Never saw it, Clay. Yeah, it's okay, Ghost Tiger, because they'll come trade with me now. Like, you can say that they gave me garbage, but I don't care. I'm not there to get their garbage. I'm there to get them to come trade with me. Okay, so this is interesting. This is one of those new adventure mode dungeons. In the early spring, the Fire Frost secured tribute from the Wordy Steppe to be delivered every autumn. So every autumn, supposedly, I'm gonna get tribute. It would be really funny if that's actually a thing that they do. Huh. I saw The Lighthouse. Yeah, that was a good movie. That was a good pandemic movie. All right, well, let's enough of these side activities. Let's go demand ongoing tribute from these guys with this squad. And then you, I'm just gonna go pillage. So one squad's gonna go pillage, one's gonna go demand more tribute. Get to it, dwarves. And we're just here making pig cheese. Pig cheese all day. If you could get trades, that would be amazing. I kind of doubt it, Vakrock. Also, Vakrock, they nerfed the leaders of those guys. Bugs being features. It would be really cool if you could trade with them. It's like they bring primordial cloud stuffs to trade. I'd be down for that. Just buy. I'll take 30 amulets, please. So if I connect this to my tavern, and this to my tavern, and this to my tavern, I will get random dwarves dancing and hanging out and socializing in my barracks here. But ideally, we'll also get dwarves serving booze to the military. So we'll have to see if that works out. Because that would be pretty nifty if that worked out that way. I don't know. I haven't played them again. I mean, go read the patch notes. I haven't played adventure mode since the patch came out, Vakrock, so go read the patch notes. You tell me. It says their skills were slightly reduced, and they had some bonuses cut, so who knows? I'd have to go look. Is everyone a vampire? In the fort currently, yes. Except for when I get migrants, which I have been getting still. And then I have to convert them all to vampires as quickly as possible. The ones that don't get converted get eaten. We're about to get hit by ads. I will pause the game when the ads pop. I have questions about the wording of that. I very much have questions because like monsters could also just refer to the placeholder monsters, which are currently just goblins, because that's all placeholder, right? So I don't know, which is why I'm not saying anything concrete, because I don't actually know, because I haven't seen it. I mean, I haven't gone and looked. You'd have to go look. I'll probably look over the weekend when I'm not streaming, because I've got a lot of house buying shit to do this weekend. Well, apartment buying stuff to do this weekend, but... What, this particular fort? I mean, it's pretty grim. Oh, we're in an ad break now. It's pretty grim. You need drinks? Hey, chat, do I need drinks? It's a vampire fortress. Vampires don't drink. So no, we don't need drinks ASAP. Ghost Tiger in YouTube chat. I could make drinks, but it's not something that we need. Don't need it at all, in fact. I could just ignore it. Well, let me know when you find something cool, Vakrak. Or if and when you find something cool. Right, we should be through the ads in 15 seconds. Do they come like diplomats or wagons? Depends on the tribute. Tributes usually come with just like a single individual visitor who walks in and drops the stuff off. But I did once have a tribute that was big enough from a human faction that they would bring a singular donkey and a guard. But usually if it's enough for one unit to carry, they just wander into the map and drop it off and then leave. Okay. Main squads have returned from their pillaging. One of my dogs was killed by the truthful ice. I may need to assign more dogs soon. More goblins struck down by dwarves. Not bad. Well, now we just need to wait for these guys to return from demanding tribute. It would be really wild if we were able to start just getting tributes from them. Although we didn't get that initial tribute, because don't they usually send an initial tribute? Even if you could get them to attack you, I think that would be interesting. Because they haven't attacked me yet. At least not in any noticeable way. And if they did if they have attacked me, I confused them with normal goblins. But yeah, tributes are the best way to make other factions aware of you without directly attacking them. It's the only, like, non-combat way of introducing yourself to a faction that doesn't know that you're there. Otherwise, you're just attacking them, basically. It's an excellent touch. Yeah, decided to do it because somebody claimed that they were unsubscribing because I had an upside-down cross in my fort, which I thought was really funny because I did it by accident initially. This is the one I did by accident. Like, I didn't even really clue in that I was doing it. So since somebody took the time to inform me that they were gonna unsubscribe on YouTube because of it, I was like, well, I guess I have to make more now. Now I have to make more. I mean, I didn't do it intentionally initially, but you love it to see it, you know? Although, actually, something I should do As I should stop making meals. Just straight up, I should stop. Make some drinks from fruit. Don't really need to worry about drinks from plants, though. Let's give them some variety. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. All right, we now officially have some dwarves that are not, in fact, vampires. Which are walking into the map down here. So I'm just going to let them walk onto the map for a little bit. And then, oh, actually, before I do that, I'm going to go over to this. I'm just going to set this as a pit pond and set it to be filled. Because this currently has 2 of 7 water deep, which means this well is currently non-functioning. I'm also going to forbid this well so they don't use it even if it starts functioning. They'll fill this well up with water from the other well or from the other location where they can get water, which I'm pretty sure is just this, right? Yeah, no, this well is almost no longer operational. I should probably just forbid this well and pump water up to it, but let's just forbid this well and go down to here and just set this as a water source. So they'll get water from there. They will fill this up with water. I should just get them dumping water into both of these. Anyway, they'll fill this up with water, and then when this is no longer dry, see, there's a dwarf filling pond. You right here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to tell this squad or this burrow to be everybody, and then type in the word vampire. And then remove everybody with the word vampire. So we got 6 migrants, it looks like. And then they should all go stand in here. Also, my squads have returned. So this was from demanding tribute. Yeah, once again. Firefrost secured tribute from the body of treasure to be delivered every autumn. Let's continue clearing this. And then let's add everybody to this. Remove all of the non-vampires. Because these dwarves should just go sit in that zone up here. Right here. Or they should. If they don't, well, then they're just going to die, and then that's unfortunate. Here they come. And now we just wait for a little bit. You can't make a lava well. Lava is not a drinkable material, so a well built over top of lava is considered dry. You're wearing your Fun Never Ends merch? Hell yeah. I haven't sold a lot of t-shirts recently. Merch sales have been pretty slow since like November. I haven't done a lot of limited run stuff, and barely anybody bought the mug from the last big videos, so. Literally one person bought the reissue of the other mug. Which, like, you know, it's fine. But 2 of 7. Okay, who's filling? Oh, actually, I know the problem. This isn't in the burrow, is it? Because they should come down here to fill the buckets up down here. Although I have to unassign this for the time being so that these can get used. You need to get back into this game you haven't played in a while? Well, I mean, Adventure Mode releases on the 23rd. How many vamps in the fort? Every dwarf that isn't in that new burrow that I just made. So, 125 currently. Probably not including some of my soldiers. So, 100 plus vampires. But if anybody falls asleep, they're suddenly at pretty major risk of sudden death. Is that a snail person? Yep, one of my adventurers. But yeah, because Adventure Mode is releasing, like, out of beta branch. I keep on wanting to say early access. Video games have poisoned my brain. Because Adventure Mode has left or is going to leave the beta branch in just a couple of weeks here. It's 5 of 7. Let's give it a little bit more time. So I hit 7 of 7. But because Adventure Mode is going to be leaving the beta branch on the 23rd, so just in a week, that's an exciting time to start playing again. Although if you're going to generate a world now, I would actually jump to the beta branch to generate the world and then play on the beta branch, because there are features right now in the game that won't be available. Let's turn this burrow back on, claim this. And also get rid of all these. Okay, so there's still a pool of blood from the Warthog man. I feel bad for this poor guy. I want to figure out a way of saving him, but I kind of don't know how. Thinking maybe if I dig through the side of this, he could climb out, but like he can't stand, so oh, there you go. You're drinking. 1 vampire. 2 vampire. 3 vampire. 4, 5 vampires. 6 vampire. Are they all vampire? Hold on. Oh, there's one that I'm missing. Okay, you're gonna go drink right now, so that's good. You're now a vampire too. Is there any more that I'm missing? Just like that, everybody vampire. Easy peasy. Welcome to the Fortsy. They can all join the fort now. Yeah, I mean, Honey Stoker is a classic. It is, in fact, a classic. Me and Krug Smash? I was a nobody 6+ years ago, though. Granted, I was, like, the only person streaming the game, but many more people have seen my stuff these days. In comparison, anyway. But that's cool. Okay, I've got a baby alpaca. Let's eat that. So we're up to late spring. Pillaging happening. Just seeing, has anybody here been delivered booze? I'll unforbid drinks there. Let's let that start going. Let's also unforbid all of the forbidden floor. Hey, chat, what got you started playing Dwarf Fortress, if I can ask? RimWorld, but Dwarf Fortress is just better because the dimensions? I would say different, but... I used to... There was a while there where it was just a... I kind of just had the take of, like, Dwarf Fortress is just a better game, but I think they're just very different. They're just so different that, like... I mostly just take the approach that... Chinchillas are attacking my war dogs. More news at 11. I don't think the chinchillas will win. But at this point, I mostly just take the stance of, like, RimWorld marketing itself off of the success of Dwarf Fortress is a bit disingenuous. Because, like, RimWorld is very, very, very different from Dwarf Fortress. Let's go to here, because I think I have, yes, I got this. Let's just get rid of this. I'm also going to go to this. I think like right here, yeah, right there. Keep the burrow off. Let's get this stuff mined out. So I'm not even certain they can get there, but I guess they can. So I finally figured it out. That should burn out. Stop burning. Thank you. That shouldn't be burning infinitely. Squads are back. I think technically they were talking about Minecraft going on some kind of Dwarf Fortress, but I didn't know what DF was, so I looked it up and got hooked on that instead. Oh, so you literally like misunderstood directions and installed wrong games, and oops, I accidentally 1,000 hours Dwarf Fortress gone. Minecraft Alpha, then learning its inspiration. Do you ever dive into Infiniminer? Random streamer about a decade ago? It wasn't Jeff, was it? Jeff Stream. 324. Actually, it could have been Avok. I think Avok was streaming Dwarf for about a year ago. So this is interesting. They have a white backdrop now. They offer autumn tribute. So at some point in autumn, we're going to find out if we're actually going to get ongoing tribute from these guys. I'm going to go demand tribute from one of the palaces as well. Over here. Because according to this, they offer autumn tribute. It has worked. Because, like, I destroyed these two. I raised them for practice. Should also ask this one to bring me tribute. You stumbled across it on Steam because you played a lot of Colony Builders? That must have been a weird moment. It's just like, what the fuck is this? It would be like finding OpenTTD having only played Transport Fever, which also has a Steam release, OpenTTD. I wonder, I'm gonna send my third squad, who has been going as part of all of these fights. You are legendary too, so you should be good. I just don't know how good of a leader they would be. I mean, you're a proficient leader. Novice ambusher, probably not that good at actually assaulting things. How about you? So you're the one who's, yeah, you're an adept ambusher, so that's why this dwarf is so good at leading these. But we'll send this squad out with this dwarf in the lead and see how they do. I mean, sometimes I play open TTD still. I install it, I play it for like 90 minutes and go, right, I'm terrible at open TTD. And then I uninstall it. But you know what? Sometimes that's enough. You know, sometimes that's all you really need. Ah, I saw you typing that into somebody else's stream the other day, I think. Also, you're labeled as a suspicious user, which means I've banned a previous account that you made. Also, you made that account 4 minutes ago. I have a question. Why did you just make a Twitch account? Because someone with a very similar name to you was talking in my chat the other day. In regards to the person that nobody else in chat can see. You got back into it because of the Ghost Candy video? Wow, that's recent. Damn. Happy to help, though. I wish that video got more assistance from the YouTube algorithm. It kind of just got dumped pretty quick. Sort of sucks, but is what it is. Every time you play OpenTTD, it's the time you finally understood how to build... You think it's the time you finally understood how to build a train signal network, and then the train signal grinds to a halt and or has a horrible train crash, and I realized that it's... I have, in fact, not understood. Yeah, I'm pretty similar to that. Except, like, I'm at a point now where I do, in fact, understand how they work. I can't be bothered to make them work. Which is sort of the same problem, but also not. It's like, oh yeah, no, wait, hold on a second. I do know how to make a train network. I don't want to. You started reading Boat Murdered when it was still being updated. A recommendation of a friend dropped out after the better part of a decade at one point and got back into it with the Steam release. Yeah, see, here's the thing. It was uploaded at the exact same time I've uploaded all the other dwarves. And let me tell you this. I know all the tricks, GB Eve, because this is my job. I have to. And it didn't work. And YouTube is just sometimes that way. You know, you can follow all of the tricks, the strats, or whatever you want to call it, the hacks, if you're a spiffing Brit viewer. And sometimes they'll work, and sometimes they just won't. And it doesn't matter how much effort you put into a video. If people don't click on the video, well, and in this case, people didn't click on the video. It is what it is. Currently, Ghost Candy is actually getting less views per hour than videos I uploaded 3 months ago. Just less people clicked on it, so YouTube decided people didn't like it. It got less likes as well. Just less audience interaction. It got a good number of comments, but like, kind of sucks. Kind of sucks. It is what it is, though. But it's good to know that people are seeing it. YouTube just has this way of, like, making you think you're doing things right and then making you feel successful. And then the second you start to get comfortable, it just reminds you that it doesn't give a shit and you don't matter. And it's all bullshit anyway. So, Better do better next time, bitch. That's how YouTube works. It's okay, though. There will be a next time, and I will do better, hopefully. Or I won't, and then I'll cry, and it'll be fine. Vile Forest of Goblin Biomass has arrived. I do have enough squads to fight them. Currently, the dwarves are not in a burrow. I'm going to put them in a burrow real quick, and we're just going to try and burn them. There's so many dead chinchillas out front. There's another one coming. There we go. And now we wait down here. What are you doing over here, Bambool? I was going to say, run away, dwarf. You may want to go inside. It seems like a bad place to hang out. For a wide number of reasons. I mean, the doors... I was going to say, the doors should be open, but they're... Yeah, they're definitely open. Oh, no, it's not. Well. Well, that explains why you're lost. All right, fuck it. Open the front door and let's just stab him to death. I don't want to do it this way, but we'll do it this way. Okay, so let's see how Bambool is doing. Not dead yet, so there's that. Zalvi's coming to pull the lever. He's injured and bleeding. Sending the squads down here to go help while he runs away. Pretty effectively, actually. Did you kill any of them? Or did the door just open? Nope. Not sure where he's going, but we're trying to help. All right, chat, what do you think? Are we going to be able to save this dwarf? Yes or no? Apparently one of my Hammerlords is fighting. Taking out a good number of them. So easily broken, begone fear, they say. Here comes the Dwarven army. Taking out the few remaining goblins. Yeah, I think we got this. I think we got this. I gotta say, I think we got this. So let's see how that first demand went. Every winter they will deliver tribute. The second demand for tribute. Every autumn they'll deliver tribute. And then we attack Winterhearth again. You need a guide on how to protect civies from... it's mostly fortress design. I can't really make you a guide for that. Like, you need to have multiple ways into your fortress, basically. That's basically it. And I'm going to center on fort and send the squads back out to get back to it. Good luck, dwarves. Good luck. And the bottom squad, go back to training. And let's just turn this off. Run and attack the enemy? No. Well, you should put those civvies into the military then. But yeah, just keep them away from the enemy is the general like pro tip there. But I'm in an ad break, so I will wait until the ads are done before I unpause. Hey, folks on YouTube, don't forget to leave a like on the stream, eh? There's 64 of you watching, 70 likes. Guarantee you some of you haven't liked it. I'll have to get a DF News video out tonight or tomorrow morning, which means it'll be out before the Future of the Fortress video. And that'll cover the final beta patch for Adventure Mode, because Adventure Mode now has a release date, which is exciting. That's something I am excited about. I'm looking forward to Adventure Mode's release date. I'm really curious to see how busy the Twitch directory gets. I'm just very happy they did it when they did it and not like a week later, because if it was a week later, it would be right when I was moving, and that would be very, very, very inconvenient for me. Like, exceptionally inconvenient. Oh, shit! I sold a Steam card for $1.10. Cool. Somebody bought one of the expensive ones. Get wrecked, sucker. A human caravan has arrived. It's probably the one I've traded with previously. Now, I doubt they're going to fall asleep, but I am just going to set literally everything to be traded. So let's see how this goes. Hold on a second. I have to answer this. Getting a phone call. Just copying some notes I just took into a window here because I need these. Mortgage insurance. And I have to call them back Friday. Done. All right, let's finish assigning all this stuff to be sold. Outside when the way is shut. If you use doors and like then levers and things, even building destroyers, it takes them a while to knock down doors. It makes sense to build whatever preventative measures for defense you think your fortress needs as preventative measures for defense. So does it make sense? In my fort currently, not really, because the way the fortress is designed, most dwarves aren't really going outside. And if they do end up outside, they can probably take the other door in, with some rare circumstances where they can't. But like I said, it's worth building exactly what you think you need for your fortress's own safety and defense. If you feel you need more, build more. If you don't feel you need more, don't build more. Because the worst that can happen is some dwarves die. And I've been whistling a lot while talking, just like... I don't know why, and it's bothering me. It's like I'm accidentally whistling through my teeth. Anyway, your best bet when it comes to like fortress layouts, especially for emergency doors, is you want what you feel is necessary for the structure that you built. That's just the easiest answer. $529 items for sale. No biggie. Oh, also a second human caravan has arrived. This is why I was demanding tribute. So that we have more people to sell stuff to. I'm also going to try and sell them this cage of pigs. Because, like, I've just got so many pigs in that cage. So far in one tutorial. Yeah, I mean, hey, if you've done 2 embarks, you're basically like a professional playing Dwarf Fortress. So Jasper is running around naked babbling. Just thought I'd inform you of this. Oh, shit. There's some crashes in this version. This beta build, it's crashy. That or it's just this fort. It might be this fort. Because of the number of vampires I have. But yeah, the last 2 builds have been crashy. I don't know if it's a Linux thing, but the game did just save, so we didn't lose much time. Basically just trading. I think also that siege. Yeah, just the siege. Okay, well, we'll just fight at the front door instead. That's fine. It's not going to change much. Just close this for my own sanity. That's the lava? That's not the lava. I assure you it's not the lavas. Vampires are just dwarves? They are not dwarves. Vampires are very far from dwarves. Vampires are not even close to dwarves. They're cursed dwarves. So, like, whenever a non-vampire entity appears on the map, the dwarves are suddenly all waiting for them to fall asleep so they can eat them. Trust me, they are not dwarves. But the last time I attempted to do a vampire fortress of this scale, it was crashy. So, doesn't surprise me that much. And also, if you watch Krug Smash's Honeystoker, he talks about it being crashy back then, too. All right, well, Force of Darkness.p Vial has arrived. Snatchers, running up towards the fort. Chasing this dwarf. Bembul ended up fighting again. In the same general vicinity. We'll send you down the hillside. Okay, you're making it up the hillside. That's good. Hey, chat, when the traders arrive, remind me to save. But yeah, it wouldn't surprise me too much if it's actually largely just the vampires on the map trying to eat things. Kinda trying to spot goblins. Okay, the unswerving, you're currently fighting with goblins. Ooh, geez. So this is one singular dwarf vampire who's legendary against a goblin army. And I may not be great at counting, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 goblins. Just like that. Just like that. Just all dead. The Rough Flood of Stalking is that dwarf's full title. Well, that was easy. So all this seems to have gone the same. Yep, it did. So we're getting tributes now from all these different locations. And we're going to go pillage the enemy once more. If not hostile, yeah. If they're hostile, they'll just punch them to death. I'm really curious about how long it's going to take for this baby to grow up. If they'll ever grow up. Okay. Caravan has arrived. Second caravan has arrived. Okay, I'm going to pause. I'm just going to do this. It's time to sell a bunch of clothing. Might as well just sell more of it even. Not all of it needs to be damaged clothing. Just a lot of it. Save the game streamer. Yep, thank you. You didn't need to use that, but thank you. Making it official. There's a lot of shoes for sale in this fortress that are damaged. Okay, let's do that. Handwear. You have so many points. Yeah, spend them on something. I should make one called something that can be used once per stream that just costs like 1,000 points. Yeah, spend it on something. What does it do? Something. Or make it non-refundable. Ilmirin. I was gonna say, you died today, Ilmirin. If you died today, I politely request one of two things. If you redeem a dwarf, to give it to another dwarf wanter. Because the reason we made this system was so that people who want dwarves can get dwarves, right? So I'm going to ask you nicely if you could gift that to somebody by picking somebody. Or, alternatively, I'll refund it for you. Then give it to Merlin Buff? Okay. Merlin Buff, what kind of dwarf do you want? I mean, they're all red, but like, out of the red dwarf, do you have any preferences? I just realized I'm actually lacking in some hospital staff. Hold up. Bone Doctor. Anon 4 is now a Bone Doctor. But Merlin Buff, what kind of dwarf do you think you want? Do you have any preference? Third one? I don't know what third one means. Third one on the list? No. Ilmirin. There are no mechanics designed to make managing vampires easier aside from being able to force them to drink alcohol. Vampires are not supposed to be an easy thing to manage because you're not supposed to manage them. They're supposed to be a curse. But dwarves are more common than vamps, so the code for a regular dwarf may have been heavily optimized, while the vampire code is a draft that has some slow bits. Wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. An administrator? Them's all my minors. Give you, like, Stukos if you want one with a beard. Or I got several without beards. If this works, we can roll with this. Legendary Miner. Adequate Leather Maker. Merlin buff. Is not driven and rarely feels the need to pursue even a modest success. Is not the type to fall in love or even develop positive feelings. Doesn't seek out excitement and is quick to anger and is a friendly individual. Does not easily hate or develop negative feelings and is often lustful. He prefers to present himself modestly and he winks during conversations. He dreams of mastering a skill and this dream was realized. Personally, views any show of emotion as offensive. Strongly believes that a peaceful and ordered society without dissent is best. And values decorum, dignity, and proper behavior. And sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way. He likes bauxite as well as bismuth and catapult parts and giant grasshoppers for their great leaps. And the words of the mirth of lyrics and when possible prefers to consume artichoke wine and can't stand fire snack. Hate fire snack. Make tavern keepers and then lock everybody in the tavern together. Tavern keepers will force feed people drinks. Which was actually a change. They didn't used to feed vampires. Now they do. Or, oh. Huh. Well, I found the crash. It's that sheep. What? That's a new one. Like, it's repeating. Like, clicking that sheep make game crash. Let's go click the sheep again and see if the game crashes. Into the lava with it? I mean, yeah, definitely. Yeah, click again. Just to double check. Just to double check. Hold on. So, oh, I see. I'm in the wrong screen. Yeah, it's this one. Wow. How do you put it into lava without clicking it? I'll just butcher it. Although, actually, there's one other thing I want to check. Sheep crashing the game is classic DF bug. Yeah. Let me just try this. Can I click sheep now? Okay, so it's not multi-threading related. Huh. I'm going to make a hard save and then send this to Putnam and then just slaughter it is what I'm going to do. Gazoom would like to be named. Check. Can we name Gazoom? Yes or no? And then chat gets to decide if it's a yes. Yeah, no, I can. There's also, crash logs or in FAS in YouTube chat. There's crash logs and there's also, I can just send Putnam the save file. I'll just DM Putnam the save file because I need to reach out to her anyway. Gonna try and record something with Putnam soon. Get some more actual development talk on the YouTube channel. The first time in a while. All right. So, since that sheep is dangerous, thankfully I can set it to just be, you know, slaughtered, it looks like. Not actually entirely certain I have an accessible butcher shop in the fort. I think the nearest one is like pretty far away, so I'm just gonna chuck one in there. All right, well, that's weird. So chat, what kind of dwarf are we giving Gazoom? Oh, I need to rename Merlin Buff. That was minor, legendary one. Pretty sure it was Stukos. Yeah, it was this dwarf. I think I'm out of baby vampires, actually, Mako. Like, I need to double check, but I'm pretty sure the only baby vampire has been taken. But we'll see if there is there's probably a child vampire that's available, which is similar levels of silly and morbid. Equal parts goofball and morbid is this game. All right. So the only statement of what... So the way this works, chat, is Tier 2 subscribers can nominate people to be dwarfs using the command !DORF. Then, once a dwarf's been nominated, in this case, Gazoom nominated themselves, we now get to select as an audience what we want to name them as, because they had the audacity to nominate themselves for a dwarf. So thus, it's up to chat as to what kind of dwarf we give them. Now, in order for this to actually function as a mechanic and not me just let them pick, is more than one person has to actually have some input on what kind of dwarf we want to give them. So do y'all care, or should I just give them whatever dwarf they want? Because the only person who's put input in is Mako Darkfire. And at this point, if only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people out of 220 something are going to even vote, then like you guys successfully have a worse voting ratio than ownership ratio to my apartment building, which is terrible. A bald one. Oh, see, now we're making progress. That'd be hard to tell, though, because most of them have hats. So I can't really tell who's bald. I could guess. No working spine. A Gelder. I do actually have a dwarf that doesn't have a working spine. Is in the military, too. Is it you? Or actually, maybe you're part of the squad that left. Yeah, is part of this squad, I think. I don't know. I don't think I have any no working spine dwarfs. Come on, chat. Work together here. The one being stabbed. None of them are being stabbed. That doesn't exist. Tavern Keeper. I mean, this is the one baby we have who's already named. This is a Bone Carver. You guys also have to like come to some sort of decision amongst yourselves. I know that might sound difficult, but could give him Minkot, who's also the manager. And the Tavern Keeper. The one in the well. I'm not naming the one in the well because that's an adventurer. But we'll give him the manager. Gazoom! Gazoom, who go fast. Becomes helpless in stressful situations, is bad at paperwork probably, has no confidence at all in her talent, abilities, and is often sad and dejected. Yeah, you sound like management. Lives a slow-going and leisurely pace. Actually, sounds like your average HR employee. Lives at a slow-going and leisurely pace. Is very greedy, has an active imagination, and is slow to anger and occasionally overindulges. Tries to do things correctly each time, does not often feel lustful, and has a sense of duty. Is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and lowers her eyes when she's nervous. She needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. Dreams of raising a family, and personally finds independence completely worthless. Sees the whole pursuit of art as silly. Thinks it is of the utmost importance to present a bold face and never grouse or complain, or even show emotion, and strongly believes that a peaceful society without deceit is best, and dislikes cooperation. And likes rock salt and electrum and sunstone and giant kestrel leather, alpaca wool, hemp fabric, and gems and bucklers and millstones, and scepters and flasks, and the sound of the amethyst silk, and when possible prefers to consume giant elk and bloated tubers and fisherberry wine, and can't stand hiccups or slugs. Unrelated. I swear, definitely. She has some friends in the fort. And wearing a copper bracelet. Welcome to the fortress. Gotta sell all these totems. Well, we're making decent progress here. Name the sheep after him. I can't click it without the game crashing, so I think that'd be difficult. Speaking of, sheep ain't slaughtered yet. Anyway, chat, can I get a round of beers for Gazoom? Just trying to keep the chat moving, you know? Gotta keep that churn. Deadly's got one. Good for you, Deadly's. Lolar got a gob. We're now clashing with 401 goblins. They keep on recruiting more soldiers. Stop it. I keep pushing them below 400, and then it's always above 400 again. But we're down below 400 again. We're down to 320. 306. We're down below 300. We're getting there. What's our population at? Still 4,000. Send them out to pillage again. Keep at it. Only sending 2 squads this time. A devilish potato meets with the human lady consort Tura. They say, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There's much to discuss. Spring wood, please. So I don't need to chop it down. Amulets and figurines are what they want next year. Well, Butch is still my mayor. Probably a permanent politics career at this rate. Other 2 squads have returned and are in the process of returning as well. Do you have a tutorial set for that? It's an automated job that automatically happens. It's just very low priority. How do you select who can haul? Everybody does by default. Do I have a tutorial for that? No, because it's not really necessary. It's one of those things where if you want to dig into the minutia of it, you can. In this screen, like underneath haulers, you can edit tasks. You can go through this and be very specific. I don't do any of that because it's not necessary. If it was necessary, then I would use it. But it's very rare that I will micromanage who's hauling corpses. I do recommend that unless you need the added labor to go into chores and remove hauling corpses from children, because they will get upset. One setting you do need to tick, though, is by default outdoor refuse, which everybody likes to tell me I pronounce wrong, but I don't care. Everybody says it the way I hear it, so I say it the way I hear it. Workers gather outdoor vermin remains, and workers gather outdoor refuse. It's likely that you are getting into fights outside and bodies are rotting. If a body is rotted and just a skeleton, it's considered refuse. It's no longer considered a corpse. So by default, they don't haul it, so you have to toggle that setting on. And that setting is under labor, standing orders, refuse and dumping. Hopefully that helps. And now I'm in an ad break, so I gotta wait anyway. Dwarves get upset if they see a skeleton. Doesn't matter if it's a cat, a dog, a dwarf, a human. If it's somebody part of their faction, they get really upset. Dwarves don't like seeing dead things. Period. Just flat. No. At best, it'll make them uneasy. At worst, it'll terrify them. Is bad. You do not want that to happen. I'm almost surprised that that's a question at this point, actually, but... Would you get upset if you saw a dead human that you weren't expecting to see? Vampire dwarves are still dwarves. Internally, they are still dwarves. They get horrified when they see somebody die. They get terrified while in conflict while killing people. They get post-traumatic stress from killing people. They get stressed when other vampires kill people and then don't get accused of the crime. Yeah, no, they hate it. They absolutely hate it. I mean, if you have a pile of bodies in your foyer and you expect to see it every day, it's going to stop scaring you at some point, but then I should probably call the cops if you admit that in my chat, so. You dream about caves with many skeletons? All right, well then, you're one of the weird ones that wouldn't feel anything after seeing a dead body. Because some dwarves don't feel anything after seeing a dead body. Basically, being a vampire doesn't change the dwarf at all. Same personality. The only difference is now they need to murder people occasionally. I never really stopped, Andromeda. I'm still here. I did say that back when this game launched and there was 1,000 people watching the stream, I was like, hey, if you like this game, follow this channel because I will likely be the only person left streaming it in a year. And that's been largely true. Not entirely, but largely. It's all good. Summer happened. Then holidays happened. Now we're into winter. The cold, dark months. Let's trade with the top people first. See what they brought us. Buy the wood. Scroll down to the bottom. Buy the paper. Buy the book. I'm actually going to... I think... I have to buy some heavy stuff from them. But I'm also going to buy buckets because I'm lazy. Sure, we'll just buy all the buckets. Buy the rough gems. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to trade with you and then trade with the second one, but I'm going to make quires. That's for making books because I've got paper now. There are 7 of me today? I saw that Robaz was on earlier. But still, more of what I mean is most days I have 98% of the people watching Dwarfort. Greater Vancouver area, British Columbia, Canada. Hey, chat, can I get a round of beers? Also, replay, we did give you a dwarf, by the way. So you'll see it in the VODs, probably. Because that is a 5-month resub, and we have this rule here, when a resub goes through, you post a beers. I'm just really curious to know how heavy this 800, oh, that's not that heavy. It's pretty heavy, but it's not that heavy. Five, four, three, two, one. Let's see if this is too much weight. 925 weight. Because down here at the bottom, weight, value, right? So to get the value above, or the weight above that, I may have to just buy the clay blocks. Gems also surprisingly heavy sometimes. Or just buy this cage. Oh shit, they brought a grizzly. I'll buy the grizzly. Thank you. Pets for pets. I'll take the books, the scrolls, that, these. I don't need the food because we're vampires. Buy that. And why not a toy axe for the kids? Some flasks. And, send it! And I'm gonna go over here. Grizzly bear. Just gonna type in the word war. I'm unassigning war dogs from all of these locations. And then I'm gonna go to this squad, because you're my pet management, Dorf. I'm going to go to work animals. And then any war dog, leaving some at the bottom, are now under your ownership. So 17 war dogs are going to be going out with my sieges. And then war, all of the unnamed ones, go here. Because all the named ones will be leaving the map. Now I'm just waiting on one final squad to return. They're all back. Let's see how we did on that pillaging attempt. Dwarf Vampire outmatched them. Of course you did. Yeah, it looks like I'm just going to have to keep fighting this. And probably take it over pretty quick. We're up to 380. Yeah, like they always increase. Like 395. They increased by 95 in the time that it took me to attack them again. So we're just like slowly crawling through their population, I guess. Because they just keep recruiting new soldiers. Also, this is kind of nifty. Check this out. Look at how they leave the map, chat. So they run over here. They go north. They go to the entrance of the caverns. And then they run out the bottom of the caverns. Which is kind of fun. The Prim Accident of Tin. I love it when they do this. I wish they could return through the caverns if they left through the caverns, but traders can also leave through the caves. It's useful for sieges. Is it just the fastest? Yep. Yeah, it's the easiest way for them to get to the edge of the map. Because that's all they need to do is get to the edge of the map, right? And then all the dogs follow them. And then here goes the dwarf with no use of his spine. How many kills are you up to? 7? Nice. Also killed a forgotten beast. So you know what? You ain't no slouch. I've disabled them. Dread Victorian. I don't like them. Like, I wish I did, but I just don't like them. So I have them disabled. A lot of putting items in shields. All right, yeah, of course a lot of this is just going to be putting items in shields because I just sold a shit ton of stuff. I enable them sometimes in some forts, but in other forts I don't even bother because, like, it's just, I don't know. It's so much. It's so much is the easiest way to put it. It's just so much. So much micromanagement. At the very least, I usually nerf them. They need some middle ground between they attack and then they just immediately attack again. Because right now they just populate your map and occupy your map, and then when you kill them, more of them move onto the map, and they just do that stealthed. And it's just, I find it just kind of annoying. Like, if I have a well-built fortress, yeah, I can kill them. That's not really an issue. The issue is that they're really annoying to kill. So, if they weren't really annoying and always there, yeah, I'd play with them. But because they're always there, they're just kind of, I don't know, they're just kind of a lot. I'm actually curious. Okay, there's a lot of random forbidden bedrooms here. I don't know why this happens. This has to be a DF hack thing. But bedrooms just randomly getting paused and zones just randomly getting paused. I don't know what's up with it. I don't like it. I wish it would stop doing that. I need to figure out if it's a DF hack thing, and if it is, I need to disable it. Okay, so one of the human traders has left. Now the other one's leaving. Didn't get to trade with both of them, but that's okay. I don't know, chat. Do you guys disable the Cavern Dwellers? I tend to advise people to disable the Cavern Dwellers these days. Just because, like, it just seems like a better, more approachable way to play. They were a thing that was added in the premium version alongside of the Steam release. And more than any other feature in the game, I feel that they are a feature that was just kind of sideways jammed into the game because the devs felt the game needed difficulty and no other real reason outside of that. Which to me, I don't really agree with. I think the game was plenty difficult enough if you wanted it to be. At the very least, like, it's easy to disable them, so they don't really bother me or anything, but it's too overwhelming. Yeah. I mean, like, if their numbers were like a third and they can ambush, that's fine. But I think they should communicate a little bit. I think they should be annoying like elves. They should communicate a little bit and make demands. Either like demanding an item or like demanding you provide them with weapons or something. Like they should have some sort of, that's a problem. They should have some sort of restriction or requirement, in my opinion. Yeah. I'd really, really, really love them if you could, like, pay them off and bribe them to join you. Then I'd fucking love them, even in small amounts. The were-lizard, rarely, Oralaki has come. A large lizard twisted into humanoid form. It is crazed for blood and flesh, and its eyes glow chartreuse. Its sepia scales are small and set far apart. You will know why you fear the night. Yeah, clearly. Okay, thankfully it's pretty far away. I think my guard pup did its job. That or you saw it. I'm gonna try and get these dwarves inside. Okay, well, it hasn't attacked anybody yet, but it's about to attack Autumn the Farmer Vampire. So run, Autumn! Run! Oop. Okay, so the Dwarf Farmer Vampire has been bit in the hand, which tore the muscle. So you've been bit. And then lets him run away. Finish your goddamn job, you lazy son of a... What a lazy dweeb. Time for science? What science? There is no science that needs to be done. That dwarf's now a were creature. Quite literally, like, there's no science that needs to be done. Help them defend or just join you? Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't want them to join entirely, but it would be neat if, like, if you give them enough, like, tributes or something, then they, like, could join your, like, hang out in your tavern or something, you know? Like, at least allow yourself to be semi-neutral with them. What's up, Printel? I feel like I butchered your name, but... Olon, the dwarf spinner vampire, has been possessed. Yeah. Hasn't changed. Algebra. Nothing has changed. If you know that I'm playing and using Linux, you've probably seen my Linux videos, and nothing has changed since then. Of the second eye. Printiel? Yeah, gonna try and get it. Alexandru in YouTube chat, let me tell you this. This is one of those games where it doesn't matter how long you play it, you'll find something to make it interesting. Doesn't matter how long you play it. I could dig this down. Let's dig through the floor there. So I'm just going to lock this vampire in here, I think. Is my plan. So I'm just going to wait for this to get done, and then I'm just going to lock this. Although first you're diagnosing patients, so I'll unlock this. Okay, so you've been diagnosed. Left hand cut open, you need cleaning, dressing. That's fine. You can live there now for a little bit. This will make my well operational again. Yes, playing beta 28. I play on the beta branches and it auto updates. So, yes. And a sheep crashed my game 3 times today. I think it's been slaughtered. I hope it's been slaughtered. Oh, probably. I just need the feeling or the need to hit. I have streamed like 50 hours of it. It's kind of funny though how that happens. Is like, I'll stream a game a bunch, and 90% of my viewer base will just immediately tune out when I stream it a bunch, and then suddenly everybody will decide that that game's cool and they want to play it when I'm mostly done with Path of Backrest. Like at this point, I'm mostly done. Like I've seen enough of that game, and I play it for like 40 minutes here and there just to like do the occasional run, but I'm not actively like sitting down and playing it anymore, and I haven't for a while. But I kind of played it the other day because the itch struck, and it was okay. But like, now that I'm kind of done with it, people want to see it. It's like, well, I don't know what you want from me then. Really. I guess I'll put it this way. You gotta trust me if I say a game is cool. Because I don't get paid by game companies to promote their game. I only play games if I think they're cool. Why did I lock that specific room? That is a were creature. That ain't a dwarf vampire no mo. That's even more dangerous. It's a were dwarf. It's now a were lizard. Yeah, I'm not a sucker for achievements, really. Certain types of games, yeah. Some other games, eh. Like, I have 60-something hours in Path Bacra. I played a good amount of it. I was also the first person to stream it, so I actually probably have way more than that, because I think I have about 40 hours on the itch.io version. I played it throughout early access, every major update, and promoted the hell out of it and streamed a whole lot of it. I will absolutely play Lands of Acro when that releases. But currently for Path of Acra, I'm pretty done, I think. You're pretty sure vamps are immune? Well, we'll find out when the full moon hits, now won't we? I'm pretty sure they're not. So it's your pretty sure versus my pretty sure, and I'll wait it out and find out. Kind of don't like these stairs being here. Did you miss a war? I think every single second you've been missing this stream, you've been missing various wars. And if you demand suffering, watch a different stream. $389 goblins. We're back in the 300s. One of my dogs got injured and now killed. Rest in peace. 372 goblins. 364 goblins. 355 goblins. 347 goblins. 300 and more. Yeah, they have to just be constantly recruiting more. Slaying 9. Okay. You know, let's try this. Let's try to raise it. What's up, Wukong? So I love this. Also, this is working. My militia is, in fact, getting fed alcohol from here, because I just saw it happen. See, euphoric due to inebriation. This dwarf is just sitting here training, but because I've set these as part of the tavern, they're getting delivered booze. It's probably actually really good for general morale of the vampires. Alanorama, hello. How was Strim? What was you ups to's on this fine day? Things are all right, Zemo dear. Hey, chat, can I get a round of beers for the Raiders? Please don't drown them. Might be going crazy, but aren't you on late? Don't you normally end earlier than this, Alana? If you guys don't know who Alana is, streams RimWorld and a variety of other games sometimes, is a member of the same stream team as me, so we take part in the same events occasionally. I recommend you go check out her stream. If I have any mods here, if I could get a shout out, that'd be fantastic. Otherwise, I'll do it in a second. Think about just covering this with glass. At least the roof of the hospital, maybe. Maybe not the roof of the hospital. Maybe just like over here. Can turn the roof of the hospital into something else. XCOM 2, really? First time playing XCOM 2. I guess some games just age forever. And age well. Are you modding it or just playing vanilla? The Forgotten Beast, Kubok. Thanks, King. Kubok, Marist, Alaniz has come. A great alligator composed of crystal glass. It has a stubby horn and a bloated body. Beware its deadly speed. Since it's in this layer, we can fight it. The Wilderness of Wars. Well, that's exciting. Yellow Beach, The Wilderness of Wars. Has no kills. It's 535 years old. Meanwhile, my artifact dwarf maker, who's a spinner, has created Nogleshthak Addis Meb, a bulky giant cheetah leather left glove. I could care less because it's bulky. I am one of those annoying people who didn't like XCOM 2 because at the time it took I shit you not, 10 minutes to load on the computer I had. Oh no! Spineless, no! Spineless! Well, I guess he's no longer paralyzed. Or maybe she's no longer paralyzed. Also, another one shows up. And also dead. Man, we lost 3 dwarves in that? I get it, you guys are just proficient, but like... Here I thought you'd do better. No, sorry, I lost 2 and a turkey. Oh no, we lost 3. 1, 2, 3. Well, that's unfortunate. Pretty effective little monster. It's not butcherable either, that's disappointing. Well, rip. Rip, rip. What's up, Yannick? How's things? Okay, so let's see, how many more of these do I need to make? 1, 2. I think just 2. Make a third one. Here come all the coffins. Still has the developer tool where missions load faster while caps lock is on. I would rather just play a game that respects my time with its loading speed. And yeah, I don't know. I'm also like, I guess a bit of a crotchety old man in that I like old XCOM more than Fraxcom or whatever I was calling it a couple years ago. So I'm looking forward to more builds of Xenonauts 2 because I really like what that game is doing. And we'll probably just play that for my XCOM fill when I need it. Because Xenonauts 2 is doing things that I'm much more interested in. And an ad break. So let's let the ads play. After a very busy December, there you go. I mean, that's like most of us too, on the streaming side of things. Most people go pretty hard in December. So I know that feeling, that's for sure. Just waiting for these ads to play through. Last I looked, it looked pretty much identical to the first game, aside from the fact that it's running in a completely different engine. But yes, that is the goal. They are making a better version of that first game. I mean, it's a sandbox, right? Did a lot of overtime work as a volunteer at a food bank in order to get back to the homeless shelter status, in order to get it back to a homeless shelter status before Christmas. Oh, wow. It was tough, but also needed a distraction during that time. Yeah, no, I get it. Hey, you're a better person than me. Are there any video games that you're heavily anticipating coming up? I don't anticipate video games. Anticipating video games is how you get disappointed by video games. I get pleasantly surprised by video games. You quit your job at the end of last year and you've been planning this for some time, so everything is fine. Unfortunately, you haven't found a replacement job in the meantime, but you'll figure something out. Well, that's good. Well, best of luck working towards a replacement gig. I think for me, like, XCOM is more than just, like, the strategy side of it. It's the aesthetic. It's the game feel. And while Firaxis's XCOM games have the name, they don't have the aesthetic, and they don't have the feel of what I want from an XCOM game. Xenonauts has that. That's just a me thing, right? It's the same reason that Planet Coaster will never really scratch the same itch that Roller Coaster Tycoon does. Because, well, it might have some of the ideas, and it might have some of the devs, and it might have some of the things from, like, Roller Coaster Tycoon 3, but that's not an era that I want to see expanded on and replicated, right? The era that intrigues me is the older era, and that's very much how XCOM and Firaxis's XCOMs are for me. Just dug into a cavern before the end of the first month. I mean, nerf cavern creatures in the difficulty settings? That's my only real advice. Aside from it, you seem to know what you're doing. Go have fun. Although I'll say farming in the caverns is 3 times more efficient than farming outside of the caverns. Unless you're farming on soil that you've made with water, but, you know, you're probably not doing that if you're asking these questions, so. Oh yeah, no, Planet Coaster has a great soundtrack. Like, there's lots of things that are good about Planet Coaster. That was the first example that came to my mind. Yeah, no, absolutely. I know the guys who made it. Parkitect, rather. Cool dudes. I want to say that they've announced a new game, that studio. It's pretty different, though. Squads are returning. So as of fall, I will find out if we are actually going to get tribute from the mysterious layers. Let's see how this raise attempt went. It's probably going to be about the same. Sometimes they stay longer and fight longer if you tell them to raise instead of just, you know, attack. You don't have too much fun? Well, if you have too much fun, just remember to make your next fort in the same world. One of my dogs was struck down. Checks out. We're down to 320. Okay, well, I'm going to go use the toilet. I'll be right back. Also going to go stick my mug in the sink. All right, let's see how are we up to. Clash with 209 goblins. All right, well, we're getting there. We are getting there. Let's see if I can clear the rest of them. Yeah, now I'm curious. What was the name? What was that other game that they announced? How many hours do I have in Parkitect? Yeah, a friend of mine also designed a lot of the scenarios for Parkitect. Silverette, he's a YouTuber. Yeah, I have like 150 hours in Parkitect, apparently. Texelraptor. Right, yeah, no, they're making Oakenwood. Texelraptor. Yeah, the people who made Parkitect, they're making... Hold on. Tab back over. They're making this. It's like a Frog People city builder. So the people who made Parkitect are making this. Croakwood, not Oakenwood. Infested Places is a full-time job. Oh, yeah, no, totally. Also, that's one of my old forts, so... Yeah. But, nifty. But yeah, this is the game that was being referred to, this one. Which is also nifty. Totally worth the full price, too. The expansion packs are also good. But considering, like I said, a friend of mine designed most of the scenarios for this game, like, yeah, I would give you my very biased recommendation towards playing this game. This is like if someone made Roller Coaster Tycoon 3, but a sequel to the original series instead of like the spiritual successor that Frontier made. It's a good game. Can confirm. It's just like Mashinki is a more of a like a Sid Meier's Railroad / Transport Tycoon game than the later Transport Tycoon games were. What's up, Kaiser Nike? How's things, man? But yeah, I keep seeing this question in the YouTube chat, and it keeps me pondering, because, like, upcoming games that I'm interested in. I'm interested in, like, Lands of Acra. That's a game that's upcoming that I'm interested in. Which is the follow-up to Path of Acra. That I'm interested in, and I will stream that. I want to play the Project Zomboid new version, but once it's off of the unstable branch, although it might already be, I don't know. I haven't actually paid that much attention. But I would like to play that when it's out of the unstable, except I want to recruit a friend of mine to coach me, because I don't like sucking at games, and chat backseating me is only tolerable for so much time. So I'm thinking about just getting my friend Raul to... I've already talked to him about it. Just sitting on voice chat with him and getting him to coach me, which is also pretty good because he tends to turn his stream on around 9 p.m. my time, and I know the game just crashed. It's not even worth it. You're not even worth it. This is why I don't play other games, right? This is why I don't get excited for things or want to do things, because if I play it well and I'm good at it, people will just be like, suck, so that it's more entertaining. And then if I play something that I'm actually interested in, they'll just be like, why are you playing this? Game sucks. Is there another sheep? Fuck if I know. But anyway, yeah, no, this is why I don't enjoy things and why I don't look forward to video games, Eskimole. So thank you. Appreciate you. They more or less changed nothing? Cool. I haven't played it in 5 years, so who cares how much they've changed or how much they haven't changed. So I have to do all of that trading again, I think. Actually, no, I don't have to do all that trading again. We only just moved over. So it did make it through the save. Well, that's good. Bizarre, man. Bizarre. Uh-oh. Fort might be done. Well, I don't need you to keep reiterating how horrible it is, Eskimole. YouTube chat asked if there's any upcoming games that I'm anticipating. That's literally the one that I'm anticipating. Yeah. And you're just like, it sucks, it's horrible. Awesome. Thanks for sharing. Lovely. Feels great, man. I don't care who you're referring to, man. Literally do not care. You're typing it in my chat. But I've said my piece. Yeah, it just crashes. It freezes and crashes. I will try disabling multi-threading first. Damn sheep. Yep, totally. I have no idea what's... It's probably not the lava and ice. I've done significantly more nonsensical things with lava and ice before in temperatures, and it's caused no problems. My first hope is that it's multi-threading, but let's see. Yep, nope, crashing again. Wonder what it could be. Who knows? I could see why you would be. I found workarounds though. If you make if you assign them one workshop at a time, set some of them to collect sand and set some of them to not. But no, it's not the vampires, Jasper. Doesn't matter if it's a test or not, I'm not gonna do that. Because if it's the vampires, then there's no point in continuing playing. I mean, it sounds like the time for a bug report. Oh, I've got like 5 from this fort, don't worry. This fort was crashy before this update too, so. And I guarantee you it's probably from the vampires. I don't know. Yeah, there it goes again. I was trying to just move forward 1 tick at a time. It's like 4 or 5 ticks into this year. It just breaks. Cool. I could go back 1 season. The beginning of summer. And hope that whatever it is doesn't happen again. Is it the werevamp? Could actually... That's not a bad suggestion. Is this the full moon? Nope. It's not the werevamp. I wonder if some event is trying to load. I've got a few ideas. I doubt it. Kaznike. Let's just not talk about it. Apparently it's terrible and I shouldn't play it. Tuesday, I just want the subject to go away. Please and thank you. Let's try fix retrieve units. I mean, it's not general strike or drop webs. Yeah. That's it. That's it. So squad out. Just there. This is not getting fixed. Nothing I can do will fix it. So we'll go back a save. Can you retire the fort? Of course I could. Will I? No. DF hack's not doing shit. Literally every script DF hack has is disabled. Yeah, not a ton. We'll just go back a season. And if it happens again, well, then it happens again. So we get to trade again. I already did. Crash logs haven't worked, Kaiznike, since November on Linux. So nothing in there. Actually, do you guys have any fun pets? That's bad? Yeah? Let's not dwell on it, shall we? I mean, if we dwell on it, I will just simply call it for the day, and I don't really want to do another short stream again. You know, they need a lot of things, Kaiznike. And currently, I have a lot of salt. And we don't need to shake it. No, because I'm not streaming Caves of Cud right now. I streamed 60 hours of it in 2 weeks. I'm good for a while. I binge play Caves of Cud. I don't just jump into Caves of Cud on an evening. It's not how that game works. Not for me, anyway.
Light 477 cheered. X100.
Holy shit. Text-to-speech works. The fuck? Thanks for the first text-to-speech of the stream. The hell? That wasn't working earlier. I mean, here's the thing, Sir Otterfied. I find usually if you jump back to an older save, it goes away. Bot's been back since... The bot never left, but the text-to-speech is back, yes. You fixed it, Light. Just whatever you do, don't write my name in your book. But yeah, no, it wouldn't be the were vampire because the were vampire's been transforming a couple times a month. For a while now. Or once a month for a while now and like no issues, so. I mean, here we go. It's full moon, right? Although this is before he was a were-vampire. Never mind. But he did transform, and it didn't crash the game. So send out this combo of squads. We'll send out a different combo of squads in a minute. Once they're all back. You will not document any Greg activities, but yeah, well. It is what it is. You know, this cliff face actually has had me come to terms with the idea that at some point I want to try and recreate Boat Murdered. Like a Dwarf Fortress play, basically. Settle on a really steep volcano map, and then try and recreate the layout and approximate the events and nickname the dwarves accordingly and see if you could replicate at least the layout, if not some of the events of Boat Murdered in current gen Fortress mode. It's something I kind of want to try doing because I think that would be fun. I don't know when I'm going to do it, but that's something I want to try and do this year because people keep on asking me to do a read through of Boat Murdered, and I feel like with the way my videos have changed, that just it wouldn't be right if I were to do a read through of Boat Murdered and not like have footage that matched. So I'm going to try and acquire footage that matches, basically. You're also here for historical reenactments? Yeah. Because like that, it would all be one level, but it would require pumping water and lava into the thing. I'd have to get water for the river. I'd have to get lava for the lava river. I'd have to do like weird constructions to like replicate like the aesthetic of the old demonic pools and whatnot. You'd have to acquire elephants, yeah. Getting elephants ain't that hard. Is this also before the Crashy Sheep? This is the same time as the Crashy Sheep, I think. Yeah, it's set for slaughter. So it's after the Crashy Sheep, but before it was slaughtered. Yeah, simply put, I'm not going to retire the fort or anything drastic unless this doesn't work. If this doesn't work, then yeah, whatever. We'll retire the fort. That's fine. Yeah, that's why I made this hard save. Correct. I've made multiple copies of the saves today. Also, apparently, Suited, you're throwing a tantrum. Please stop. It's going to end with you getting hit with a hammer real hard. Or at the very least convicted, I don't know. Let me be. I mean, we'll go yell at you, it's fine. Let's grab the books, the scrolls. Need to clear some weight out of here. I think they brought a grizzly. Yes, they did. Trying to think. Let's just buy the anvils. Fuck it. That'll clear the weight. All the squatties is back. Let's send them back out. Send them out to pillage. Keep at it. Might as well be a full-time job at this point. Thanks for warning me again about that sheep. I had forgotten about that. It's in my notes, though, so it's something I will return to later. Glove and mitten. But yeah, I guess like when we hit late summer, I'll do another save. And then hopefully it doesn't crash when we move into the next season. Although actually, I think I know what might be causing it. Chat, I have an idea. I demanded tribute from a bunch of people, didn't I? How much you want to bet that's what's causing it? Because I was supposed to get tribute early autumn, right? From these guys? They offer autumn tribute. They offer autumn tribute. Offer winter tribute. So when dwarves wear things, they degrade over time. If they use a weapon, will it also degrade? If they use the weapon to block another weapon, yeah. Unless it's named. It's a variation on an old bug. It's like, I know that, like, demanding tribute from goblins used to cause the game to crash, but what bug are you thinking of, Graknark? So in that case, I guess what I should do is just attack them. So they stop bringing me tribute? Which I could do. Trying to think. Does anybody else have any, like, off the top of their head solutions for this? Because it's trying to send me tribute, it just doesn't know how. Yeah. No, that was like a version 50 bug, right, Graknark? I seem to recall that. Like, it was one of the first patches after version 50 came out. Wasn't it the cavern creatures, actually, that were trying to bring invalid items? Well, so since we've now thought of that, we can probably jump back to the others. Well, no, actually we can't. I just have to stop them from sending me tribute. Let's just raise them. So after we're done pillaging Winterhearth, I'll just set a raise order to every single one of these. Maybe Umbral Flare will leave open, because it's a mysterious dungeon, because you're autumn. You're also an autumn. What's the trouble with receiving tribute? I'm demanding tribute from things that were just added to the game in the last patch, not the patch from this morning, but the one before that. And it's probably sending invalid items, which is causing the game to crash. Hold on. I'm actually just going to DM somebody who can just yell at Putnam. Or I'll just DM Putnam. You mean in the fall, more like, Kaznaik? But yeah, I'm demanding tribute from a faction that doesn't exist, basically. So it's trying to bring invalid items, most likely, into the world, which is causing problems. Yeah. By certain armies. Yeah, I want to say that was because like that was a save corruption bug. So yeah, no, I mean, here's the thing though. There was another one a while ago, like 2017 or something, where Forgotten Beasts were causing a similar crash. They were trying, like, Forgotten Beasts basically were causing the game to crash when they'd wander into the map because they'd try and have invalid materials in their body or like materials that didn't exist. There was also a world generation crash, which I genuinely think is funny, which is dwarves trying to invent new languages to do with books. It was like they were writing books about language and then were studying language and then would make a discovery to do with language and then the world gen would crash. The blue guy? I have no idea what you're talking. Oh, you mean the debug guy. I have a dance emote for that. This guy. Anyway, I sent a DM to Putnam because I'm not the only person who's going to try to do that. That would be concerning. Guys, Nike, that'd be concerning. Enlighten me, Stonecoat. What are you doing, dwarf? Trying to pillage. Why do you have 2 cloaks on? This dwarf's very heavily cloaked up. Okay, so let's do a quick save. There's no hyphen, and you have to be subscribed for it to work. Kaiser. So unfortunately, someone's going to have to gift you a sub, or you're going to have to subscribe if you want to use that emote. Because it does cost money to pay an animator to animate an emote, even for a meme. I don't know if it's just like the way I run my stream or not, but a lot of my emotes are getting used a lot less as of late. Like, I just don't see them very much. Like, even in my own chat. Bellinair, thanks for the raid. Are you still cutting? Because I know you've been cutting on the cutting room floor for a while. Live and drink? Water sib. Except for when it's not water and it's oil, because it's a robot that you're drinking with. And robots drink oil, not water. Just completed a run. There you go. I got too annoyed with my run. My build was more annoying than fun by the end. So I stopped. We'll return at some point. You barely know how to Twitch, Chief? That's fair. I just think it's interesting that, like, overall emote usage has dropped pretty catastrophically. I think it's just, like, due to an oversaturation of emotes on Twitch. That's my suspicion, but could certainly be off with that assumption. Okay, first squad is back. Missions. Let's do the first raising mission. Go raise them. Like, Twitch has just hit a point of saturation where there's just so many emotes that, like, I have, like, 30-something unused emote slots. It's ridiculous. Like, I shouldn't need that many emotes. Dank Chasms is the place we're going to go raise next. This time we get a were panda instead of a were lizard. Which is hysterical. which is chasing Zul'Ban. And gets grabbed. Gets their arm locked. Cheesemaker punches him. Are you equipping anything? Don't have anything equipped. Yeah, the Werepanda, I agree with Zach Adams. Werepanda sprite's the best sprite in the game. Ah. Well, now we have a Werepanda in the fort. Who's dead. So we don't have a Werepanda in the fort. I lied. Darius Cardin, on the other hand, is doing a much better job of dodging. Considering he's got a crutch equipped, that's kind of hysterical. Okay, so he's been struck once, but he hasn't been bit yet. Lots of dodging. Says, I've improved my fighting. That was satisfying. I'm not sure what you did fighting-wise, but he's still dodging it. He's screaming quite a lot, actually. I must withdraw, he keeps saying. This is also just kind of fun. Okay. Did you get bit, Darius? Okay, so you got struck. Okay. Struck. Struck. Getting struck is fine. Miss, kick, pull. He's good. He's good. He got this. No real big problem. Now we just need to stab this panda to death.
Woo!
So I gotta say, that's a pretty good outcome for us. Although we did lose Zul'Ban, the cheesemaker. Oh, sorry. Are you dead now? Well, that's unfortunate. All right, let's get out to complete these other two missions. You're gonna go raise this place. And you're gonna go raise that place. So I'm just gonna go try and raise the 4 places that are trading with us and see if the game still crashes.
Bring out your dead!
It's a shame that I wasted so much in-game time on this, but, you know, here we are. I'm certainly not perfect. 3 or 4. Nothing crazy. I've definitely had, like, more were creatures in a single fort before, but it has been a while. What? Oh, I see. Replacing this with a wall and expanding my construction here. All right, cleared all that. But the reason we had 2 was because I had 1, and then I had to go back to an older save, and then we got a second one. So that's why we had 2, but... Okay, I think that's probably getting that wall piece done. So we can get you done. Sand crust furniture with cut gems. Work through our cut gems, because I got kind of a lot of them, probably. And let's cut All of the amethysts. Because amethyst cutting amethysts is amusing to me. This was another thing I was working on. So let's continue working on this. Let's go down here. Fill out the rest of the gabbro. And it's a slow process. Looks like we're smelting magnetite ore, or tetrahedrite rather. Guess I've actually got enough. Which is neat. Meaning I've probably got way too much tetrahedrite. And also, I think I need another doctor, if I'm not mistaken. No, okay. I did assign the doctor. We needed a bone doctor, but I couldn't remember if I'd done that yet. Another thing I gotta do is I gotta dig through this. Go down to here. Channel through that. Because that will make my well work again. Anander! Welcome back for a third month. Shoutouts to Rolf. For a third time. Or however many times, however long that was, I actually can't remember. Made Doom, but Bethesda Softworks made Doom, but it made Eternals, so why is Dwarf a fort? Bethesda never made Doom. id Software made Doom. Bethesda published it. That's a difference. Big difference. I don't know what you're saying, I guess. Hope my holiday season has been good. Apparently it's party time. Oh wow, they're dancing in the barracks. My soldiers get to witness the glorious dances of our great dwarves. Actually, let's check. Did I raise these locations? It's 1 destroyed, 2 destroyed, 3 destroyed, and we're fighting with 280 goblins. Okay, so let's just make sure that that's all of them. I think that's all of them. I had an alright holiday. I'm mostly just sitting here and twiddling my thumbs and waiting for the 1st of February so that I can move Anander. That's my most anticipated thing coming up, is just I get to move soon. And I'm excited about that. Timeline saved? I will after the song's over. Because, come on, let them dance. This is the first time I have moved since 2014. So if you say moving again, if this was something recent, I haven't moved yet. I move on the 1st of February. Moving into an apartment that I bought, which was confirmed the last week of November. But it takes 2 months to purchase a house. Or in this case, an apartment. Yeah, because like I haven't moved yet. I'm still in the same place. Does it take? I have to give 90 or at minimum 60 days notice to my landlord plus other things. So we're still pretty far from moving. Also, thanks for the good dance, guys. You'll love to see it. I need to make this lower area nicer. That's something that I really want to do. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to dig out this. I'm going to mine out this. We're going to wall this up here. And I'm going to make this partially see-through walkway. And then We're going to put something here. Maybe like an extension for my training area? I'm not sure. I'll think of something. Let's see if Putnam got back to me. No. All right. Well, I'll send her the save file after the stream regardless. There was a thing I wanted to say now, and I've completely lost it. My day's just been that. It's just, there was a thing I was going to say, and I can't remember what it was, so it's hard to do that now. Those are ramps, not floors. But I guess I could just probably do this. That'll let me at the very least get walls put in. But yeah, moving is a very slow, time-consuming process when you're purchasing a place. So, did they get this done? Yep. So this well is now operational again. I can now put this silver back. Let's get down here engraved. Over there engraved. Kind of want to put another big, like, upside-down cross in here, but that might be, I don't know, hammering it home a bit hard. You know what I should do, actually? Is I should put another one right here. So I should put one right there. Make it a multi-layered. Basically nothing has changed except for some UI additions. I would need to go look up like a pentagram, what's it called? Pixel art diagram or something. Forgotten Beast in Ego. It's an Ego. Lonsust Zolok has come, a great scaly lobster. It has large mandibles and a bloated body. Its top gray scales are large and close up. Beware its deadly dust. That's kind of spooky. It's in an area where it can get to us. The Avalanche of Sins. Deadly dust is pretty strong. But you know what? We're going to try it. We are going to try it. But yeah, not much has really changed mechanically. Like, there's definitely some little details and UI elements that'll look different. The main thing that I harp home a lot is I talk about staircases that are shaped like this. That's completely irrelevant. Don't bother. Don't bother making cross-shaped staircases. Seeing, do you get any immediate changes? Any status or health effects? Numb. Tongue is blistered. Okay, so it's dust that causes blistering. I think that that's treatable. So let's see how this goes. Stabs the Forgotten Beast in the left claw with an iron spear, bruising the fat. Forgotten Beast misses the Spear Dwarf Vampire. Shot was blocked. Spear Dwarf Vampire attacks the Forgotten Beast, but she jumps away, shutting the camera off. No, it's Rotting Skin. Stabs the Forgotten Beast in the left foot. So it's going to cause their skin to rot, basically. Which, hopefully that doesn't cause them to turn into walking clouds of miasma, but, you know. Creature is bleeding pretty profusely. It's bleeding heavily now. They're stabbing it in the left fourth leg, tearing apart the muscle. Stabbing it in the tendon. Just let the few remaining turns play out. As the squad surrounds it, it jumps into the air. Seeing if any of the dwarves have gotten numb yet. They may also be immune because vampire. Oh, creature is dead. So these pools of ichor need to get cleaned up most likely. And the pool of the extract, which is kind of everywhere as well. Caught in dust underground. That's very annoying. Let's just do this to make sure the dwarves clean this up. Just a blank stockpile. Let's see if it's butcherable. Looks like it is, actually. Yeah, it does look like it is. Although it's possible they're actually just butchering these. Oh, no, they're not. Okay, so dwarves are getting numb. Uh-oh. Vampire was found dead. Seriously injured, numb. Cannot breathe, ability to stand lost. So they seem to be getting some pretty severe bruising. Like full body bruising. I'll bet you that's going to get some pretty crazy infections pretty quickly. This would just kill a normal dwarf. What was its weight? Hold on. Now I need to know. A lot, yes. Okay, got it. So I'm presuming they'll just get hauled over to here. Yeah, we've got a lot of recover wounded jobs going. How goes the vamp fort? You're still alive, I think. We've had some pretty bad crashing problems, and I'm crossing my finger that we fixed it. I asked the mysterious layers to bring me tribute, and it seems to be a guaranteed crash if you do that. So I now have some dwarves that are completely covered in bruises. I'm really curious to see what my doctors can do about it, if anything. Let's just make the hospital a little bigger. Okay, so what? Moderate bruising. So, like, bruised lungs and stuff can cause, like, them to stop being able to breathe. But because it's just, like, they're vampires and they don't need to breathe, the full body mild bruising actually isn't that bad in the grand scheme of things. It should just recover slowly after they get washed. Like, your knee is fucked up. You're already back to training. This dwarf was completely covered in it. So basically this dwarf is black and blue, essentially. But you can't stand and you can't grasp. You're good. Okay, you're not one of my soldiers, though. You can't stand, you can't grasp. Sensory nerve damage. Okay. So one would hope that that would recover. But if it doesn't, we'll just make a new squad. Interesting. Big Bang, thanks for the 14th month. Welcome back. How goes the vampires? They're goings. See how the last raising went. We destroyed it. We're down to 266. Okay, so the number went up again, but it's still down. Let's just continue pillaging them. But this time with just 2 squads, I got to keep the Speechless Irons around in case I need a backup squad, because these guys are all, they've been better. They've been better. Hey, chat, can I get a big round of beers for Big Bang? Keeping that sub alive for our 14th month. I don't know if they do feel pain. Because, like, they don't need to breathe. They don't get tired. They don't sleep, eat, or any of that. All right, so the game's going to save. Now it's either going to crash before the end of the day, or we're clear. I realize that's kind of grim, but that's the reality I live in now. So let's hope it doesn't crash. No, it's never had a trigger on the bot, Darius. You can whine about it if you like. That's one of the reasons I never made it a trigger, is so that I can literally say you can whine about it if you don't like it. But, you know, if people actually seriously want one, I'll make it. If we make it to the second, we Gucci. Yay! You did do this right. Big Bang. Chat. Big Bang would like a dwarf. Do we give them a dwarf? Yes or no? I think that might be the most well-timed win I've ever heard. That was almost simultaneous. Holy shit. That was terrifying sounding. That sounded like somebody slowed it down a bit. The heck? It's horrifying. Anyway, speaking of horrifying, chat, what kind of dwarf should suited giraffe get? So they're dancing over here. That's where the actual party's happening. The one that died in the caverns. You can't, fun fact, you can't actually name dwarves after they're dead. I'm doing this because we're in an ad break anyway. But, Big Bang, what kind of dwarf would you like, if you happen to know? Everybody's a vampire, but they still have different jobs if you have a job in particular that you are seeking. I will make you aware of the availability of said job, though. Any available smiths? I have one weaponsmith, lady. She's adequate, but rusty. I usually just, most of the time, just ask chat. Most of the time, my tombs are just like messes of just scattered coffins everywhere. You'll start this game. Thanks for showing it to us. Happy to help. Big N. Jubal work. Okay. Big Bang. Glowed oil. Glowed oil. I like glowed oil more. It sounds more fun. Has such a developed sense of optimism that she will always assume the best outcome will be the one that eventually will occur no matter what. She often is nervous and she is quick to form negative views about things. She is pleased by her own appearance and talents, and she doesn't handle stress well. She tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day and is starting to work slowly due to its scarcity. I think it might be time for a tavern banger, if you know what I'm saying. She grumbles mildly at crappy weather, and she doesn't really care about anything anymore. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally is disgusted by guile and cunning, and believes that the idea of war is utterly repellent and would have peace at all costs. She has a copper bracelet which she's equipped, and she is good friends with several dwarves. Lots of close friends, actually. Is a member of the Doctrine of Midnights, and has been in the fortress since 309. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the Tavern Time zone and expand it to this as well, because this is also technically the tavern. I'm going to plunk some more chairs and tables. Chairs and tables down. I don't have many, but I'm just going to go up to here and type in copper table, copper throne. Let's just do 30 of each, because I guarantee you I've got plenty. I just typed in 330. Okay. And now that I've done that, I'm going to probably put... How do you guys feel about this little wall? Does that look good to you, chat? Because I'm kind of thinking about blocking off this side as well and then just making this 2 halves of like a crafting zone. Curious to know what you think. I'm also thinking about expanding the tavern from here to all the way down into here. Putting like tables and chairs on either side of this, some down in here, making this into a connected dining hall to that. Because these are 3 separate zones, but they are connected to this zone. Chad thinks so? Okay, cool. I'm glad that we were able to sort out that crash. That had me really worried. Recently fell in love with the Japanese folk song. I do. It feels this lively graveyard. I do to this lively graveyard. Is that I'm presuming that's the translated name, but can't say I've been listening to any folk music, but I have been listening to a lot of doom metal recently. Well, not really doom. To anybody who listens to metal, if you happen to know the band Thou, would you describe them as doom metal? Because I think of them as sludge metal, but they certainly have a very doomy vibe. And not doom as in the video game Doom. That's not what I mean. People often presume I'm talking about the video game Doom when I say doom metal. That's not genre of music. That's a video game. It's a good video game though. Dune metal, yeah, very different thing. Uh-oh. Ah, the caravan has arrived. Oh shit! The dwarves from the mountain home are here to trade, hallelujah! So they stopped trading with us because they kept on getting scared away by my cheetahs. I used to have giant cheetahs in this fortress, and every time they'd show up, the giant cheetahs would attack them, and or get into fights with them, and cause them to run away. So I haven't traded with the mountain home in like 4 years because of this. I'm kind of amazed I kept getting migrants throughout that time, but it seems to be over-ish now, which is good. Let's also do totem. There is a lot. So I don't know if you guys are noticing this. I don't know how well you guys can hear this stuff. There is a lot more random ambient sounds in the game that I've never heard before. Like, I don't think we have, like, individual workshop sounds. But I'm certainly hearing sounds I wasn't hearing before. Most definitely hearing sounds I wasn't hearing before. No, we'll definitely trade with them, Zemo dear, but lie down. The bed's already made. We'll just sit here in the corner of the room waiting. His brain is mangled beyond recognition? Oh. What's his name? Phineas Gage? Kind of vibes? Well... that seems bad. I feel like that entire squad might have to become like... You know, next this dwarf's going to tell me he's meditating on Mars to stay away from work. This is the chief broker, the person in charge of trading. Currently, he's meditating on Earth. Well, okay, so this isn't Earth. This is the land of gifts, clearly. Yeah, all of these are vampires. So everything that every dwarf in my fort is a vampire. Yes. Reg book spines. How many are we down? Clashed with 328. We're into the 320s. We got it down to 270 goblins. Cool. Let's keep hitting them. As soon as these two squad leaders are back. Yeah, don't let them snort the deadly dust. It's dangerous. But it should all be cleaned up already, so. Because they will crawl through it, right? So they'll get covered in it. But they should already be out of it. It shouldn't be an issue. Can vampires regenerate? Nope. No, vampire is a debuff. The only buff they get is they don't get tired. And they don't need to eat or drink. And they live forever. But everything else about them is a negative because vampirism is a curse. Capital C. Right? It's not something you want. If a dwarf is cursed to be a vampire, it's a curse for a reason. They also don't need to breathe. Yeah, that's true. So they can drown for all eternity and not actually die. Which is kind of grim. $432 profit they get. Sure that'll work for them. Finally, I can make this office slightly bigger. Look more office-like. I think it's time for tavern time. So these dwarves should stop what they're doing. Actually, let's not do tavern time just yet. I want to work on these first. I want to get some tables and thrones made and set up and installed. Turns out we have quite a few. Not that they'll actually need them, but they'll be happy near fine ones. Don't they get strength buffs? No, the buff they get is they don't get tired. They get higher base level toughness, but they don't really get a strength buff. They can't carry more. They can in adventure mode, but as far as I know, that doesn't affect anything in fortress mode, really. I mean, like, strength buffs are a big deal in adventure mode where when your dwarf goes to walk and they're over encumbered and they can't walk, then that's a problem. But in fortress mode, it's not so big of a deal. Because simply put, like, if a dwarf can't walk, the worst thing that can happen, or if a dwarf walks really slowly because they're carrying something, it just takes them a little bit longer to haul it. It's not that big of a deal. In adventure mode, that can cause you to starve to death. Investments are open. Heads up. But it's not super impactful on actually playing with vampires in fort mode. In adventure mode, it can be. The main buff they get for fort mode is they just become too stupid to get injured. Like, they just refuse to take damage, basically. Like, their toughness goes up. And the, what's the word I'm looking for here? The just kind of general boost that they get to endurance is huge. It's also the secondary thing about immortality is you also have unlimited time to contemplate all the mistakes you've made and how bad you are at existing. Both of which I would say are pretty bad. You have quite a few tickets? Sure. Yes. Yes, you do. Quite a few. I realize I'm showing off, but I kind of have this advantage that I'm here more often and longer than any of you, so what makes vampires happy? They're supposed to be doomed to madness. Like, people who play a lot of RPGs hear the word curse and they go, "Oh, curse, exciting, fun. What can I do with it?" It's a curse. You're cursed. Life's gonna suck forever now. Congrats. And that's basically it. Like, it's a curse. You're not supposed to want to be a vampire. If you want to be a vampire, you're the problem. Basically. So basically the only way to keep vampires happy is by forcing them to stay happy, which requires a lot of min-maxing, shall we say. And taking advantage of certain mechanics. Which is basically what I'm doing. Such as in this case, tavern keepers to force them to drink alcohol. Yeah, except the difference between were curses and vampire curses is it's actually possible to run a vampire fortress. It's not really possible to run a were creature fortress. I would say that a vampire fortress isn't as detrimental as a were creature fortress. Okay, something I'm going to try and do. I'm actually going to remove this squad and send out this squad. I'm going to send out the paralyzed weaponless squad and see how they fare in outsourced battle. But I'm also going to check how the last one went. You can be healed every full moon. And you become allergic to a metal? Yeah, but there's a lot of metals in the game. So if you're allergic to zinc, the world's not going to end. You do take damage if you equip the wrong if you equip the wrong material. So just like hope that your world doesn't make Oh, it was struck down by a goblin. I was like, why did it say struck down a goblin? 250s. We're in the 250s. 229. They're all headed back up. I'm real curious about how the perma-prone militia commander can do here. Because, you know, you're a talented fighter. And, like, you can't breathe and you can't stand. So I'm sure everything will be... But, like, you know, what's the worst that could happen? I'm also going to send out the secondary squad right here. These guys right here, and they're just also going to go raise, because I doubt I'm going to get attacked. And if I do, it's fine. We'll make do. How many years till you grow up? I'm not certain you're going to. And the reason I say that is this baby was 0 years old at the start of the stream. This baby is still 0 years old. For reference, this baby is not 0 years old. This baby was born in 312. We are in the year 314. So, based on that tiny little bit of science, I don't think you're going to. Just be happy you have functional use of your legs. Whereas you... You are not a dwarven child. So... You have 2 children. But you are not, in fact, a child. You are optimistic after discussing foraging behavior, though. Meanwhile, this would be a really, really, really fun adventure to play again. Because he's a leopard man vampire. I should, like, train this guy in the military and get him all decked out in gear. Does the baby eventually go insane? Only if it has bad thoughts. But maybe? I don't know. It wouldn't matter though. I mean, if it goes insane, yeah, it's got happy thoughts. It would be like if it would be like Jasper. Like Jasper's insane, right? Running around babbling. But like can't die. Bearded metalsmith or miner? I don't think I have any open metalsmiths. Or miners, for that matter. Let's see, do I have any metalsmiths? I do, in fact, have an open... Oh, no, you're a butcher. I do not have any open metalsmiths or miners. Here, I will make a miner for you. How's this? Did this work? Glassmaker with a mining side hobby? That's awesome. Wait, what? Cyberk was an open miner? Did I have a... they didn't have a beard, though. At least I didn't see one. I don't know if you saw it, Fall Out Rain, but your dwarf died last stream, so. Personally acts with mercy and compassion at the forefront of his considerations, is gripped by crippling shyness, and rarely looks on others with lust, rarely develops negative feelings and towards things, and he tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others. He has a calm demeanor, and he could be considered rude. He finds the rules of etiquette to be valuable in the abstract, and is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. He does not go out of his way to help others, and he generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future. He likes a little determination and confidence, and he doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and really wants a drink and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of mastering a skill, and the skill was realized, and personally thinks that there is something deeply wrong with people that persevere through adversity. Finds artwork boring, values decorum, finds sees sacrifice as wasteful and foolish and doesn't care about fairness. Likes hematite and pig iron and moss opal, as well as paradise nut wood and fox squirrel leather. Coral and barrels and scepters and sheep for their tendency to crash the fucking video game and flock. And has a flock and the sight of the granite hole, and when possible prefers to consume lungfish and fonio beer, and absolutely hates bats. You only have passing acquaintances and no friends. You're a member of the sinful doctrines. Welcome to the fort. Why is your name so cool? I think any name that's just like a word that stands out as unique is cool. I'm just gonna dump all this stuff. Okay. I'm going to also dump all of this. Meaning stuff's gonna just get dumped pretty quick here. I'm just trying to clean stuff up here and make this place look nice. Oh, it's because you're using 7TV skins, gotcha. Yeah, that's one of the reasons I don't use 7TV. I don't use 7TV because, to be completely honest with you, I really don't like anything animated. The animated emote consistency on Twitch is okay, but anything more that you add, nope. Let's just get all this crud dealt with. And now, we just got this stuff to deal with. Oh no! Some migrants arrived despite the danger. Okay, you know what? Hold up. Hold up. The well is dry. Okay. I'm going to set this as a pit pond. And the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go down to this, and I'm going to forbid it. I'm going to let them use the down here zone to get this done. And I'm also going to forbid this well. And we're going to unpause for a little bit. The Unswerving has been elected to the position of Holy Diamond of the Creative Treasuries. While on the map? Oh, we must have killed somebody who is an elected official in my faction. Because that dwarf just got elected to that position while it's not on the map. Also makes me wonder if they're getting booted out of the squad because of it. It's possible. Or if you just haven't left the map yet. They just haven't left the map yet. We're just going to remove you two. All right, so we're up to 208. So I'm going to go to this burrow, and I'm just going to be like, everybody but the vampire. The well is still dry. 4 dwarves are filling the pond. No, it's not the emotes. It's just it adds things like the animated usernames. Squads have returned. You did 2 missions in a row. We're down to 213 goblins. And boat also clashed with 320 goblins. Okay, so we are pushing their numbers down. They're down to 3,000. They were up to 5,000. They're down to 3,000 now. Just waiting for these two commanders to return. Come on. Captain should be leading. Not at the back. I also think somebody got booted. Okay, so this dwarf has been booted out of the military because they're now a religious member of, or they're now a religious leader in the Creative Treasuries. But you know what? I want you to stay in a squad because you're too good. And let's jump down here. Go to missions. Send them out on a pillaging spree. Good luck, dwarves. And if I check over here, I'm not seeing any vampires just yet. But that's because this is forbidden still. Then let's forbid this and forbid this. So, there's a bunny. Which one of you assholes brought the bunny? And the pony. And then let's also go over to here and get all these piglets reassigned. Gonna have more pigs to eat soon. Or murder, I guess, because we won't be eating them. Ad break starts in a minute. Well, since the new migrants are all in the transformation chamber, I guess the final thing to do now is to take Tel and Artho out of the burrow. Who's a dwarven child. Immortal child. And then enable this burrow. Because it's tavern time. Except for Tel and Artho. Honestly, I'm going to tell you this. The reason I don't do, or rather, not don't do, don't like doing world domination runs is because it's just a lot of that. Okay, let's follow this strange mood. Kiddo's strange mood. Wait, no, that's not Tel and Artho. There you are. There you go. Did I not remove you from the zone? Oh, there you go. Now you're saying what you want. Green kids are even uglier. They're kind of great, aren't they? I love them. They're great. Yeah, no, did anybody else here see the guy who left Dwarf Fortress a negative review and then a bunch of forum threads on Steam about how they should remove the dwarven faces because of how ugly they are? I'm like, that's the point. The non-aging vampire baby is going to haunt your dreams. At least it's not a zombie. It's still sentient. Chat, we're in an ad break right now. I'm just going to use the washroom. I'll be right back.
Cheese for everyone! You fucking donkey! Sandwich!
You know, I keep saying that I'm going to turn my heat on and I'm not doing it.
I know this.
Bah, that worked, right? Be like I didn't have my headphones on it, so I didn't hear it if it did. If it didn't, it means I never updated it. Can't remember if I did or not. You must have shells. Oh, well, you're dead. I guess I can permit some fishing and see if you actually go fishing. Did not work. All right, I'll have to update that. Well, I don't want Telenartho to die to shells. That just kind of sucks. Not even like Forgotten Beast Shell is available. So when these dwarves start getting thirsty, it's also kind of fun. They make a lot of friends when they hang out in here. Like they're all becoming acquaintances. So this might actually not be a bad idea to just lock all of your new migrants in a room together for a bit upon them arriving, because it forces them to go make friends with people. Which I think is kind of nifty, actually. See, you've made a friend. Like, you've arrived and you've already made a friend. How about Deller? Nope, you haven't yet. But, well, actually, friendships can degrade, which was something I didn't know about Indoor Fortress until I did the 10 years of COG video. Then, at that point, the suited giraffe, the dwarven child vampire, is stumbling around obliviously. But at that point, I realized that that could happen. I actually had no idea that characters could... I guess I never set you on this. Or that dwarves could, like, lose friendships with time if they didn't upkeep them. Child has found purpose. Purpose. Annoyance. They're friends. Or I'm trying to make them into more vampires. If they fall asleep here and their like cohorts here eat them, then they're food. But no, these are ideally friends. Did I just have the game paused that whole time? I might have. But no, they're not food. We're not eating dwarves. But they'll sit here until they get thirsty. And as soon as they get thirsty, they'll start drinking the water from the well. And drinking the water from the well will turn them into vampires. just go to show downtime is important for dwarves? Yeah, no, totally. Hey, see? First one. See? Second one. See? Third one. Fourth one. Just waiting for you to get thirsty now, Alban. There you go, see? Now you're thirsty. It seems like everybody in this burrow is now vampire. Which means they can join this burrow. And another thing I need to do is I need to make a fishery. Something I kind of really don't want to make, but... perhaps I'll be able to get some advantages there. But yeah, if you actually look at a lot of these vampires now... euphoric due to inebriation, see? So all of the times you see euphoric due to inebriation now, it's because my very hardworking tavern keepers, such as this one, Dominok, who's running around with a gem training sword, which is a Peridot training sword, is just running around serving wine to people. So because they're running around serving wine to people, they themselves will drink. But, because they take little sips while it's serving wine. And then they can just go around and serve anybody else who needs a drink. So any dwarf who's listed as needing a drink, who's in the tavern, can be served a beverage. And this deals with a lot of the, need a drink need. Squads have returned. Got to send them back out. Led by the dwarf vampire Kib, clashed with 209 goblins. Let's get back out there. This is 100% vanilla. Pound Shop Paladin. How am I doing it? I had a vampire in my fortress, and then I made a well. This is not the original vampire. This is one of the other ones. This is one of my adventurers, but the original vampire was told to stand at the bottom of a different well, like this one. As you can see, there's an upright spike in it. It's a spear. I also need to forbid this well, actually. And let these dwarves out. And then I pulled this lever to impale him repeatedly with it, which up in the top right there, you see it says water 5 of 7, so 5 of 7 deep. A pool of Ule Chance Incense's Warthog Blood Man blood. So there's Warthog Man blood in that water, a pool of it specifically. There's none above it. And then if I look at this, I can then take a look at the bucket. When this bucket goes into the well, it'll come out with water in it, air quotes, but the water will be laced with the blood of that character. And if you ingest any amount of vampire blood, you become a vampire. That's how vampires work. That has been something you could do in game for a very, very long time. The first entry that I could find, because I went back and looked at it, the first entry that I could find was from 2010, which was like shortly after the, like just a couple of years after the game went through 3D. So yeah, it's just a thing you can do in the game. I've got more than that, because most of my dwarves are not here. They're currently in squads attacking the goblins. That's also why I'm, like, stealthily putting upside-down crosses everywhere. Because we're evil! We're vampires! Brrr! Feel my wrath! Something or another. But mostly because that one person on YouTube said that they were going to unsubscribe because there was a upside down cross in my fortress, which in my defense was this one, and that was by total accident. I didn't even do that one intentionally. But now I'm putting them everywhere just to spite the person. Unsubscribe these nuts.
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
Are there upsides and downsides to becoming a vampire? Upside, you don't need to sleep. You don't need to eat. You don't need to drink. They still need to drink, which is why I have them locked in a giant tavern right now with a bunch of tavern keepers so that they actually drink something. And you don't age. You don't gain traits, but you can still gain skills. You become immortal, and they don't get tired, which means they're way more powerful by default in combat. But that doesn't necessarily make them better at combat. It just makes them better by default. Those are kind of the positives and negatives. I don't really recommend it. There is a lot of annoyances to it. Like, as an example, you don't need to breathe, right? Which seems fine. This dwarf cannot breathe. They also cannot walk, and they also cannot pick stuff up. Because of full body heavy bruising. This would have just killed a normal dwarf, but now this is somebody I have to deal with in my population forever because, like, they're just, like, incapable of caring for themselves now. Although, I do have to state that I think that might be negated when you get, if you ever get access to healing potions in Fortress mode. Yes, Havoc. I mean, so Havoc in YouTube chat just says, I guess a lot has happened in the last 2 days. Yeah, about that. Like 2 days ago, we were looking for the vampire. We're like, gotta find the 2 vampires because there was 2 vampires in the fort. Anyways, accidentally all vampires. Did you change your name to Potato Godzilla? From the other one? I mean, you didn't have to change your name back. I mean, I know who you are now at a glance, but so thank you for that. But oh shit, I've been getting spoils reports. Steel helm, rose gold buckets. Splints. Bunch of random crap. Including a bungmo. I don't know what a bungmo is, but I don't know if I want to know. Okay. Aluminum trading sword. Wow. What the heck do I do with that? It's got an image of a ballista. It still works in French. You're not wrong. I mean, I think I'm going to gift this to my Captain of the Guard. This can be the symbol of the Captain of the Guard, because the hammer and their symbol is a peridot training sword. Never, in fact. Yeah, same. It's some sort of musical instrument. But yeah, I guess we'll do it that way. Apparently I have a Kimberlite training axe as well, which is really funny. All right, let's turn this... Well, let's turn this burrow off, actually, is what I need to do. And this burrow off. So the dwarves are now free to go wherever they want, see? Squads are coming back from their last event. And you're going to go equip that aluminum sword. Oh no! The goblins have arrived and are seeking a parley. Yaha. Parley, you say? You know, Dwarf Fortress has been out on Steam for, like, over 2 years. This might be the first world that actually feels like version 47 Sieges. We've got beak dogs, we got trolls and ogres. Those are not jabbers, those are beak dogs. That's a lot of fucking trolls, though. Holy shit. Are they armed? No. And a lot of ogres. Rather, not trolls. Well, they're not going to be eyeing many weapons because they don't have eyes, so... Only a few of them will have 2 arms. Hey, chat, any guesses on how many are in this pile? Just told on yourself for using ASCII? Oh, there's nothing wrong with ASCII. Let's have a peek at this in ASCII. There, is that clear now? Hey, Budgie, what's up, dude? Let's find out how many there is. 120 beak dogs, 120 goblins, 10 blind cave ogres, and 10 trolls. Damn. Well, I guess it's time to close the fucking front door. Just gonna make a fishing zone. I don't know if there's anything to catch, but if we're able to, that'd be nifty. Assign everybody to down here. I'm hoping that they'll be able to catch something with a shell so that I can save that kid. But I've got a kid with an artifact who's decided they want a shell, so... Oh no, these... That was very close. Almost got smacked. Are the armies back? Yeah, they're back. So I think the way we're going to do this is I am going to fight this because I want to see how strong my squads are. But I'm going to station them all right here. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to get them to fight along here. And then I'll just burn the extras. We'll just do it that way. What are you trying to haul? A boulder? Okay. But it's going to take that dwarf a minute to get down here, so we'll give him time. So I'll go get new gear for what we can right now. You just make a tomb whenever they want a shell. I mean, it's that, or I have a reminder of my mistake walking around insane in my fort for the rest of its existence, which is a little depressing. So, I would like to try and save them if I can. This is going to be an epic fight, I think. I guess some of these dwarves just have injuries. Just aren't able to hold things. That sucks. Need to make more gauntlets. Oh yeah, right. Spineless is still alive because Spineless died in the alternate timeline. Okay, so you're gonna go pick up equipment. When you get back inside, that's when we'll start the siege. I think it's actually a normal size map, Fwench. I'm pretty sure this is just a 4x4. It might be a 5x5, but I think it's a 4x4. Aw, man. Most of your family is dead here. How many kills do you have? This is just some random normal dwarf. 60 kills. 60. I like how one of their notable kills is a yak bull. It's like, what are your notable kills? A dwarf, 2 goblins, and a bull yak? I think that's artificially inflating some of these numbers here. But it's probably 5x5. I'd need to go back to the first part of the VOD to look. Parlay means nothing? Parlay doesn't mean nothing. Parlay means they want one of my artifacts. It's one of those mechanics that's hopefully going to get expanded in the future. But right now, all it means is that I can either approve or deny it. If I approve it, they will request one of my artifacts, and then we'll have to give it to them. Otherwise, if I deny it, they'll just attack me. So we're just going to do that. If I wanted vampire goblins, I would have to recruit goblins, probably through the tavern. I'm going to deny that parlay. They're probably also going to kill my guard dog, because it's just a door. And I'd be willing to bet that those trolls can break that. That is not a small siege, Jesus. Yeah, no, capybaras in real life, no, totally. Most certainly. Yaks are big. I couldn't even imagine having a verbal argument with a yak, let alone having to duel with one to the death. I was going to say, are there anybody of note here? When I say of note, I'm looking for goblins with history, not goblins whose first historical thing they've done is showing up here. Usually they have like spouses or friends or past relationships. And sometimes they have better skills and cooler gear. It's an intense siege. If you want to see some crazy sieges, watch the video I made called I Started a Cult and Here's How It Went. Because that video, I set the... I mean, I could probably do that in this fort too pretty soon. I set the enemy army size to the absolute maximum the game will allow for, which is a total of 2,000 entities. Telling Artho the child vampire has been stricken by melancholy. So Telling Artho's going to wander around in circles for the rest of their days, which is very unfortunate. Here comes the siege. A little disappointed I haven't found anybody with any history yet. But what do you think, chat? Do you think we're going to get any casualties in this fort? What are you doing there, dwarf? What are you doing? We waited for you to get back inside. Chat, do you think this dwarf's going to make it? It's time for this dwarf here to test their mettle. You know, ironically, he may very well be getting that backpack. Well, I could charge them, but I don't really want to clean it up out here. So that's one beak dog he got. Or she got. Second beak dog. So what I could do is I could try and save her by removing her from a squad when there's a gap in the defenders. That's 3. Okay. What squad are you in? The Clasps of Murdering. What's your name? Chat, do I try and save her, yes or no? If I remove her from this squad, she'll run. If I don't, she'll go out in a blaze of glory, most likely. All right, here we go. Just waiting for the martial trance to hit. Continuing to fight, bashing her way through the blue turquoise colored blood of the trolls. I mean, she does have 66 kills now. They're mostly missing her, but she is doing a pretty damn fantastic job fighting through them. We should give her a nickname, chat. That's the best I can come up with. Unless you guys can come up with something cooler. Fearless seems accurate to me. She does dream of mastering a skill. She may have mastered several by the end of this. Doorstop. Leroy! Leroy! Certainly not a Leroy Jenkins. She's still dodging. She hasn't taken a hit yet. She is bashing the trolls pretty effectively. This troll is gonna, or this ogre is gonna die, because it's winded and bleeding. It's gonna die of suffocation. She's no longer in the martial trance. She's taking out teeth, bits and pieces, because she can't get tired, right? So as long as she doesn't take a hit, she could very well survive this. She's also improving all of her skills, dodging, fighting. My God. This is a vampire fighting a siege. It's basically, it's a permanent martial trance. Okay, so she started with 60 kills. She's got 83 now. If that's saying anything. No help yet. Absolutely no one has come to help her. She's like getting locked in, like stuck in a corner. Ooh, that could be it. Oh, there she goes. She's bleeding heavily. Still fighting though. Pale. Rest in peace, dwarf. No, she needed to be able to keep dodging, but she couldn't dodge in that corner. This dwarf is like injured. She pummeled it. She trapped herself, yep. It's like my strats when playing strategy games. It was inevitable. It is terrifying. She didn't break the siege. The goblins are all slowly moving back and into the walkway. The first few beak dogs are dead. This one's trying to fight with a cat. And this army is contemplating its life decisions. You need me to make a statue of Let Me Solo Her? Okay, hold on. Sterling silver? Silver statue. Let's make one of those. Okay, she's getting a statue. Rest easy, brave dwarf, indeed. So ideally, they'll just follow their scout. Kind of surprised that the ogres and the trolls aren't destroying my tracks, because tracks are toppleable. They might destroy this bridge, actually, or try to. Can never say for certain. Lord Vampire attacks him, but he jumps away. Man, half these guys, like, had a scrape with her. Whoa, 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 whoa. Kitty cat, quit being a doofus. This ain't gonna end well for you. You're just cheap target practice. Let me solo her has been found dead. So I think if one dwarf can do that much damage, how do you topple tracks? By destroying the tracks? I don't know how you do it. They do it, though. I bet you I could topple some train tracks with, like, a hammer. But anyway, these goblins, if one dwarf can do that much damage to them, I don't think they have a chance. I don't think they have a single bloody chance. Considering, like, some of my squad is just, like, completely paralyzed and, like, can't stand and can't breathe. So, we'll see. But in a moment, I'm just going to tell them to station right here. Also, something else I need to do is this. I need to remove all this. I don't want my dwarves to come running in to haul bodies. She really only died because she trapped herself? Yep. Yep. Poor tactics. Great skill, excellent enthusiasm, terrible tactics. All right, it's time to charge. I'm going to use my second snooze. I only have 3 snoozes on ad breaks, and I snoozed it once during that last chunk, but I just want this fight to play through. Okay, so we could follow Lolar, the Holy Diamond, who's a religious figure. We could follow Vukar, the other Vukar. We could follow Q and Green Tea, who's one of my captains. He's got 78 kills. I think we follow Mini Monster, who is my lead military dwarf. Here comes the siege as the dwarves come around the corner. Also, for reference, this dwarf's weapon is this, which is a gold battle axe. So this dwarf is wielding a golden battle axe, which is an artifact I made in my previous fort. 72 kills, and 5 of them are notable. Charging into the initial line of the goblin siege pretty quickly. Slaps a beak dog in the right lower leg with his with the flat of his axe, shattering the bone. Hacks a goblin axeman in the head, which was deflected by its iron helm, but did some chunky damage to that iron helm. It's now charging through into the fray of the goblin invaders. Not even in a martial trance. I mean, do you even need it? Truly. Terrified after experiencing some horrific events. Heavy bleeding. Because he got stabbed by a pikeman. Pulls on the embedded iron pike. Ow. Ow, 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 ow. You better not die on me here, dwarf. Now in a martial trance. Faint, pale, heavy bleeding. No, 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 no. You're not allowed to die. Well, that's a shame. Rest in peace to my best militia commander. Q and Green Tea is now leading the charge. We lost Boat. I lost 2 of my commanders. And Dolmas, the Hammer Lord. Still got Q and Green Tea. as well as Manam, who are pulling many, many, many kills. Queuing Green Tea is currently sitting in a martial trance. We've got Udib, who's one of the paralyzed dwarves, who seems to be doing fine, all things considered. Most of the paralyzed dwarves aren't even in the fighting yet. They'll get there eventually. Siege hasn't quite broken yet, but I think we'll get there soon. Queuing Green Tea is in a martial trance. Does feel exhilarated after being attacked, which is a good thing to see. Gotta love a dwarf that enjoys being attacked. Deadly Zawin, who's another one of my very skilled soldiers. Kib, that was one of my can't stand dwarves, died. Yushat, who was one of my mace lords. Udib, the spearmaster, is now dead. And we are losing tons of dwarves. This is going terribly, chat. This was a horrible idea. It's okay, I've still got 2 of my captains left. In fact, we are now getting the sad dwarf time music. But it seems like we are breaking through their reserved energy. I mean, we still have Dishmab, we still have Vukar. Like, the squads are still pretty well decked out, but we have lost a good number. Iron's still with us. I do think we have a lot more fight left in us. And even the frame rate's starting to agree with us and pick back up as the beak dogs begin trying to run. Vengeance will be swift, and I am stuttering on my words. But Winterthrone still stands. And strong it stands. Fighting through the few remaining beak dogs. Sending them out in a death that they will not be respected for. Like, we got a lot of broken fingers and stuff. I think we got this. I think we got this. All I see is a bunch of permanent injuries getting fixed. Dude, that's grim. Sending the squads back to training, which actually means go to the hospital if you're injured. Just gonna do this. 19 tombs have been created. An ad break is about to hit, so I will pause the game when the ads hit. Just trying to get these injured dwarves in to be healed. Yeah, cool. Plenty of recover wounded jobs. That probably doesn't help. The ranged goblins aren't that bad. I think there just wasn't enough space to dodge around. Because dwarves that have a lot of space to move are in a much better ability, have a much better ability to dodge than dwarves that don't. There wasn't a ton of space to move down there. There must be one legendary goblin in there killing them. Nah, we killed all of the goblins. So if there was, we killed them. No. They're immune to getting tired. They don't have any natural resilience. They're just immune to getting tired, which is actually the biggest weakness of a dwarf. Basically, when a vampire is in combat, they have permanent martial trance. Because martial trance also gives you an accuracy bonus, but it is a huge bonus, not getting tired. Vampires dying bloodily is very on brand. Oh no, totally. Totally. Like, I knew I would lose some dwarves in that, and it kind of sucks losing my commanders, but It is what it is. Okay, so something I'm going to do is I'm going to go down to this. I'm actually going to remove this right here from the burrow for right now. And then I'm going to drop down to here. I'm going to add this into the burrow because I want my dwarves to just go collect our dead and get them buried. And also any wounded and all that. Do you have a tactician's guild? You can't make a tactician's guild. That doesn't exist. I could make a ranger's guild, but I don't want rangers. So no, I don't. No, I just attack things. I mean, it's fine. I've still got this one. And plus, you need to remember that all of the dwarves are training those skills. So, like, competent ambusher, two-headed would do just fine running this squad, right? We don't need, like, legendary dwarves in charge running every squad. We just need a decent number of legendary dwarves in total, and we're fine. So we're still good. Our military is not destroyed or anything. I now have 2 new captains. We've also got a lot of wounded that need to be recovered. Nope. Most of those very specific skills are not broken out into specific guilds. It's like a farmer's guild can train gelding, but there's no such thing as a gelding guild. Even though, as much as chat will forever ask me to make them. Oh, well, that's a problem. We appear to have ourselves a an ogre on the loose. Sakamura is being sent to go kill it. Alongside of Iron. Man, that dwarf died to a pike stab, and the pike is still underneath them. That's grim. Okay, sweet. I'm also feeling like, I'm gonna need to get this whole area just cleaned out with lava instead of using my dwarves to do this. This doesn't seem wise. Just gonna wait until all the wounded are done being recovered. When there's no more recover wounded jobs, I'm just gonna lock the dwarves out of this area, and we are just going to do the full deal with this. There's one more. Okay. I think we are just going to memorialize with slaps, because this is not going to be a good idea. It's not worth the negative moods. Get upstairs and train. And then we'll just burn the whole thing. So you're leaving that way. You're leaving this way. You should make it through. There you go. All right, chat. Can I get a big round of lava? Thankfully, the cats didn't make it inside. Neither did you, but that's fine. Can open this. Go back down here. Add this back to the burrow. Now it's time to burn. Let's zoom in a little bit. And there she burns. Rest in peace, dwarves. You made us proud. I think we'll have to be kind of cautious about any follow-up sieges. And instead not fight them, and instead try and avoid fighting them directly if possible. Why are we burning the dwarves? I'm not burning the dwarves. I'm burning goblins. I mean, I'm also burning the corpses of some of the dead dwarves, but sometimes you have to do that. 225 goblins. We have to get back out there. It's also time for me to expand my squads again. Yes. No, I'm burning. I'm ending up burning some of my own dwarves, unfortunately, but at the end of the day, sometimes you have to do that to keep your dwarves sane. Because look at how many extremely upset dwarves we have now. It's purely because of them seeing death and witnessing violence on that level. I'm gonna send this squad out and this squad out, and we're gonna go back to pillaging. We'll see which ones don't make it off the map. The ones that don't make it off the map will go again with the next squad. It'll help me figure out who's injured and who isn't. So far, so good, though. Actually, I wonder... You guys want to see something gnarly? Watch this. See that red? Those are corpses exploding and the blood immediately evaporating. You don't see the different colors with the graphics turned on, but these are the different colors of blood evaporating. It's especially obvious with the trolls when they burst and their blood evaporates, because when they burst, it's blue. Dwarf Fortress in general is pretty fucking metal. Like, if I actually pause here, goblin boiling blood. It's boiling goblin blood is what that is, those bursts. How many brave soldiers? Like less than 10. Okay, so you're good. How about you? Okay, so I got one dwarf that's going to need to be moved from this squad to a different squad. Reg, you're going to move to this one. But, like, you know, this dwarf right here needs surgery. Her upper front teeth are gone. This dwarf here is moving to go pick up equipment. Broken hand. How about you down here? You're still resting. His chin whiskers are torn apart. Oh no, not his beard. You need stitches and sutures and setting in his leg. This squad's all off the map. It's just this one now. And you'll make it. How many kills do you have, dwarf? None? Oh, I see, because you're one of the newbies. It's like, how is that possible? Meanwhile, Rith, who survived that, has 73 kills. Same with Kib. 17. It's pretty impressive in and of itself. Thykite here, who also fought through that, 27 kills. Iron, who fought through that, 60. One of them's notable. No, not really. Because people don't break the same way in Dwarf Fortress as they do in RimWorld. In RimWorld, if people break, quote unquote, they become, like, unplayable. It basically makes the game cease to function until they sort themselves out a little bit. In Dwarf Fortress, they can tantrum, but they don't generally. And I can absolutely bring all these dwarves back from this level of stress. This is not that bad. So, no. RimWorld attempted to emulate the problem with a less interesting system. Is really what happened. Because that's all that RimWorld does in a lot of cases. It's just making mechanics that are practically just like references to the way Dwarf Fortress works, without actually really emulating the way Dwarf Fortress works. Like, this is kind of a simulation of PTSD to a degree. Oh no, man, I just lost another captain. Let's see how this went. The defenders were led by a goblin named Their Jungle Volts. The defenders had a strong positional advantage, and I lost a bunch of vampires. Actually, no, they were just imprisoned. It's fine. Imprisoned, imprisoned, and imprisoned. Grumblegur. Okay, fine. I will just send you, because you're still in charge. And we're just going to try and release captives. Get back out there. You're going to be run by somebody else. And I'm going to start sieging this place. I'm going to start sieging this place. I'm going to start sieging this place. I'm going to start sieging... Actually, I don't need to send you out. Realistically, I should also remove most of these dwarves. You're going to go pick up equipment, because you are a talented hammer dwarf, but you're very rusty. That is a really, 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 really strange take, because burying them is not even remotely, like, difficult. Like, if you really don't want to have to bury any dwarves, then I guess. Is that a good use of your time? No, not in the slightest, I would say. So I would say that that is not even remotely good use of your time. Just make a couple tombs and have them ready. Just do that. Which isn't difficult. Like, at all. Yeah, you'll disillusion their friends and family, I think is the exact mood that they get. Was disillusioned after having a family member expelled, I think is the exact wording there. So I wouldn't recommend it. I don't think that that benefits you in any way, I'll put it that way. Because dwarves tend to die within a 20-year window, so at most, like, I'll have maybe 1 or 2 dwarves die per year. Okay, let's see how this raid went. Slipped into undetected. Forces of the Frost Friend freed a dwarf vampire. We freed one prisoner, it looks like. I'll send you back out. Try and free somebody else. Good luck there, dwarf. Just making sure that you're one of the ones that just came back. Yes. You are, in fact, one of the ones who just came back. And are also hauling my artifact axe. Do you need to send more dwarves to an encampment with a higher population? It's less more dwarves and more better skilled dwarves. If you send more, you'll be able to kill them with fewer raids because they'll stay and fight longer, which is a benefit to you. They snuck in undetected again. They freed Lolar. I think that was everything, though. So let's just go do it again. Keeping them at the edge of the map like this very much speeds up the sieges. Or in this case, raids. But yeah, as you can maybe notice, I'm training up 5 squads and pretty consistently attacking with 4 of them. This does 2 things, really. It makes sure that I have a squad that's at least somewhat trained at all times, which is actually very helpful. But primarily, it's just you have more swords capable of fighting with the baddies, you're going to go further in regards to defeating them. Just eat a bunch of puppies. I may also just put pups into cage and sell, because we're in late winter, but here's hoping we'll be able to trade at some point. Also, I'm going to unforbid all my clothing jobs. I'm actually going to get my clothing industry up and running again for the first time in a long time. Because frankly, I think we need it. To be honest with you, I think we need it. I'm going to start running into problems with lack of clothing soon. The other thing I need to do is I need to go down to here and open these. It's time for part 2 of the lava gusher. I mean, the vampires are kind of like the pirates in Pirates of the Caribbean, where they see so much good food in front of them, but they can't eat any of it. Kind of the same thing. Kind of the same thing. I'm not even joking. Like, I do honestly think that would be one of the greatest curses of all time, is not being able to eat anymore, but forever being hungry. I don't know why I'm talking about Pirates of the Caribbean now, but it's a good movie. As weird as that series got, that first Pirates of the Caribbean movie. Absolute fucking bona fide classic. Fucking phenomenal movie. Okay, all my squads are returning. Well, all the commanders are still there, so that's good. Looted treasure. Got into a fight. Escaped. Slipped in undetected. Looted treasure. Got an electrum splint, an electrum crutch, and precious fire opals. Okay, let's just send you, and you. Except I'm going to tell them to go and, instead of raid, pillage. And the top squad, you guys are going to try again. Also pillage. So these guys are going to do a separate thing that the main one did. You are an expert ambusher, so hopefully we found a decent leader now. Best of luck. Davy Jones was a great character. I personally think that the franchise lived, laughed, and died with that first movie. Everything beyond that first movie isn't worth watching, in my opinion. You're allowed to disagree with that wholeheartedly if you like. But the only good Pirates of the Caribbean movie was the first one. Davy Jones wasn't good. That was a bad addition. I think he had a good aesthetic, though. They managed to make him look really cool. But aside from that, I would largely say that those movies were just a waste of time. Beyond that first one. You know, you say octopus beard as hentai beard, right? I guarantee you there's some dweebish neckbeard out there who's made a much better hentai beard. Just saying. That first movie, genuinely incredible. Everything beyond that first movie, 6 out of 10. And that's me being generous. Although, I'm not to be trusted with movie takes in a lot of cases. Because I unironically love, and I mean love, with absolutely no irony, the entirety of the Matrix franchise. So, I guess that would mean that I can't be trusted. I think it's a fine continuation that they didn't need to make in regards to the new movie. I'm kind of amazed that they didn't manage to get Jeff Knightley in there, though. Because, like, the amount of Game Awards references in that thing is actually funny. Like, there's so many Game Awards references in that movie. It's maybe the thing I could truly have done without. Is if they could have made that movie without any Game Awards references in it, I think I would respect it more. Or like it more. But instead it's just, okay, it's fine. It's a decent continuation. I think it has some really neat spectacle in it. I don't think it's a perfect movie by any stretch. I'm not going to pretend that. Okay, first squad back. How'd they do? This was the first pillage attempt. Fighters related. The dwarf has their tactical planning was superior to the goblin. I like how the goblin's name is There. 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 Yeah, and they're still taking out individuals. Two-headed got one. Oh no! Some of my dwarves got imprisoned. Well, that's unfortunate. Sorry, Two Heads' full title is The Sad Wall. That's funny. It's like, what's your title? The Sad Wall. Not the scary wall, not the big wall, not the mean wall, the sad wall. Also, Lolar here is refusing to leave the map because they got elected to a religious position, so I need to put them out of the squad. Which is fine. But yeah, no, if I were to rate the Matrix movies from worst to best, Matrix 3, Matrix 4, Matrix 2, Matrix 1. That's how I would order it. Personally. But that's just my list. You set that list the exact way you like it. Yeah, we're going to have to send this squad by themselves to go get them back, I think. They're not the movies, though. The Animatrix is kind of like its own thing. So I don't really rate them next to the movies. Also, I haven't seen the Animatrix in like 15 years, so I'd have to rewatch them at this point. I vaguely remember a thing about like a house being haunted, but like that's about it. So not really. I mean, it's not really what I go to the Matrix for, I guess. Matrix 2 and Matrix 3 needed to be one movie, not two movies. The reason I think 3 is worse than 4 is 3 is just fucking boring. Like, the latter half of 3 is great, but there's so much of 3 where just, like, nothing happens. The first movie is genuinely a fantastic sci-fi film. The second movie is an incredible action movie that needed an editor. And the third movie is a good action movie that needs an editor worse than the second movie somehow. Like, that's a lot of my criticism for movies, is, like, it's too long. And Matrix 3 is just, it's like an hour longer than it needs to be. There is very little of substance in that movie outside of reveals, which don't really benefit the world or the movie. There you go, Vectech. So that's my reasoning of 3 being worse than 4. Or, yes. No real beginning, no real ending, just stuff happening. But at the same time, like, that second Matrix movie, like, for the time, genuinely is one of the greatest choreographed practical effects action movies of all time. In my opinion. Like, it's up there with, like, Hong Kong action movies. Where it's... Like, they built a fucking highway for that movie. Like, that's all I can really say, is they built a fucking highway for that movie. Like, if you... genuinely, like, that highway sequence is why I rate that movie higher than the other two. Is that highway sequence. Just, like, people teleporting from one car to another and, like, jumping over semi-trucks and riding motorcycles on top of cars. Like, everything about that sequence is incredible. Is there a way to mass cancel things like tables? Hit T in your old GB. There's a screen called Tasks, and you just spam click cancel on building stuff. So that's to me, like, to me, 2 and 3 are about the same quality of movie. They both kind of suffer from similar problems. 4 is a weird standalone continuation that I enjoy because I'm a nerd. I'm not going to say it's the greatest movie ever made, but, like, if Matrix 1 is a 10 out of 10 movie, Matrix 2 is like a 7 out of 10 because of that action sequence. Matrix 3 is like a 5 out of 10 for me. Maybe a 4, because I do genuinely find that movie kind of boring. And then the newest one is slightly below the second one. So as somebody who watches Hong Kong action movies that I don't understand a word of without subtitles just to watch shit explode, as somebody who can unironically state that, like, The Raid Redemption is one of my favorite movies ever made, I genuinely like those movies. They're great movies, just as action movies. But when they try to do anything else outside of the first one, they just kind of flop. I just happen to really like the style of action in The Matrix. So that's largely what it is. Okay. Let's see, did I get my dwarves back? Pillage. Deller was struck down. Kick Roast was struck down. Dishmab was struck down. Tisk. Okay, so you up here. You're gonna go raid that. You down here. You're gonna free captives. And then we're also going to pillage them. Good luck there, dwarves. Get back out there. Yeah, that's a movie that I don't watch in English with, and I don't watch it with subtitles because you don't need it. Like, you can figure out what's happening in the raid without any subtitles whatsoever, which I think is one of the coolest parts about that movie. Although, I will say, one of the most unexpected but happy surprises I've ever had with movies recently. So I was finally watching the rest of the VHS movies because I watched VHS the first one, I think? Maybe it was the second one. I watched a VHS movie like back when it came out and then never really thought about it again. But I finally got caught up and watched all of them with the exception of Beyond. And constantly seeing like the entire cast of Raid Redemption showing up and doing little shorts. Very, very happy. Very, very happy. Me very happy. Who, the goblins? Well, they're imprisoning. I don't know if they're enslaving. They may just be trying to execute because vampires. Although I've said this before on stream, and I'm going to say it again. You want to know my biggest problem with the Matrix franchise? Oh, hey, the elves have arrived to trade. Nifty. That's no good. That's sheep leather. Greylanger leather, iron helm, sheep wool, silk, pigtail. The biggest problem with the Matrix franchise is they decided to make a series of movies where theoretically it would be perfectly possible, if not even reasonable, to assume that magical creatures could exist. You know, like wizards, vampires, magic, that such thing. And to an extent, they dance around this idea. In fact, the Animatrix plays around with that idea a little bit. I really fucking wish that at some point, just they could have made good on that tease at some point, but they never really do. Like, imagine how fucking cool it would be if just suddenly, like, I think elves will buy serrated green glass discs. Can't remember. Oh no, because that uses, could use charcoal to make. Actually, what are my dogs in? Do you think that the dog copper cage would annoy them? So I know they buy animals. You're stacked on giant war grizzlies. Did you just get giant war grizzlies from them? I mean, we could just attack them and seize their stuff. I mean, we could fight them. We are, after all, an evil vampire army, so it wouldn't exactly be, like, that far out of character. Okay, that squad's back. They're all back. See how that raid went. They looted treasure. Okay, let's see how this raid went. They snuck in undetected. They freed the unswerving. Join this squad. Grab Kubok. Two-headed. Spineless. All these dwarves that have been in my squads for a while. But I also have this. Some more, quote, treasure, quote. A copper warhammer. That's not treasure. That's some random garbage you found on the side of the road. Send you back out. Pillage. Send you up here. Pillage. Let's see what the elves have to trade. Let's just see what they have to trade. Also, a duck has died of old age, by the way. I'm really curious as to what they brought, though. The twins were ghosts, and they showed a guy who was a werewolf. Allegedly. They don't show a guy turn into a fucking werewolf. See, here's the thing. Like I said, they teased and play with the idea. They don't make good on the idea. That's the difference that I'm working with here. So they brought a giant lizard. They brought a cougar, a giant lizard. Okay, you know what? I'm going to humor these elves for a year or 3. And I'm going to buy that hippo, which I'm just going to butcher. I'm going to buy the giant lizard. I'm going to buy the cougar and the leopard. And I'm just going to sell them amethysts. And then I'm going to offer them 3 as a gift. And I'm going to do that so that they trade with me again and bring me more. Then I'm just going to go in here and butcher them. Because I don't care that much. Let's butcher the hippo. Although the leopard is war trainable, so we'll war train the leopard. Also war train that grizzly, which I super duper 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 forgot I had. I mean the grizzly bear is war trainable, yeah, but I don't have a breeding pair of them, so it doesn't matter so much. You have no squad assigned, got it. I also should probably construct those other traction benches I have. So I definitely made 2 more of them. Definitely never did anything with them. What do you need? No treatment scheduled. It's getting evaluated by my diagnoser every so often and also cleaned, I guess. And as far as that statue goes, I think I will put that sterling silver statue of our dwarf right there. That's our war hero right there. Take her a little bit. Ooh, even better, actually. I'm going to put her up here instead. Now let's put you up there. Smooth all these. Put a door. And then 2 additional doors. I'll make this an extension of the tavern too, probably. Why you no get better weapon, dummy? How good are you, if anything? Not great. You're also mostly naked. Allegedly, this dwarf has no health pot problems, yet they're literally mostly naked. Something else I really need to do is check down here. This is taking too long. I need to make this drain faster. That's probably my next big thing I need to get done. But Pax Mac, how you doing? What you up to? How's things, man? Let's go levers. Also, I'm curious about something. How close am I to my daily minimum? Or have I passed it? Correct, yes. Twitch Mobile can in fact suck sometimes. I'm $12 away from my daily minimum, which means that if I stream for 8 hours, I've made minimum wage. I've already streamed for 9 hours, so... Welp. Thanks, though, to everybody who's tuned in today. It's been a good January so far. A lot more people tuning in since versus December. December was a lot slower. All right, so this is the statue that we made of our epic dwarf. Let me solo her. It's a sterling silver statue designed by Jack Nurick. It's an image of her striking down a yak bull. It's an image that relates to the killing of a yak bull by the dwarf vampire Vukar. Let me solo her. Pax Mac, thanks for checking out a gift. Hobo, thanks for checking a gift to Bobtron. It's been a while since Bob's been subbed. Thanks, Hobo. Appreciate you, mate. That's probably going to do it. The image is an image of the striking down a yak bull. The artwork relates to the killing of the yak bull by the dwarf Vukar in Winterthrone in the midwinter of 312. What a glorious dwarf. Some migrants have arrived. Wow, they're stupid. Hold on. Let me just send my entire military back out to go murder more things. 3 separate pillagings. 1. This is the one that was intended to go through. Led the attack. They clashed with 276. God, oh my God, the number keeps going up. And then this was the other pillage report. Oh my God. So many. So many pillage reports. Let's just send these 3 squads out and just keep pillaging. Let's send out a different squad and tell them to pillage. In this instance, I guess. Salty. In this instance, it certainly seems that way. So, I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to start walling off this side. Got a lot of Gabbro blocks. We'll just use Gabbro. This can go away. These can be dug up. And as far as migrants go, it seems to not be a small migrant wave either, because as you can see, the population is climbing, or climbed quite considerably. Let's see how many migrants we got. Uh, 17, in fact. The well is currently operational. There is 5 water in there. That should be enough. Let's hope. So here come the migrants. Let's hope that they actually listen and go there. Seems like they are. I mean, we are going to need the 17 additional friends. However, I don't think I'm going to need that guinea pig that just ran in here, but... here they come. It's 2. I'm scared of sheep. Chat, after the game crashing when I clicked on a sheep, I'm now scared to click on sheep. Yeah, anyway, my statement on the Matrix and that tease stands. People can argue as much as they want or disagree with me. That's totally fine. It's a taste. It's an opinion on a movie. Not only that, but a movie that a lot of people don't like. So, as far as I'm concerned, it's fine. You guys can tell me I'm wrong all you like, but I still believe and will forever feel that they did not. Wow, it does! That is nutty. What the fuck is up with sheep? Also, Hobo said, do not the sheep. And I was like, well, I could just save, so I'm going to try it anyway. Wow! I have no words. That's a different sheep. Yeah, clicking on sheep crashes the game. So I just sent this DM to Putnam, and I said, so I told her about the like repeated crash issue with demanding tribute from the mysterious layers, and I also and she's like, well, that doesn't seem good. Then I also now just said, and also clicking sheep crashes the game. Is it any sheep? Hold on. So, yeah, I think it's literally just clicking a sheep. Can someone please clip that? Like, I'm gonna try clicking the other sheep now. Here's the thing, though. If I don't, like, because YouTube chat's saying glitchable. If you don't click the sheep and you tell them to shear the sheep, that's fine. It's just if you try to look at the sheep's, like, character screen that the game crashes. Well, no, first we were getting tortured by the sounds of goats. This is, like, okay, so that's Manom, the ram. Yeah, so we've clicked both of them. Because if I type in ram... Oh, I see. I'm just in the wrong screen. So I've got 2 Rams. I got Monam and Dishmab. Yeah, they all do. Every single sheep in the fortress, if clicked, crashes the game. What did you do, Tarn? What did you do? Little zip bombs? Pretty much, yeah. They're little, like, infected PDFs. That's... Huh. A new one. Sheep will don't follow the sheep. What about other shearable animals? I think I have an alpaca. Hold on, let me check. Alpaca fine. Goat's fine. Sheep. Boom. Without fail. Just like clockwork. That is hysterical. No, the game runs natively. I mean, hold on. Actually, here, let me swap to Proton and let me tell you. Let's go to Proton Experimental. Updoot. Although I will have to recapture. No, I will. I'm just going to throw them all into a volcano. Don't worry. Do not worry. Well, not into the volcano, but into lava. I'm going to have to recapture this twice, so bear with me here. Whoops, not that. This. The background is centered, so you can tell that I'm playing in the with Proton enabled. No, this is the Linux build, or I always play on a Linux build. They're hiding the fact that they're the vampire overlord. You know, chat, the sheep are... Okay. Y'all have played RuneScape, right? You remember the quest with the sheep and the penguins? I realize that sounds like the start of a bad joke, but like... Yeah, no. In fact, it crashes faster. It doesn't seize. It just crashes. So... This isn't a Linux thing. The Cold War quest, yeah, pretty much. Thanks for, like, mentioning that, because I hadn't thought to test that. That's what I want. Okay, cool. You never played RuneScape? There is a quest where you have to find the strange creatures that are pretending to be a sheep, and there is a sheep that is actually 2 penguins in a sheep suit. Don't play RuneScape, it's bad. But, like, it's just reminding me of that. So I'm just going to go to this and type in... Wait, what? Why can't... Why kill a sheep can't? You're about to redeem. You should redeem it. It's fine. We'll get you named if you redeem it. If you say it, someone else will redeem it, and you won't get it. Well, got any jewelers? Probably. I guess what I'm going to do is just go down to the caverns and pasture the sheep down here and then forget about them. And then just hope some forgotten beast deals with them for me. Anyways, the other thing I gotta do is I gotta go over to this, and I gotta unforbid this. Oh no, you got stuck outside. That's unfortunate. Jeweler, you said. I do not have any designated jewelers. The only one I have is Celesty. I don't have any other jewelers. I can see if I have somebody with skill in it that's hiding. I got Ubel, the gem setter, and I've got Edem, the adequate dwarf gem cutter. So if setter works, we could go with this lady gem setter. You know, speaking of hot peppers, since the hot pepper crew is in the chat, my mom managed to winterize and save my two hot pepper plants, two of the hot pepper plants from this year, one Arapaho and one fire chili. One of the other Arapahos died, unfortunately, which I'm sad about, and was able to winterize them. So I'm going to be growing them in my new apartment. So fingers crossed. Richer XI is Ubel Ink Twigs. And she often feels lustful. She isn't particularly curious about the world. She is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She likes to take it easy, and she is quite ambitious. She has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and she doesn't focus on material goods. She is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and she doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. She tends to avoid crowds and tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals. She occasionally overindulges, and she tends to avoid any physical confrontations. She works to square this natural tendency with her respect of martial prowess. She is slow to trust others and winks during conversations and talks very quickly when she's nervous. She needs alcohol to get through the working day, dreams of raising a family, and personally sees war as a useful means to an end, finds artwork boring, and values decorum, dignity, and proper behavior. She likes zinc, cat's eye, and paradise nut wood, the clear glass, cuttlefish, parchment, and bucklers, rings, and leopards for their spotted coats. Parsnip wine and water, and buffalo's milk, and absolutely hates hamsters. The well is operational. None of these dwarves appear to be vampires just yet. She has one passing acquaintance. She is delighted after watching a performance, which she briefly saw. And, seems like she'll be a good dwarf. I've been growing peppers for several years now, actually. But I'm not like you guys. I'm not spice chasers. I'm flavor chasers. So I like, tasty, sweet, spicy peppers. I like stuff like cayenne levels of hot. I don't like stupidly hot stuff. I like to have a little bit more flavor in my face burn, you know? But I do like heat, right? Like, I like a pepper that's hotter than most things you could buy at the store, generally. But I want like an interesting flavor that I can't buy easily, which is actually like my entire approach to gardening. But see how this next siege went. Do I pickle them? I ferment them into hot sauce, and I freeze the remainder usually. Okay, we found one whose tactical planning is superior now. Vokar now has the title, The Silky Cut of Conflict. I do like that my 290s is what we're in. I do really like that my old fortress has just become this crazy battleground, though. Like, yeah, we're just running in and slaughtering them all every time, but it's still kind of cool. Go back in and keep pillaging. Somebody will grab a drink soon. You like pickled ones? How about roasted? Like, if I'm just gonna make them to eat, I really like roasted. Like roasted and then frozen, de-skinned, very tasty. I want things that bring out the flavor. Isn't that just real life, Commander Kodiak? But yeah, I don't know. I would dehydrate them more if I had like the setup for it, but I don't really have a good setup for dehydrating. Smoked. Yeah, that'd also do it. Ice blue. I'd be there for that. If I had a smoker or an easy way of smoking peppers, I'd totally do that. Wow, that was fast. Ably led by the dwarf Eshten. Clashed with 266 goblins, slaying 8. We're in the twos. Keep at it. Just streaking through chat. We'll enjoy your streaking. This fixes the crash on resize as far as you can tell. That's interesting. I just, like, save before I open it and then just only open once in a while. But that's good to know. Is that a fix you guys can push out with a DF hack round, or? There you go. We got dwarves drinking now. Excellent. Got 2 now. You're gonna go drink 3. Probably gonna have to refill the well after this. Seems like everybody's getting there. Still got you. Not anymore. So now I can go into here and type in the word vampire. See how many are left. Still is 4 in the fortress. Most of these dwarves can leave. Got several more vampires. One that's not yet. You are now. You are not yet. Go drink something. Oh, nope, now you are. Okay, how many more are we up to? It's just the surgeon. Vampire, vampire, vampire. And the surgeon is now also a vampire. A forgotten beast named Zan Akseb has come. A giant titmouse with external ribs. I hope it kills the sheep. And it has a short trunk and a bloated body. Its gray feathers are long and broad. Beware its dust that is deadly. What if I just locked it in there with the sheep for a little bit? What if? I'm sure that's fine. I'm just going to do that. Presuming it's on this level. It may not be. Oh, no, it's not. God damn it. I was so hopeful. are in the latest adventure beta. Well, I'm on the latest beta currently, which is why sheep are making the game crash. Like clicking on sheep. I really wonder if anybody else is playing the same beta, on the current beta. Save your game and try clicking on a sheep. See what happens. Because at the very least for me, it's still crashing. Clashed with 256 goblins. Okay, how about this? The attackers had a strong positional advantage. There we go. 280. Okay, pushing the number down. Another goblin was struck down. Another goblin was struck down. They'll try to import sheep next fall. I mean, I wouldn't commit that bad, big to the bit, but like... $226. I think I'm going to pillage. And then pillage again. Just keep at it. Keep on keeping at it. So I don't need to lock this door. That's disappointing. I need this to be done. We're getting there. I just need to go through here and channel out basically all the way along this and then just put a drawbridge in there so that I can just dump everything down right away. Crashes your game as well? You know, this might be the most Dwarf Fortress bug the game's had in a minute. You know, just like, well, the patch is great, but clicking sheep crashes it for some reason. Do not try to count sheep before bed. It'll crash your brain. I mean, game. You know what? Actually, I think it's time for these dwarves to have a tavern night. Pub night! Two-headed, the sad wall has been elected to the position of Holy Diamond, the creative treasuries. Okay, I gotta unadd you and then re-add you. I also need to build these squads a little more. The other kind of tricky thing is which one of these are like the unable to walk, permanently disabled vampires versus which ones are the good ones. Wait, hold on. Okay, never mind. Your sprite just hasn't updated yet. That's fine. See, now this vampire has good taste. Running around with a flail. Meanwhile, this guy's just like naked. All right, let's do this. What am I sitting on? Just gonna unforbid most of these jobs that I've had paused for forever. Oh no! I've got a ghost. Gotta deal with that. What's your name? Aiton? Cattle. I-T-O-N. Cattle. You're off to bed? We'll see you later, dude. Take care. This has ended up being kind of a longer stream than I was expecting it to be, but here we are. that memorial over there nice and quick. Getting as many of these dwarves served as possible. Squad is returned with their pillaging attempt. It's going all right, Smil. We are a vampire fortress that's trying to reclaim back my old fortress. Vampire was struck. Oh no, you're struck down by a goblin? Lost thigh cut and Rakust? That's unfortunate. All right, I think that this top squad here, these guys, they need to just get to training and build up a better squad. Fortunately, we got plenty of newbie dwarves who desperately want this job. Get the training, dwarves. Okay, it's time for these dwarves to actually take a break from everything else that they're doing. Except for maybe dealing with that memorializing. You never needed a mod for that. Punchman, you never needed a mod for that. If you're worried about shoes, click on your dwarf. Click on the magnifying glass. This fort is just fucked up, and most of these dwarves have injuries, so if they're not equipping armor, it's due to injury generally. Down here it says, uniform worn over clothing. Click that. And then click confirm. Then, instead of them not being able to wear shoes because they already have shoes on, they'll be able to wear shoes because they don't have shoes on. You never needed that as a mod. And also, Mark's dwarves, assuming you assign the right weapon for them to use, either a bow specifically, or bolts, or a crossbow specifically, Mark's dwarves work just fine. And have since October 23, I think. Yeah, they wouldn't equip their boots. Yeah, it's odd to me that people told you that you needed a mod for that, but no, you've never needed a mod for that, thankfully. I think I'm just going to expand this down into here. Let them do tavern things in this, and this I'll just make the memory room or memorial for all of my great dwarves. This fortress is kind of accelerating in scale. I wonder if running around with... Well, I guess they wouldn't drink the wine even though it's in their pocket. I was kind of thinking out loud, I wonder if, like, running around with wine is going to help them, you know, gain some sort of stat that would be useful. Or rather, would they drink it if they had it in their flask, but probably not because they wouldn't get the need for it. Let's throw in a couple more tavern keepers here. I presume they can't get drunk because they're vampires. You need to be with family and be with friends. You do have family in the fort, and you also have friends. You don't have any friends. Okay, well, you need to make some friends. All right, it's time to just let the dwarves dance for a little bit. You're still getting bow dwarves picking up bolts. Yeah, because you're making bow dwarves. If you're making bow dwarves, you have to specify specifically bow dwarves. You shouldn't ever be using bow dwarves. One of the worst changes they made to this game was allowing dwarves to use bows. If you give them crossbows, they'll use bolts, which is what they're supposed to use. They can use bows, but you have to forbid all bolts on the map for that to work. The thing that you're missing that's obvious is dwarves can't make bows or arrows, but they can make bolts. So essentially what you need to do is you need to just not use bows and arrows. That is the, I guess, simple thing, quote unquote, that you're missing. I In fort mode, no. Dwarves can make bows and dwarves can make bolts and crossbows, but they can't make bows and arrows. That's the significant difference. I think I should also allow this in the tavern time zone. What are you? Okay, I've already seen you. Is there any other ghosts? No, not currently. How did this pillage go? No. No, bows are usable. Okay, so to give you an idea, dwarves used to not be able to equip any human weapon. So dwarves weren't able to equip halberds, they weren't able to equip pikes, they weren't able to equip whips, they weren't able to equip great axes, long swords, any of those weapons in Fortress mode, unless you modded the game. This is something that people complain about to no end. But you can't make them in fort mode. You can only import them. That change got flipped for version 50, where, fuck it, dwarves can equip anything in fort mode. Fine. But you still can't make a lot of this stuff in fort mode. You have to import it. Arrows got lumped in with that with bows. So when you hear fixed, no. No, they're not. You're just not supposed to use bows. So don't try and use bows. Use crossbows. There's a reason why the default uniform is crossbows. Or it should be. At least I think it is. Unless I've edited that somehow and forgotten. But if you want to use Marks dwarves, use crossbow dwarves. Don't use bow dwarves. Bow dwarves are not a naturally dwarven thing. 221. At least I'm keeping them below 250. Keep pillaging. Keep on pillaging. Keep on pillaging dwarfs. Oh my god. How many kills do you have now? 102! Imagine having 102 kills, but not being considered notable for it. Like, not having a full title. 104! How about you? Like... This dwarf doesn't have a functional spine. How about you? How many have you killed? 36. And you're running around with a crutch. Please tell me it's heavy. Oh, no, it's just a copper crutch. You didn't grab the platinum one. I do have a platinum crutch around here somewhere. So, yeah, sorry if I seem like I'm gatekeeping or something. I've had people accuse me of gatekeeping for this before, but it's like... Dwarf Fortress has some things that could be so much simpler, but they're just not. So... Also, chat, I hope you guys are having a solid evening. Properly, you know, tolerating January as we're supposed to. I apparently have way more statues than I realized. I just kind of started clicking. I was like, kind of got a lot of these, apparently. There we go. Finally used them all up. So the idea is vampires are immortal, so you're turning all your dwarves. No, the idea is vampires are immortal and don't get tired, so it'll make taking over the goblin location that, like, I built, or the fortress that I built that the goblins took over, quicker, theoretically. You know, we've been live for almost 10 hours. It's been a long day so far. If you're still watching, shoutouts. It's been one hell of a day. Been resting most of the day with cramps. Gotcha. So this is great entertainment while you draw. I've had people tell me that I'm a bad stream to watch if you suffer from carpal tunnel or any kind of repetitive strain injury because people just start drawing. Which honestly is like a much nicer compliment than the other one that I tend to get all the time, which is, blind, I use your stream to fall asleep, which is great, but like, you know, it's kind of a blessing and a curse, I guess. Like, yeah, use the stream to fall asleep, but like maybe use the YouTube videos to fall asleep and then watch the stream, but like, I don't know, not your parents, so you do what you want. We'll get all this done eventually. Currently, we are in chilling time. As all these dwarves get force-fed alcohol eventually. I've got so many dwarves just serving wine and then discussing the lever. Maybe they'll make a discovery on the lever eventually. Also, my squads is back. I got the story time energy. Yeah, it's the kind of not super blown out, not super loud microphone, but like gravelly enough voice that it works. 250. We're back in the 250s. You know, the frustrating thing about fighting with these goblins is they are recruiting new soldiers almost as fast as I'm killing them. Clashed with 219 goblins. All right, back at it. Woke up unexpectedly, but at least you can listen to the live stream now as you slowly fall asleep again. You should go back to sleep, hopefully, quickly. But yeah, I know the feeling. Waking up unexpectedly in the middle of the night. When you really didn't want to. It's never fun. Never fun. Let's also actually expand this tavern time zone down to NT here. I guess one problem is these dwarves won't really ever sit, will they? It's kind of an issue. This is an encrusted and finely crafted round black zircon with round black zircon cabochons crafted with single cut citrines. This object has a well-designed image of a rectangular cabochon in green zircon by Nomal Amethyst Celesty, and the slab reads, in memory of Aiton, born in 272, bled to death, slain by the goblin Bosa, dungeon stoke, with an iron arrow from an iron bow in Kutz Rostosp, the ignited siege, in the year of Pi 314. The militia captain was the militia captain of the Firefrost from 309 forward, and the slayer of the goblin Zach. Lovely squirt. After about 7 to 8 hours of MTG. Damn, dude. Also, like, I don't fully understand why YouTube considers watch time to be engagement. Like, it kind of is. But at the same time, I think it's funny. Because, like, well, on one hand, sure, yeah, it's definitely engagement. Definitely. It's also sort of not, because a lot of the time it's just people falling asleep. Which, how is that engagement? Exactly, but I don't know. choose not to worry about it too much. What'd you miss? Chat, what? Okay, so we discovered that there's a 100% chance that your game will crash if you click a sheep. If you click a sheep, the game crashes in this version. Doesn't matter if it's a ram or a lady sheep or a lamb. If you click a sheep, the game crashes. So there's that. Do not the sheep. Yeah, we've discovered this. We also discovered that if you demand tributes from mysterious lairs, the game crashes. Aside from the crashes, though, we've had some pretty epic battles and burned a lot of goblins and trolls. I'm trying to think, what else has happened in the last 7 to 8 hours while they were off playing Magic the Gathering? Most of my dwarves have over 100 kills now, mostly from doing this. I did manage to get the goblins down to 216. Let's keep fighting. I kind of want to try splitting my squads up again, but I'm a little scared too. What's your ambushing skill? Competent? Master leader? Okay, Monam, we'll send you out on your own. Already left again? What's your skills, Rith? Skilled ambusher, skilled leader. Okay. And then the last one. I'm trying to send them back out as quickly as possible. Yes, we are a army of dwarf vampires who are trying to take back Winterhearth, which was the first fortress I built in this world, which I ran for 2 years, and then somehow in the time that I built this fortress, it amassed a population of 5,000 fucking goblins. I never did, it didn't get taken over or anything during my time in that fort either. Like, that was just something that happened. Like, they just took over and demolished it, I guess. Oh yeah, we got attacked by a werepanda and a werelizard. I have a war grizzly over here and a war leopard. Are they all surviving well enough, by the way? I mean, moods aren't terrible. They were a lot worse. Like, moods are pretty bad. Actually, I shouldn't be too generous. Moods are pretty bad. But, like, they've been a lot worse. So we'll be okay. We will be okay, I think. I'm just waiting for some ads to end, and then we'll dive back in. Apparently they've already fixed the sheep clicking bug. It just needs to be sent out. Also, speaking of, the vile goblins are attacking once again. And also, it looks like they could attack me down through the basement. So I think I will close up the surface. And then just tell all of the dwarves, and by that I mean all of them, to station like right here. And also, did I remember to lock this door? No, I didn't. No, I didn't. Nope. Looks like two of the goblins made it in. That's fine. It appears we have one of our dwarves here, Unforgotten, who killed a forgotten beast single-handedly, is in a martial trance, and just killed, I'm not even sure how many goblins. But the goblin siege is now done. I'm going to tell this entire squad to go and update their equipped items, because there's a lot of items all over the place that we can go claim now. Specifically, like, in here. It's all goblin gear, but hey, it'll do her. It'll help. It's what they need. Like, you don't need to keep wearing these shitty iron pants. You can just go claim something new. And then, I'm gonna check this. Pillage 1. Ooh. That's one tactical planning that was superior, but we won in brute force. Yeah, that was a pretty decisive victory, that one. $253 goblins, you telling me their population going up again? Goddamn. You're not allowed, they shouldn't be allowed to make babies this quickly. It's annoying. More squads. I might have to. I only have so much population, though, and I kind of want to keep the fort feeling like a fort. But how are your skills? Okay, let's start getting this bottom squad down here. Training on sieging, so just start attacking this. They're all going off to go do something. Good luck, dwarves. I'm also going to disable tavern time. Which means the dwarves are all free to go do whatever the hell they want. Need both alcohol and blood? They don't need blood, they just really want blood. They won't drink alcohol unless forced. So I have to force them to drink alcohol by having a shit ton of tavern keepers. But you can force them to drink alcohol, which is pretty efficient, actually. I'm also going to make an additional metal armor squad and just make it the leopard men. And just get you training on your own down here. Mostly because I'm kind of curious if this dude actually has any gear. Or what gear this character will pick up. Because it is one of my adventurers. Oh, 2 human caravans have arrived. But because they have so much gear, or because they're an adventurer, I could play as a leopard man vampire in near future, which could be pretty cool. Cat dwarf? No, not technically. Just a leopard man dwarf. One of the adventures we had. Chat picked it. You just started DF and suddenly you have 300 hours, yet you only learned how to make... You only just learned how to make soap. So I've said this for ages, and I think you're probably saying it kind of as a meme, but if you know how to make soap in Dwarf Fortress, you're an expert. You've made it. You've beat Dwarf Fortress. Congratulations. It's all uphill from here. I mean, it's all downhill from here, rather. They want leather amulets? It's so specific. Nice. The weapon of choice for this character is a steel scourge. I like it. That you can work with. Sure. Let's also sell some of this stuff that's damaged, but there will be a ton more of it in a minute. Okay, we'll just go with that. 156 items shouldn't take too long. It's an army of vampire gremlins and Gorlax. Well, so if you make an adventurer that's a ordinary setting, you can bring literally any animal that exists in the world as a pet for 1 point, more or less. Some of them are more expensive, but most of them just cost a single point. So because of that, there is a part of me that is really, really tempted to make an adventure with 100 pet gremlins and then just bring them all to a fortress and retire the adventurer and just build a fort with 100 gremlins in it. Because, like, you know, instead of House of 1,000 Corpses, it's House of 1,000 Gremlins. Cheers, Drown. Have a good night. I mean, of course, the cat is the cat of nine tails, naturally. It's not me and my obsession with Gremlins. I've never seen the movie Gremlins. True story. I have seen the Goonies, though. Just close. But, no, it's a meme that's developed in this chat over the years. That's all it really is. And also, like, Gremlins are funny. Like, they're amusing. I don't know. I wouldn't describe myself as obsessed with Gremlins, though. But, you know, if it came down to it and I had to pick sides, I would say Gremlins are far superior to kobolds. That's all. Gremlins can actually talk. Making them smarter. That's all. To have your clothes rot off your body. Oh, no. Is dwarves having their clothes rot off their body because they have no use of their hands? You watched Gremlins 1 on Christmas Eve? I've heard it's a Christmas movie, so I've been told. I have no idea, Brian Burton. All right, so we're getting another batch of migrants, although I do need to check something. How deep is the water down here? 3 of 7? Depends on how big the migrant wave is. Let's forbid this. And also forbid this. Get rid of this. And set you to be a pit pond. It's funny. So this is a series of DMs I got from Putnam. All right, I got it set up. That ought to be someone's gonna have to figure. Someone's going to figure out where I live because of the pattern of ordering food whenever there's a big release day coming up. Save. It's like a save might be a good idea because it didn't crash. Wait, I understand it. It crashes when they bring the tribute. That's way worse. Evil 90s adventure game stuff. It screws you over like hours after you make the mistake. It's true. It really is true. Although in some ways I think Dwarf Fortress... Chad, is Dwarf Fortress kind of an evil 90s adventure game? In some ways. I personally think it kind of is. Wait, why did you... Oh, shit. Oh, I see what the issue is there. I misread that name. So essentially, what I'm discussing is there's a bug in the game right now, which is in the overworld, there are these suckers, these mysterious dungeons, and these mysterious lairs. If you attack them when they have population and you demand tribute, the game crashes when they bring tribute. So they send tribute by crashing the game, and that's really bad and shouldn't happen. But it's also at the same time kind of morbidly funny. Because, like, now suddenly... Like, you just get this mysterious guaranteed crash. Like, a year after you demand tribute, so you've already forgotten. Like, I figured out what was causing it pretty quick. But it did take a while. It did take a little bit. It took long enough that it was concerning. Also, I feel bad. The only happiness this poor Warthog Man planter ever gets is occasionally gets more water dumped on his head. He's just permanently impaled on a spike. Like, that is grim, dude. Okay, so let's see how many migrants we're up to. Seven total. Okay, well, we got 5 water now. That's plenty. Let's lock this. Let's lock this. And unforbid this. They'll all be vampires in a jiffy. They could be sending sheep. That would be really funny, actually. Also, can we just use sending sheep as like a reference to this bug for all eternity now? It's like, well, at least your enemy didn't send you sheep. Although they can, actually, can they give you livestock as tribute? Good win, Rambo Ambo, by the way. I also got more treasure because I used the raid ability instead of the fight. The Dank Cinder is now QN Green Tea's name. That's a good name. Bah. Their tribute is basically a Trojan horse. Yeah, except more just a Trojan, like a virus that breaks your computer. 237. Tisk. What did they send me? Or what did I get? An iron longsword and an iron anvil, okay. It continues. All right, dwarves, get thirsty. It's the very important quest that you have now. Cheers. Trying to figure out, are those all L's or is there an I in there? Because Twitch's font just makes a capital I and a lowercase L look identical. So it could be like Iluna, but it could also be like Liluna. So like Iluna? Kind of deal? Yeah, okay, cool. I'm just like looking at them like, are those L's? All right. What's the best profession to make gold statues, metalcraft, or a blacksmith? You know, I don't know, actually. Chat, what's the best skill to make gold statues, metalcrafter or blacksmith? Because, like, I'm not actually positive if metalcrafter... Because is blacksmith for furniture and metalcrafter is, like, for trinkets, then? Because, like... Yeah, I get that with my name all the time as well. Statue is blacksmith, because that kind of makes sense to me. Like furniture is blacksmithing, crafting is for trinkets. So like if you want to make a bucket or a like I don't know like a bucket or a toy, then you'd want to use metal crafter. If you wanted just about anything else, then you'd use the alternative. Is anybody here not a vampire? There we go. More vamps. Welcome to the forts. Oh. Some dwarves are singing. Dwelling upon seeing a goblin's dead body. Let's just get rid of all this mess. It's disgusting. Buckets are furniture? Next you're going to tell me that glass doors are portals. You know, I didn't know that. There's a lot of things that just aren't in the wiki that you just kind of have to figure out. Because, like, I think for whatever, like, the knowledge is out there. It's just not enough people care to actually know the minutia of the specificity of the nonsense of this video game. Upside down flaming cross, but, like, the rooms around it look dope. You know, I'm not going to lie, that might actually be the highlight of this fortress. And if I do end up making it into a video, I'm going to specifically cite that if you're wondering why there's giant, like, upside-down crosses appearing everywhere, it's definitely because somebody announced that they were going to unfollow me because I accidentally made one. It's definitely because of that. It's also, like, come on, very thematic. Fits. As unintended as it was, it does fit. Anything cool happen in 2 hours? Was that... You left around the time sheep were crashing my game, right? Well, the good news is the sheep crashing the game problem seems to have been fixed. What's up, Zeph? Are you in fact here? It's just like, I will never understand why a scroll is a tool, but like... Maybe it's got a story about a tool on it. It's like, this is the tale of the screwdriver. It's terrifying. Oh. I gotta move that. Oh, man. Super Duper forgot to actually trade with the humans. I brought the stuff over to trade with them and then didn't. We got a queen with 20 dwarves and locked me out of work orders, so she... Wait, how did she lock you out of work orders? So she accidentally decided to inspect the underside of a drawbridge and then got a king? How the hell did she lock you out of work orders? Because if that's a thing, then that's something that I just learned. I've never heard of this before. Because she was the manager? But what? How would that lock you out of work orders? Couldn't assign a manager. Usually it gives you a tooltip as to why you can't assign a manager, so why couldn't you assign a manager? It's curious. It's like, you can't assign a manager if your highest ranking noble isn't on the map, but if the queen was on the map, that shouldn't be an issue. That's weird. That sucks. Like, was just the option grayed out, or? Okay. I think I've seen screenshots of this bug, actually. That's weird. So did killing her make more nobles appear then? Look like bivocals? Yeah, I guess it kind of does. Apparently I powered through all my microclimb. That was quick. Back at him. How'd all these pillages go? First one. The vampire outmatched it. Attackers had a strong positional advantage. Lost one. Wait, what? The dwarf vampire Thob was struck down by the dwarf vampire guilty judge. Did you get kidnapped or something? Must have been. One of my dwarves got kidnapped and turned on me. Tisk. I mean, they are vampires, so I'm not too surprised. Unless I'm killing my own squads, which would be really funny, actually. The dwarf vampire Udib was struck down by the goblin. Oh. So was imprisoned and then almost immediately killed in the next siege by my next siege. Cool. So dwarf got imprisoned and I guess turned really quick. And then we killed him with literally the following siege. Well done. Well done. Well done. I hate it when this happens. When they get removed from the squad for arbitrary reason. There you go. Go deal with them. Eating Italian beef watching DF. I've heard a lot of people talking about Italian beef. Why don't you just ask for a copy of the cookbook instead of, you know, just munching on it and wishing? Clash with 220 goblins. All right, let's just go back to sending the whole thing. Send out everybody. Go get them, dwarves. Except these guys, because they're, you know, not that cool. I think I'm going to send these guys up to these goblins up here. We're just going to raid them. I'm going to train up this commander here. Train him up as best we can. Have I gotten any tributes? The only tribute I got was the game insta-crashed whenever they tried. So I had to jump back a season and then annihilate all the locations before it got to the tribute time when the game would crash. So they tried. They must have sent sheep. But Putnam's looking into the bug now. It's the damn sheep always. Always, yes. Well, apparently that bug's already fixed, is actually the good news in regards to the sheep. So sheep will no longer crash your game. So that's nifty. I'll say I'm pretty sure that that's going to pop up at just one shop, so. You just need to make the time for photocopying or typing it all down. Yeah, well, photocopying would be easier. Back from lunch? Welcome back. Yeah, I mean, we're hitting the 10-hour mark. It's been kind of a long day. But we're still here. Trying to get a little bit more progress. Kind of want to swap out all my copper picks for iron picks. Well, that's a bit of a concern. The Forgotten Beast, Kona, has come. A giant noseless fruit bat. What? Okay. It has large mandibles and a bloated body. Beware its fire. That's kind of scary. A fire-breathing bat? Like, just as a mental image, that's kind of spooky. Okay. Iluna, thanks for the Prime sub. Enjoy the ad-free viewing. And the emotes. Dollar store dragon? Don't be mean to bats like that. Well, we should be through the ads just about now. Well, that's a Forgotten Beast with fire, and I don't have any soldiers here. And it can get into my fort. Well, here's the problem. Run away, dwarves. Here comes the critter. Thankfully, all of the game-ending, dangerous, game-crashing sheep are now charcoal, which is lovely. This, however, is a problem. This, however, is a problem. Let's drop that. Let's drop that. Let's... You don't have anything in your inventory. Let's drop your items and fucking run, dwarves. No, I said, well, I mean, you went the wrong way, but I tried. Don't tell me I didn't warn you. Wait. Did you win? It's trying to strangle him. But, like, the dwarf says, as the tide turn, I laugh in the face of death. While it's getting strangled. I've improved my fighting. That was satisfying. I've improved my wrestling. That was satisfying. So, vampires don't need to breathe. So it could just, like, sit here and strangle this dwarf forever, and the dwarf's just like, ha, fuck you! Strangle me more! Well, until it decides to do that. At which point, then... No, these are vampires! They're not normal. Let's pause game. Because there's most certainly...
Bring out your dead.
No! No, buddy, why? 404, why would you do this to me? Also, is it bleeding? Oh my god, it's bleeding. Did it melt itself? It must have melted itself. So, I'm just gonna do this for the sake of the stream. I would just let it sit. I'm gonna extinguish all and clear smoke. Just so that the frame rate stays up. But, like, it'll burn out eventually. Run, dwarf. Or, I mean, beetle. Okay, it stopped bleeding. Run! 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 So... Do I do the smart thing? It's layer 40. Heh. Here we go. Alrighty, kiddo. Nyum. Nil here has pretty successfully dodged it. We do have this squad inside, which is headed up by a dwarf who has 102 kills.
Over here.
Right next to him, just some random dwarf, 72. So there's really part of me that's tempted to do a next time on. But right now it's fighting with a child. The beast grabs the child with its wing, then releases the grip, then bites the child in the foot, which hurts the foot, then attacks the child, but the child scrambles away. The child vampire, though the Forgotten Beast grabs the child vampire by the third finger on the right hand with its wing, okay? Then releases it. Then scratches it through the mitten. And then attacks the child, but he scrambles away. Kicks the child in the lower body with its right foot, bruising the muscle. And bruising the guts through the cave spider silk trousers. You up here need to go help. Kiddo, crashing into the wall, manages to dodge a bunch of bolts of fire and is once again getting strangled and says, the battle rolls, just because it's probably hard to understand him. Is very satisfied after improving all the fighting, though. Is now a proficient fighter, which is kind of hysterical. This dwarf is just like dodging constantly. And then runs away, goes, oh god, that seems like a problem. El Rey, the vampire, also runs away. They're just like, oh god, hot thing. Chat, can I get a round of beers for these dwarves for good luck? Alba in here got hit by something, but it clearly didn't kill him. Oh, nope, never mind. Your pigtail cloak is on fire. So this dwarf's cloak is on fire, but the dwarf itself isn't on fire. Nil died. So rest in pieces, Nil. It is bleeding heavily. The Weaver attacks the beast attacks the dwarf Weaver, but jumps away. There's more dwarves coming in. Good luck, dwarves. Oh, another one catches fire, probably. This time it's the silk leather trousers. Butch, are you on fire? Butch is not on fire, I don't think, but is currently directly underneath fire. So that doesn't seem real good for Butch's long-term health. Hang in there, Butch. Creature's still bleeding. Alba in here is just dodging very effectively. Very effectively. That is some Forgotten Beast grease, which means it's melting its own fat out of its body. This dwarf has certainly seen better days and is now on fire. Butch insists Butch is still not on fire. I'm not certain I believe that, Butch. Both your pants and your cloak are on fire. This is hysterical. We've got another vampire who runs up. So are vampires just not flammable? It's like just their clothing that is, because like, oh, this is gonna be a massacre of cloth. Rest in pieces, Butch. We're getting a new mayor now. Dominoc has now been elected mayor. That actually comes full circle. The Hammerer is now the mayor. Those are the dwarves dead currently. I did kind of intentionally let it in, so just for clarity here. Got this creature who's putting an item in bin. These dwarves who are trying to get in as quickly as they can. This one's actually carrying books, which is kind of funny. They'll get in here eventually. And the creature is dancing in and out of the doorways. Runs directly at yet another child and kills them pretty quickly. Jasper is running around babbling. Now this is going to be a bit of a exciting predicament for a moment. Specifically, the Forgotten Beast bit that dwarf. Okay. Creature is injured pretty substantially. It seems to like choking the children to death, which is slightly disturbing. I'm kind of tempted to just lock it in here for the time being. Dominoc is now dead. Rest in peace. Onul, the captain of the guard, who started this whole affair. Rest in peace. Dodoc, bleeding heavily. Creature just injured, no longer bleeding. Horrible losses today in Winterthrone. And an artifact has begun. Next time on Winterthrone, I will have had a night's sleep. That was excellent. Absolutely excellent. Very, very happy with how that went. Just like storyline wise, like that's awesome. Because like in my headcanon for this whole fortress, Dominok and his wife, Onal, are the ones that made this fortress into vampires. They, like, interrogated each other and then became friends with the vampire before we had, like, figured out who they were. They were the ones who interrogated him. They were the ones who arrested him initially and then let him out. They were the ones who gave him a pickaxe. It is weird, though, that the vampires aren't catching fire. They're just melting. Like, they just get so hot that they melt. Which is really weird. But, chat room, that's me for the day. That was 10.5 hours of stream. I've finally made up for my very short streams I've done the past few days. So, I'm shutting down the YouTube stream now. If you want to come along for a raid and get introduced to a new streamer of Dwarfort, stick around. And if you're on the YouTube side of things, pop over onto the Twitch side of things. We'll go on a raid. Otherwise, I'll be live tomorrow on Twitch at 9 a.m. Pacific and 10 a.m. Pacific on YouTube. VODs can be found at Blind Extras on YubTubs. And let's close this game. So YouTube, I'm shutting you down now. Hope you enjoyed the 10 hours almost of stream. And I'll see you once you flip. Cheers, Pablo Rostam.